What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hello everyone and welcome back to NECC Rainbow6 Siege. Today is for all the marbles. We're going to be getting started with Challenger League Finals, and later on we'll head on to the Champion Division Finals. That way we'll see the very end of the entire season of NECC Rainbow6. I'm Treazury. I'm here with WeAlKu, the Ever Wise, and we'll be casting this first match for you guys between Oswego and Butler. Butler is currently the favorites #1 seed against the obviously #2 seed Oswego. They have not lost a single match all season through the regular season or postseason, even having matched up against Oswego previously on the final week of regular season where they were able to 2-0 them. They're Titans going into this last round, and it's going to be quite exciting to see this rematch between the other team that went undefeated every single time except against Butler.
Right, and they did get 2-0'd last time as well. We're going to start out on Villa. This is the final, so keep in mind this is the best of 5, not the best of 3 format that we've previously seen. So first team to get 3 maps is going to be the winner here, so this could be a little bit longer. So we're going to see who has the stamina, because this can usually, if one team isn't dominating the first few maps, it's back and forth, back and forth. That's going to be a huge factor. The first ban coming out is going to be that classic Thatcher ban that we're used to seeing. I imagine here on Villa, we could actually see quite a few different options for the second ban here. I think a hard breach might be taken, but a lot of teams do ban the Jackal since this is a roam heavy map. What do you think is going to happen on the bans here, Treasury?
That Jackal wouldn't surprise me one bit. Alternatively, an IQ makes a lot of sense, just making it easier to defend, as Oswego will be doing on the second half. That Jackal, you're right on the money with that one. On defense, I wouldn't be surprised at all with a Kaid ban. He's really solid on both of the upstairs objectives, and of course can have some more versatility on the first floor objective and kitchen, which is usually a tertiary objective. Mira making a lot of sense as well.
Yeah, she makes a lot of sense, especially on the aviation and bar defense games. That's going to be pretty hard to push if they had the Mira. Now, this is the other ban I was actually about to mention is Valkyrie. Her ban rate in this league, but in all leagues across the board, since the change came to Echo, where his drones are no longer cloaked, have skyrocketed. I believe she's actually the most banned op now. So those cameras being put in cheeky positions and also being thrown outside, it's going to make it so much harder to gather that information and pre-fire, or catch someone out on a balcony, things like that. So her off the board will make it a little bit harder for these attackers to be aggressive, but we'll see if they're still able to play around it. The Cade's still on the board, like you had mentioned. He can put his charges on the walls, and not even on the wall themselves, but in cheeky positions as well. So seeing how they're going to take care of that, they're bringing that IQ as well that you had mentioned. So there's already that counter for that to try and take care of it from below. And that's going to be a huge part of the game throughout. So we'll expect to see, oh, they're actually switching off of the IQ. So now I'm really wondering, how are they going to find these K charges to take care of them?
Yeah, that does seem like a worry right off the bat. The IQ is a little bit less necessary with Valkyrie off the board. She would be able to do a lot of work, but without the Kaid being really checked by an IQ pick, that might be a problem that Oswego sees going into at least this very first round. In addition, they do have quite a bit of projectiles, and Butler has really shored up their defenses on any of those grenades coming in. They both the Wamai and Jaeger set up. Overall, that's just going to be really strong hold to have on this aviator objective. It's hard to get into either of the objectives up here. There's a couple choke points that are going to be really important in Study and Classical Hall coming from the south end, and coming from the north end, of course, Red Stairs and Trophy Hallway are both going to be the most important bulkheads to be holding for Butler.
What's interesting too is with the Wamai and Jaeger, you usually bring that to protect shields. There's no shields being brought in this defensive lineup, so I find that odd, but maybe it'll still work out for them. They could still hold positions like 90, and that is kind of near where the Wamai is. He's in Classical Hallway, so we'll see if he rotates back. And he's just going to be watching with a nice little position with the floor destroyed above the front entrance. So he's probably just watching and waiting, hoping someone will unwisely push through there. We do see a heavy roam game. We'd mentioned this before. Raikai playing that Capcan. Blobfish could take the first bit of damage outside. I'm not quite sure. I think that might have been outside a bedroom, but no kill is netted yet.
Yeah, these rooms have already netted at least one drone and that health damage on Blobfish. So that's already quite a bit to get. When you're just looking to get... I'm going to say get a lot, I guess. When you're just looking for some more real estate, they're coming in slowly from master bedroom side, just taking these initial skirmishes as they come. But we're about to see Enhem actually end up fighting someone here real soon. There haven't been fighting up much until this hallway where he is currently residing.
So only one of the impacts of Wamai was used, but Complexity and Spicy Fish both got half their damage taken out. So I'm curious on what happened there. Maybe a teammate shot something on the attacker side to do damage to one of them. So I don't know. Either way, a lot of these players are at half HP or lower on the attacking side, so that's going to make it a little bit harder for them. But no one's taken out yet. First one taken out will be Raikai by Spicy Fish, and that's going to give these attackers that man advantage. But keep in mind, they are damaged. We're going to see the 90 player being pushed out, it looks like, as they are going to be taking the bedroom take, with landing and 90 being the primary clears. Upside down repel is going to try and find this player, but he finds them first. Enham, a nice headshot onto J-Boss, bringing it back to an even man count.
Playing aggressively really paid off for Enhem. He actually saw quite a few people hearing that sound right below him through that hatch, not being able to save his teammate's Maestro cam, though, and now there's not nearly as much vision at the end of Classical Hallway, since Enhem has had to pull off, since he's just sitting there with just a thread of health, and their cam is already gone. It's going to come down to holding some angles as we get into the last 45 seconds.
Well, NM holding an angle, getting a kill on to Danky. That's going to give these defenders a man advantage. There's still a lot of utility to clear. They're only opening up the vault wall, and that's not going to do a lot of good for them. Big Kai going to get a kill on to Spicy Fish. Saren going to take care of Complexity. Now Blobfish all by them lonesome. Enham will finish them off and clean up the round. It all came apart for the attack in the latter half.
Yeah, those early picks really just kept snowballing as each one popped up on the board. There was even less offensive abilities left for Oswego. They had to push against a even more solid wall as the defenders pulled back and just held those angles. It was a pretty safe way to play for Butler there. Not really any questions to ask.
Yeah, no questions to be asked. No, there might be a question, because we did jump right into the game, and people might be wondering is, what are the maps? Well, I'm going to quickly talk about what maps we're seeing. Right now, obviously, we're on Villa for the first map. This is Oswego's map choice. Now, keep in mind, each of these maps, the person who chose the map will be starting on attack. So we're going to see a lot of flip-flop. This map, Butler starting on defense. Next map, it'll be Oswego, and back and forth it will go, including all the way to that 5th map if we get there. Of course, if a team gets 3 maps before then, we won't see those later maps. But just so we know the order, we have Villa now, Cafe next, that's Butler's pick, and then Chalet, which is Oswego's next pick. Coastline is Butler's second pick, and then the decider will be on Consulate. So very interesting lineups. We're not going to see the Oregon, or Boregon, as we've notoriously called it, which is nice. It's a change of pace. I do like Villa a lot. I've said this a few times. I do think this is one of the more balanced maps, so I like to see it as the first choice.
Yeah, and Oswego having been the team to pick that, they're not going to like that they have this first round loss. They want the momentum of the comfortability of their map, and Butler just did not let them have that right off the bat. They've switched their defensive lineup a little bit here. Bonbon has opted for a mute. That's going to be really useful versatility to have. The drone work that Oswego had was not shabby, so that's a nice pivot in order to address that problem. And Raikai is now running a shield on Ella. That'll also be a nice way to shore up the defenses, although they won't have as much grenade denial since there's no Wamai on the board this time.
Yeah, no Wamai, and she's not going to be rocking the shotgun, so we know that they're not going to be the old classic closet hold with Ella rocking it in there, having Wamai and Jaeger ADS is just to protect her, and with that shield and shotgun in hand, it's really quite strenuous to try and push her out of closet, but they're not actually doing that hold, so these attackers should have a pretty easy time, relatively speaking, getting into the master bedroom area, as we do see that that is the primary push so far. Just get control of that, have Ace open up the walls if they can. They have the IQ this time, so she will be going below, as we see her right now trying to shoot some of these gadgets, but not quite able to land the hits onto them. But hopefully in time they will take care of that and allow Ace to do his job opening up that wall. But they gotta be careful. They're going to know that these utilities are going to be taken care of from below, so they might have someone designated to go try and take that IQ out before they can do more damage.
Getting some of those devices off is going to be key to actually getting the first... Ooh, that's a rough opening kill. Spicy Fish picking up Bonbon, but Bonbon was able to manage to take out Danky, the entry for Oswego. So that's a tit for tat, kill for kill. Danky isn't going to be able to give much of his utility, unfortunately, now. Bonbon having put his all down and just been waiting to get these kills, and the hard breach is going to go out. IQ has successfully done her job. Kudos to Blobfish.
Now, J-Boss taking a little bit of damage, and Zarin taking some damage, so I think they're just engaging here in a vertical play, actually. Zarin is looking down at the bottom of Astro, just making sure no one can push up those stairs, at least not very easily. We're going to see NM also taking some damage, probably from the breach that was just opened up in Master Bedroom, but there's an even man count. We're in the calm before the storm, before these two teams start engaging a little bit more hotly in their contest, but we do see Raikai below, and I believe that IQ, no, this is J-Boss below, so if they're not careful, they could be caught, but NM going to get 2 kills onto Spicefish and Complexity, and that's going to make it so even if J-Boss did survive that engagement, they're getting hit with all these view mines, and they're in a 2v4, now in a 2v3, as Blobfish did get a kill onto Raikai. 30 seconds closely ticking away here.
J-Boss is still really far from objective. He knows that he's got players behind him. Oh no, actually, did he pick up Raikai? I didn't catch that. This is actually going to even it up, though. Blobfish actually putting a lot of pressure on the side, allowing J-Boss to get up these stairs with a little less attention on him. But NHIM is still holding fast, and he was very effective last round. Going to be taking some more fire from J-Boss, and him actually allowing Big Kai to get that kill, and the final kill on Blobfish. Just really schmooving on that Jaeger right now.
Yeah, NHIM and Big Kai both at least getting a double kill. I don't know if NHIM actually got the triple or not, but they're just basically single-handedly saving that round for their team. And that's getting put 2 in the row for Butler. Oswego, no success on their map choice so far.
Yeah, although these are very solid defenses, Butler's going to be forced to go downstairs, most likely to kitchen. That's what they currently have locked in. And that's going to be a lot harder to hold for Butler than the upstairs objectives are. Villa is notoriously defense-sided, and they played those really cleanly. If they keep that up, maybe it won't be cast into doubt so much how they perform on the first floor. And they're a very confident team. No doubts about that. Still yet to win a match to anyone in their division. So Oswego is really climbing a mountain even to contest them at this point. They really have to prove themselves as an outlier and able to surpass even their own performance against Butler. And I think this would be the place that they're looking for that time to shine in order to get out ahead of Butler on their tertiary objective, probably their least preferred one of all of their defensive objectives on this map.
Well, this is, again, as you just said, the third one. So this is their time to get one of those round wins in the books on their attack. But I do think this is one of the more well-rounded maps, as I've said before. So if they can just clean up a few things, they were pretty close. I mean, they in the dying moments of each round is where they really lost it. So they keep it close, and then they just kind of fall apart. Hopefully, that's just not going to be a theme. Hopefully, they can clean that up. They can find themselves picking it back up and maybe even bring us to an even round count before the split for the half where they switch sides. I do like the 6-pick though on attack. They are going to be bringing that fuse. They know they have to go into the first floor, and there's always going to be those floors above that are soft. This is Villa, so almost all floors are going to be reachable. So I like that adjustment from their lineup. The question is going to be how well will these roamers keep them away from being right above sight.
I think a key thing here is going to be droning out this upstairs objective. We just saw someone on the drone right there. And of course, Danky using those fuse charges from above is going to be vital for really blowing out some of the utility downstairs, hopefully getting location on one of those Maestro cams and being able to blow that up with all of those fuse charges. But first, they have to make sure that there aren't any roamers upstairs to prevent that. And this is what we're looking at right now as they slowly clear this out, get more vision. Their droners are making sure that it's totally safe for these drops. But right now, Raikai, who has assisted on half of all the kills that Butler has gotten so far, is lurking and waiting for someone to come in this window.
All assists, but no kills so far. It's unfortunate, but that just goes to show that they are at least helping their team, damaging these opponents. But hopefully, for their sake, we can get a kill. But J-Boss can get the opening one on to Big Kai, and that's going to give these attackers the first real advantage they've had, I think, throughout this entire engagement in the map. But Spicy Fish will get half of their HP taken out by C4 from below.
And as you speak about C4, here's one sitting here, not quite going to be able to hit its mark. But Raikai is pinned behind this deck in Astronomy. He's going to be able to not stick around for much longer. He's hoping to spend some more time up there wasting time, but J-Boss is on a tear right now. That's 2 kills up for Oswego and their first advantage, as you mentioned. So this is looking a lot better as they've secured their upwards control, and those fuse charges are going off and even going to push him off of his hold.
The only concern I have is drone work isn't fully here, so I don't know if they know where all these defenders are playing. We do see Maestro's actually off site, which is very interesting. Normally, what you'd consider an anchor role is going to be on the other side to the west in the library area, more than likely, and that's going to allow him to have some capabilities of stopping the push once they start entering from below. But so far, they're going to stay above, try and find the angles and not net anything. Bonbon is right here. He's getting a ping to show they know that there is an attacker right next to him. He's going to start pushing. He's going to get the down. He's going to get another one. He's going to kill both of them. J-Boss and Danky off the board, and that's going to rewrite this round. Now it's back to even man count, and now the defenders having the advantage. There's only a few seconds remaining here, about 20, and they're going to start pushing down red. Bonbon finding another one, a triple. That's Spicy Fish, and Bobfish getting a kill, trying to bring it back. It's only 15 seconds remaining, though. They're in sight. They're going to try and get this plant down. The Legion Mines are going to be slowing them down. Enham going to get in on the action and get a double to finish it off. And Butler are not going to drop a round yet. They're going to get that full rotation 3 rounds in a row.
You know, I'll admit I had doubts, but Butler is all there. They had such a great setup there. Something that never would have been suspected is that Maestro lurking around the corner from sight, ready for that clutch potential or a free flank on anyone approaching down Astro's stairs. And that absolutely paid off with a couple of star players really sticking out yet again, with Bonbon and Enham taking all of the kills that round.
Yeah, Enham's been in on the action every time, every round it feels. I don't know if they've not had a kill every round. I think they have at least a double even. I'm curious what their kill death ratio is right now, but so far they've come in clutch in those dying moments. They're going to 6-pick onto the Frost. I actually like that over the Capcan. Capcan hasn't really netted them anything so far, and all they really do is bring that C4. Frost, though, going to be able to bring that shield, a backup shotgun to help make it rotates, and, of course, her gadget can really catch people unawares a lot of the time, and it's a 6-pick, so they're not aware of that pick coming through yet. The drone work might catch her out, but in the meantime, it will remain a mystery until that happens. We're going to see them go back to that first site that they had won pretty commandingly, honestly. At one point, they had a 4-2 advantage, and then it just fell even more in their favor from there. So if they can continue to have success in the roam game, I think Oswego is going to continue to have problems. Again, just cleaning up some of that. I think the drone work does need to be a little bit better from them. They haven't had the information at times, it seems, and that's really been part of their struggles.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that the drone work just wasn't quite there on the first floor once control was actually taken of the upstairs for Oswego, and we saw that with nothing major coming out of those fuse charges, and obviously that flank coming out on first floor, they didn't really expect anyone to be in library at all, especially having dealt with a few roamers already. So that was a bit of a surprise, but it is some lacking of the droning there. I like Raikai. You were mentioning earlier on that Frost pick. I think the shield is going to do a lot for Aviator's objective. You can use it to hold the top of main stairs and therefore study as well very well. It's got a couple great places on Classical Hall, watching red stairs and the window on Classical. And those could be effective. I'm not sure where exactly they've placed that and catch that during prep. But it's going to be an interesting push here, going a little bit differently than previously.
Yeah, so a little bit slower, I would say. They haven't fully entered the building. No damage coming through like we saw in that first round. Just a whole minute of his time wasted, really, or we'll see. But no control has really been taken yet from what I can see from these attackers. They're just all outside the building trying to do that drone work, but really not netting anything. It looks like they might have entered down below to the west in that library area. So I'm curious to see where they're going to go with this push. There's someone outside. That's the Maverick, excuse me. He's going to be opening up the window of study, but not really netting anything yet. And just time is not favoring them as half the round has elapsed, and they have no control really. And that's a bit worrisome, as Oswego's attacks so far really haven't been all that strong. Last round was definitely the closest, but this is just kind of going back into what it looked like the first time around. Danky going to take some damage, and that's going to be the opening engagement. But luckily, he still has 3/4 of his HP left.
Yeah, Danky's going to be able to do some work here, taking a hard breaching device and taking it on a split push aside from his team. He's not going to be able to really get to that wall, especially with this amount of time left and no lateral pressure from his teammates. So it's going to be really relying on pushing up main stairs, which is just now getting droned for J-Boss. So J-Boss is going to have to be able to frag his way up there and get his team into the second floor. That's going to be a vital mid-round step, which is, I guess, very quickly turning into late round.
Yeah, we're already in the last few seconds here, you could say, as by the time they actually get up the stairs and maybe into sight, there maybe be 30 seconds left. They're gonna start getting the hard breach done. Zaren's gonna take a lot of damage on that one. My roll. Spicy shooting his own teammate and him gonna get a kill on the Danky to open things up. And these defenders are still going to be holding strong. No deaths yet, and it's only 30 seconds remaining. Spicy taking even more damage. Big Guy is going to get that nice shot onto J-Boss, finishing him off. And these attackers are fumbling yet again. Is going to lose the gunfight there, but Complexity and Blobfish do not a kill for themselves, trying to bring it back. They're still down a man with only 15 seconds remaining. Smoke is not going to fully go through, only one, as the ADS did catch one. The C4 going to come out. Blobfish is going to be on the coverage, but Zaren coming from another angle takes out Spicy Fish. Now Blob's going to get a kill, but he's going to be taken care of by Zaren Astra. And that's going to put Butler in the driver's seat as they are 4 rounds to 0, and it is not looking close.
The last glimmer of hope there was the plants, but Blobfish was just not able to hold off 4 different players in order to let his teammate get those down. And he just needed a few more rounds to mag to take that mute out. But with that one shotgun blast, all hopes were dashed. The plant had to be down in less than 2 seconds. And there were players in front and behind and through the smoke. Just not doable at that point. Not enough happened in those early rounds. We're just totally missing that ground coverage and the droning to where the players actually were on defense.
Yeah, this defense is looking pretty good, but they really weren't on site much. So the drone work could have told them that they could have all rushed site. They had like 3 roamers over in Astro and outside on red stairs and things like that. So if they could just capitalize on information, they could do so much better. But we saw them just taking way too much time, and they were droning, but they were losing drones and they weren't acting on the information. And it's not going in their favor, but this is their map choice. And so that's what making it a bit sadder. Had this not been their map choice, it could be like, well, you can't necessarily be ready for every single map in the best of 5. So maybe this is just not their map, but they chose it. So there's really no excuses here. I'm hoping as we go will give us a little bit of glimmer of hope here. Otherwise, they could find themselves quickly in a larger deficit, as they're already down 4 rounds. They need a round here. Otherwise, even if they do better on defense, it's going to be hard to do more than 4 rounds, honestly.
Yeah, that last run from Oswego, I think, looks like it was a push that they haven't rehearsed as much as the other ones they have. They haven't been particularly inefficient on the previous 3 rounds, but that attack looked a little disconcerted. They were not all together. even. I mean, we saw Danky die for nothing, spending the whole round just teasing his presence outside the outside of study without any payoff for that, dying and later allowing a refrag at most.
Hopefully more success here. There's going to be some damage on to Zarin, who's on the Legion. I wasn't sure if someone was on the other side there. Spicy's trying to find someone in bathroom, but he's already rotated all the way to Astro, so he's going to be safe. Unfortunately, no one got on the window. Had someone got on the Astro window, could have been maybe a kill there, but unfortunately, the group work just not coming into their favor there. Drone work is going to start going in. They're going to be trying to get that master wall open. They were successful at that last time. IQ did her job below, but unfortunately, they met Bon down below, and that was pretty much the end of that round as they had lost any advantage they had gained. So hopefully this time a little bit better for them, or maybe that was actually the kitchen defense. Either way, they've come close a couple of rounds, but my point is they always let it go in the latter half. This time they're going to need to be a little more successful. We do see 2 of the red outlines below. It means that these attackers are indeed below. We're going to see a nice cheeky peek from Study here coming up from Enham, but no one is out on that balcony, at least not in a visible spot from that position. So nothing being netted yet. But again, half the round killed. No kills coming in from either side, and they're not getting much control. Just having Master isn't enough, especially without the wall being opened up. So Oswego already losing out a little bit here. Now, they do have the Maverick. He's going to start doing some work here, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough. It's too slow.
What a thing to see. Maestro is pinging with the Maestro cam, trying to get any hard breacher off of that, trying to stop Danky from actually opening up the wall, but he's right in front of the hole that's actually being opened up. So this is a dangerous game for both of these players.
Rakai could find someone, but J-Boss is right next to him, and neither of them really realized it at first. There's going to be a down, and it's going to be confirmed by NM, and so that's going to even the round count. J-Boss below, but he's not the IQ, so he's not going to be able to help out with the ace getting this wall opened up, and that's very unfortunate. So that's going to force them to make some more desperate plays. Spicy Fish is going to get a kill onto Bon, trying to make things work for them. They're going to be pushing up Astro Stairs at the same time, seeing if they can get a pinch here, but unfortunately, the gunfight, NM's going to win. Blobfish, though, in the meantime, did get a kill on the Zarin Astro, so they have control of Astro so far, but NM already adjusting his sights, trying to stop them from that side, as all 3 of the attackers are pushing from there. He's going to find one. J-Boss off the board. That's a triple so far, but Blobfish and Complexity finally are going to finish it off in their favor. First round coming in from Oswego.
That victory really just came out of nowhere. We thought Enham was just going to keep flying away with this, taking kill after kill, running on that triple kill, and watching Astro Stairs finally vanquished, getting his 2nd death, but going double digits already.
Yeah, that was that was kind of funny. The engagement down below is what I'm thinking of, where J-Boss and Rakai were just right next to each other, and neither of them really knew it right off the bat. Unfortunately, for Rai, he's just looking left, and so that's an easy kill for J-Boss. And well, I don't know if it really made that much of a difference, but it did make sure that the round or the man count was even, and so they were able to ride that wave. And as we go, that looked a lot better. I mean, I was criticizing them. Yes, they were not getting the wall open like they should have. However, they were able to finally win some gunfights, which it looked like they really weren't doing as well before that. And luckily that push from Astro did end up working out for them. It was a little worrisome, though. Spicy Fish pushing and losing his life, so they didn't have a dual push, so it's very one-dimensional. But again, it's a FPS. It's going to come down to those gunfights, and if you can win them, even if you're not strategically in the best position, you can still come out on top.
Yeah, I don't know if it sets too great of a precedent going forwards. I think that was, I think we saw a lot of Hail Mary peaks from Oswego.
Yeah.
Definitely looking into statuary. That's how Maestro went down, just being a little too close to the master bedroom door where he could get swung, and his head just peeked out for a little bit of a second, and that was enough for him to go down. And we saw that player just immediately get fragged out as well from trophy room across that angle that was being peeked, because there wasn't enough intel on site yet. And I think this might be a problem of this very unilateral push. I talked about the push 2 rounds ago being a little disconcerted, not altogether, but this one might be a little too much in the same place. There's no pressure from the west side, and there's no intel coming from that side, unfortunately. So yeah. Butler's been able to play really safely all through trophy room and astronomy room, and those are some good angles behind that desk and on the very back of trophy room, because you can watch 3 different rooms.
Big Kai's being droned out. I don't know if he's aware that they know his position, but so far it's just going to be kind of the same thing. Let's try to get a feel for where this is going. And they do at least have some pressure down below. The defense didn't really do anything to stop them from below last time, honestly. IQ just wasn't able to help them out by getting things opened up, so that's what took a little bit longer, I think.
It looks like there's a deadly tango happening down there. Both teams having yellow pings come out, but no kills still. And it looks like a little more focused on the downstairs. I think we have 2 operators down there from the attack. First gunshots finally coming out. And once again, Oswego is vying for control over master bedroom.
It's going to be a Legion Mine going up, giving away someone's position. It's going to be Blackfish getting the kill on the Raikai, though. Opening things up yet again. He was the first death last round, so 2 in a row now. It's a little unfortunate. Bonbon's being very aggressive in that peak. I'd be very careful. They know your position. They already knew you peeked it before, so they may be watching that. He could lose his head very quickly if he's not careful. Maverick's going to start doing his work like he did last time. Hopefully this time a little more successful. The wall really wasn't opened up. So they're going to need that wall soft so they can get the right angles here. Bonbon is going to go on that aggressive push. He knows someone's watching the window, though. Pre-fires it, but nothing really being netted on either side still.
This is some very out there plays from Bonbon. It's a lot to risk your Maestro so early on in the engagement. It's less than a minute left, but with 9 players still in the lobby and alive, that's a risk. You can use that for denial still at this point, but he does have a very solid gun, so I could see his reasoning a bit.
They're going to be controlling 90, and they're going to be controlling B sites, and those are some pretty strong power positions, but the wall is soft now, so they can start getting those lines of sight over from the bedroom. But Enham's been very dangerous on the Cade so far. He's been able to net kills each round, just trying to do his best. Last time he did have that triple kill. Now his team did still lose, and so far they're losing this round in the man count department, but it is 20 seconds only remaining, so if they can just play time, they still might find out kills, but no, Danky gonna get the headshot onto him, shutting him down, so he won't even get 1 kill this round. I think it's the first round that's happened. Bonbon and Big Kai, though, are going to have to try and get a retake here, trying to find the position of this planet, but the smokes are going to make that unavailable to them. Bonbon will get a kill onto J-Boss, but it's too little, too late. Blobfish getting a kill, and now it's a post-plant situation. It was a 2v4, now it's a 1v4, now it's a none-v4. Danky going to clean up Bonbon and make sure that they don't go into a further deficit on the rounds. They're going to take 2 in a row and get that 2-4 split. It's not nearly as bad as it could have been after losing 4 in a row.
That is really what Oswego wants to see right now. That was a great round. All the utility went where it was supposed to. The defenders were driven off of site. We saw Bonbon have to be the last player on his team as a Maestro off site and just have to push against 5 attackers. And there's no world where that's actually going to happen for him. He's just pushed off of any hold he could have. And the intel was there, and more importantly, the utility was there on the wall, which just opened up some more lines of sight and a lot more flexibility.
Well, the flexibility is what we're going to see now, as they're going to go on the defense, and so you have to be flexible. And where are they going to push from? How are we going to counter it? We saw that started to not happen on the side of Butler. They were very comfortable those first few rounds, but the adjustments coming out, they didn't adjust too much, but it looked like they just got the information that they were missing earlier in the round. They knew the positions better of where those defenders had been, and that kind of predictability did kind of butt Butler in the butt, let's say. And I find it interesting to see that they weren't adjusting at all. Now, we did see some players play a little bit more aggressive in the kitchen below, and that was a little bit of an adjustment, but it really didn't net them much. And unfortunately, they still lost the opening engagement that round as well. And both the rounds that they lost the opening engagement, they lost. So I'm curious to see what they can do on attack now. If they can get that opening kill, it seems to help each side, whichever side you're on. It does seem to favor them. So if they can put themselves in the driver's seat early, their attacks could look more successful than what we saw from Oswego, and they could possibly upset their map choice, as that was Oswego's map choice, or this is Oswego's map choice. But so far, the lineups are relatively similar. The only real difference is going to be that Iana being brought. We haven't seen her yet.
Yeah, on the defense, I like Oswego's just defensive coverage. A lot of denial there between Smoke, Maestro, and Mute. Of course, Kaid is going to be really important holding up Study Wall against any potential attack from the south end. But what we're going to be seeing more relevant is Butler's attack from this north end here. And this is going to require that droning, which Mute is going to get in the way of. And if they aren't good enough on their time through the early and mid game, a Maestro and a Smoke can be devastational, just locking down areas for a large span of time.
Well, and him on the IQ, he's on the Cade on defense, so he's playing that flex position, a little bit more of a supportive role, going down below, trying to help them open things up. This is what we were talking about the first round. It did actually work out for Butler. And partially maybe that's because Oswego had 6 away from the IQ, so they weren't necessarily able to get that wall open as early as they'd wanted to. And him, that's his job right now. He's just making sure that no one's going to push him, but eventually I do think he will be focusing on getting those claws from below, and then they're going to be able to open up with Ace. So Ace being brought, I like his gun. He has the AK. He might lose smoke soon, so I'm curious to see what his pick rate will be after that happens. But so far, that's not a change that's happened yet, so he's still a very powerful op. They're going to be trying to probably get open up the wall of study, and this is looking like a very standard push, just getting a little bit of a pinch coming up from top of red. But Bobflish is going to get kill on to Bonbon to open things up, so these defenders are going to be holding strong.
Looks like a really nice hold or push coming up from the north side already, pushed all the way up to Classical Hall with the flanks watched by Raikai's Gridlock, Track Stingers, and it looks like Big Kai is actually getting intel into sight, which is going to be really important for this actual execute coming up quite soon. Of course, the player holding in Classical Hallway is going to be a vital part of this. If they're still there, they can really deny any plant from behind by taking out all the flank watch. Looks like Danky is trying to pull that up, not quite landing a kill on Raikai or vice versa, but I think we're going to be seeing this one come out very soon. There we go, Raikai getting that one, and Bloodfish finishing up his second kill. Is still quite even between the two teams with the time getting close. 30 seconds left, and another one for Oswego. Raikai and Zarin are the only players left. Zarin all alone against 4 players. Very quickly, the tides have turned for Oswego's defense.
Yeah, it's not looking very good for them. 15 seconds remaining, and Zarin by themselves, as you mentioned. Now they're going to get the wall open, but too little, too late. That should have happened way earlier. And those 2 roamers, or 2 roam clears below, dying, have really sealed the deal. Oswego looks like they're going to take this round, bring it a little bit closer. Now it's going to be a 3-4. And they're going to be trying to take over, as that is now actually a 3rd round in a row. They're trying to pick up that momentum that seemed to be in Butler's favor early on.
Yeah, honestly, really impressive turnaround at this rate. And getting to pivot into defense is always just going to be a great change of pace for the team. And the numbers are starting to show that. It's 4-3 right now. Butler's still holding the lead, but Oswego is clawing it back. And, you know, I'm convinced by that round ending up in a 4v1 at the end.
Yeah, I mean, they just look dominant on their defense. Now, maybe both these teams just feel more comfortable on their defense. So, I mean, maybe we'll see that 4-2 split on each side, and they'll go to overtime. Pretty classic. But again, it might just come down to those adjustments that we're seeing. And so far, the defense, the only real adjustment they're switching out is they're bringing that Frost. And on attack, it looks really just quite the same as the original lineup that they had. I think the only thing missing is the Buck. But that makes sense, as this is not going to be as necessary. When you have the IQ, you can just take care of things and get the wall open up.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some similar interplay. That Kaid will still really need to be taken out by an IQ below. So, and him undoubtedly is going to end up in kitchen at some point in this round, trying to do that job. Otherwise, it could look a little bit rough for Butler if they get stuck with that wall still fully electrified. We'll see what they can do with that. We saw Oswego have some problems when they faced roadblocks on that main objective.
Right, and the main thing I want to point out last round that really went wrong is Enham didn't get the claw, didn't help open up that wall, and then his teammate died, the Buck, by the roamer, and he had to go roam hunt. It's like, you probably should have finished the job first. Then we saw Ace finally get the wall open up in the last 15 seconds. So he's like, that's just
at that point, it was only opening up another hole for himself to get shot. He couldn't even push that door anymore.
So hopefully a little more successful this time. Now, I want to give credit, though. That was Blobfish doing so much damage on the roam game. So the roam clear has to be on point for Butler. Last time was not the case. Have they learned their lesson? Diana being brought yet again, but didn't help him last time because that meat jammer really can slow him down. And that's going to continue to be a pest.
That's phenomenal. It's really going to slow down this kitchen clear that we were talking about. Raikai is also going to have to devote drones to this. And with those Mozzie pests, really a big investment of anti-drone utility in kitchen is going to make this have to be a manual endeavor for Butler. It's going to slow them down. It's going to make them a lot more worried about taking any corner because there could be a gunfight behind it.
Well, they're going to start getting some information. They're going to be limited on where those lines of sight from the drones will be unless they want them to get caught out. But as you mentioned, the mutes and the pests are going to be being pests, honestly. They don't have the information they're going to want, so they're going to have to face check some stuff. Bonbon taking a lot of damage. Not getting netted yet, though. We're going to see the peek come out from the Mozzie, and he just did not react after getting shot. Blobfish going to be taken off the board, but the refrag is there as J-Boss will get that refrag and a second one onto Raikai. So while Blobfish did die, the refrags are going to make it more worthwhile for that defense.
Yeah, J-Boss has made it right for Blobfish's sins of watching the other direction and just dead facing those bullets by his head. That's a nice advantage here to pick up for Oswego. There's only 3 attackers left now. NM is still on the board, though, and he is going strong, 11-4 at this point. Finally matched by Blobfish, though, on kills. So we've got 2 Titans standing side by side.
Yeah, each side having someone with the hard carry, we could say. But it's not as if these other players aren't doing as well, right? They could be doing other jobs. So to see them popping off, getting the kills is obviously really good for them, but we don't want to discredit their teammates in their role of helping them maybe get those kills. But they're going to need a little bit more help on this attack as they are in a 3v4 and not much time remaining. NM's going to be trying to find the man in the corner. He sees the shots, does land it on to Spicy, bringing it back to an even man count. And now these attackers might have some room to start maneuvering in, but unfortunately, the low HP of Sophia, she might be caught out here. J-Boss will be taken out by NM, though, so he's going to continue to do damage. The top frag is going to continue to be fragging. He's going to try and find another, but unfortunately, he is down. That's Danky getting the down on him. So now it's essentially a 2v2, not looking right. Complexity can get the easy kill on the Bon. And Zarin all alone yet again.
Staring at him.
1v2. He's going to be trying to find the kill. He finds one. He knows the other is in the Astro. He's going to have to push up here. Only a few seconds remaining, and he's not going to get the kill, unfortunately.
No.
Hiding behind the desk. He can play the time. I think that might have been J-Boss. I'm not quite sure. But someone on the Jaeger roll there. They're going to be winning that round for the team just by hiding like a rat.
That was the easiest kill of the round. That was a throw, if you're asking me. Staring at the Jaeger there behind the shield with Ace. I'm not sure if he had any gadgets left at that point, but they had him pincered. One from the top of the stairs, one from bathroom. He was so easy to root out. They just had to get him from the front and the side at the same time. And a rotation at a bad time from Zarin, and no call for his teammate, letting his top fragger on his team just get killed, having no idea that there was an enemy in front of him.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, but it doesn't matter. I mean, actually, I can correct. I think it was Danky possibly on that Jaeger last time. Anyways, so good job for them playing it smart, knowing that this is an objective game, so we can just play the time. They're going to bring it back to an even round count. So that's 4 in a row on each side. And so far, the momentum is going to be with Oswego, as they are the ones who have had the most current 4 in a row streak. They're going to continue to try and find success going down to their 3rd site. We did see the full rotation on defense from Butler. We're going to see, can Oswego replicate it and take the advantage for the first time on this map?
This time Oswego is following up all that drone denial yet again, with Complexity and Spicy Fish playing Mozzie and Mute respectively, and the addition of Pulse. We haven't seen Pulse come out, and he's really nice on Kitchen with all of the vertical play that's available. We saw Fuse last time from Oswego on Kitchen in order to kind of root out the defenders in sight. And any similar plays, all those vertical plays, opening up floors, looking for players through the floors, are really going to be a lot more dangerous with Blobfish on the board right now, especially with how well he's been doing throughout this map.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't do as much last round. I believe he was taken out relatively early, but he's on that pulse roll you mentioned. Very vital in this kitchen dining defense, as he will be feeding information to his teammates, maybe netting a kill himself if they're unwisely above where the floor is soft. He can C4, and that's pretty much what we're expecting to see. Now on the other side, they did bring the IQ, so that's a direct counter. She could potentially give away the position of that pulse and maybe even get a nice shot through the floor and just take him out before he's able to do any damage. So that'll be a nice cat and mouse game. We'll see who can come out on top, but they are already getting inside the building. Zarin Astra has to be very careful. There is a Jaeger, I believe, over in the library area, just waiting maybe near the mudroom there. So far, nothing being netted. His teammate go that way. Blobfish will get that opening kill though on Raikai, so he's going to add to his kill count, trying to catch up to NM again and put these defenders in a man advantage.
Looks like Bonbon was able to push up into the living room, not quite encountering Danky on that Jaeger at all. It was nice to see that Pulse come out right off the bat and do his job, get that opening kill really easily with the C4. Oh, Danky finally did find him. He pulled up behind, hearing these operators walking around by library. And there's the refrag gonna actually finish him off, but that's really thinned out the number game. It's a 3-3 now very suddenly. With full minute and a half left on the round, that might actually go towards Butler's advantage right now, not having to find the location of as many defenders in order to go for this execute.
Yeah, it's curious to see what'll happen here. I think the C4, the only one remaining, is in Complexity's hands. So if they can net a kill, it could really turn the tide for their team. But so far, these attackers will not have to worry about as many angles being held from defenders as that round or man count has started to dwindle on each side. So if they can just get some engagements here, they know someone's going to be peeking him. Zaren rotating at the right time. He's going to find someone in the corner, not able to land the shot. Blobfish will find another kill, but Big Chi, or Kai, excuse me, will shut them down. And that's going to put them in a 2v2. They know where some of these defenders are playing over in that dining room area and kitchen, but are they aware of the rotate man? And can NM actually get the angle from behind here? All depends on where the rotates were, but there's no rotate from that wall. A nice shot from NM is going to get killed on the Complexity, putting it into a 2v1 for his team. J-Boss, though, has something to say. Goodbye, Big Kai. And now it's a 1v1, 20 seconds remaining. Our diffuser is not down for the plant. So now this is all in J-Boss' favor, but if he's not careful, it could be caught on from the left side here. So far, he's aware of it. Gonna get some pings. I'm hearing some things going off, but neither player knowing the other position. He misses the shot and him. He's gonna actually win that engagement, and Butler is gonna stop the momentum, winning that 1v1. A nice clutch up, and unfortunately, that just looked like a few missed shots coming from J-Boss.
We kept hearing those pings come out. I was confused after seeing the first one. I thought maybe they're pinging something close to him. Maybe a cam doesn't quite have the angle of sight to get there, but they kept coming out. And NM was looking in the wrong place too. I'm not sure what was up with that. He should have also had the call from his last teammate, but it was a great play to come around behind while was it Raikai with the diffuser that was stuck out in the mudroom?
Good question.
I think it was. I'm gonna lock that answer in. But Raikai was able to get a kill refragging for Big Kai. However, he was stuck there with two operators just gunning him out in that mudroom. So he really needed NHIM to come through for him, and NHIM absolutely did.
Oh, I think it was Big Kai actually. Now I'm looking at the lineup, but that's all right. It doesn't matter. They both Kai in the name. They're similar enough, right? But that is going to be the first round of attack won by Butler. They're going to stop that 4-in-a-row streak. Each team only getting 4 in a row, and then the other team wins one. It's kind of funny how patterns sometimes form like that. They're going to be able to go back to that first bomb site, though, and that is going to be the Aviation Games room. This was a really good defense from them. They won it pretty handedly. Wasn't really close. Zaren, I believe, was on the ace, which he's no longer. They switched the op with Raikai, so Raikai's actually been thrown on the hard breach now, so they're switching some roles up, it looks like, on Butler's side, and it makes sense. He was Buck and he got taken care of relatively easily last time, and so Zaren thinking maybe he can find a little more success. Hopefully they don't find themselves in a 1v4 at the end of this round like they had seen similarly the last time they attacked this bomb site. And hopefully can get a little bit of work done from below and not get taken out by a roamer.
Yeah, that's where eyes will be for this first minute or so. The drones are also keeping their eyes on this first floor by the first floor hallway and piano room. And as long as NHIM is able to get through there and open it up for Raikai to use his Ace Selma breaches, that will allow an actual study push to be had this round. The south or the north side push wasn't bad though before, so if that can be replicated, Butler is in the clean for their north side push. They just need the south end to really clean up.
Oh, from above, a little damage coming on to Bon. He's not aware that they had the angle from above. Now he's maybe a little bit more aware. Checking out the ceiling, but not finding anything. There's a roamer though down below. Again, just going to be playing that same position, and looks like they might be aware of it. But I'm curious to see, is IQ going to start getting in here and start taking care of some of these mute jammers from below and the Cade Claw, of course, that they need to get that wall opened up. Zaren seems to be aware that there is a player in that room over towards the west side. I believe it's called Mudroom. I could be wrong about that, though. But either way, he's going to be trapped there if they can just hold the angle on him. And that'll pretty much shut down this player's impact on the round. But he's actually just going to push up unaware. Did they not drone it? Unfortunate. Blobfish will get the easy kill onto him. And again, the Bucks taken out early in the same defensive hold. This roamer being persistent.
That was just a little too much face speaking to be safe. Blobfish, though, is a bit of a doomed man unless he can shoot his way out of this hole. His location was pinged from getting that kill, and the attackers are now looking for him. But this has been 2 minutes of trying to root out this first floor, and still those kite charges are up. Looks like Enhem's got to do it himself. He's got to take his gun upstairs, try and clear anything out. It's a 4v4, and it's starting to get cracking with 50 seconds left on the board.
Well, Spicy's going to get downed and finished off. Raikai getting that kill, but NM also getting a kill onto Complexity. So it's all up to the other two players. J-Boss already cleaned up as well. So Blob, he was the roamer. He got that opening kill, but since then, it's been all Blue getting the kills, and he's going to get cleaned up by NM as well. That's going to put Butler into the first map point that we're going to see in this series. They get 2 in a row now, and attack is starting to click.
Honestly, I wouldn't have seen that coming, but once they had a little bit of pressure on them, the clock starting to tick down, less than a minute left. It really just came together for Butler there, just pushing up on these gunfights with a bit of limited information. But once they got the calls from their teammates, they were able to follow up on every single gunfight and really just show off their gun skill, which we know they have, and we've seen several times. It's just been a bit of an off streak on those 4 rounds previous to these 2 rounds that they have strung together now.
Well, they're not going to retry that bomb site. They're going to go Trophy Statuary, see what success they can find. We're going to see 6 pick onto the Frost yet again. They're not bringing the Castle. Castle hasn't been brought this whole time, interestingly enough. Sometimes he is brought quite a bit on this map, so to see the turn away from him is interesting. But I do think Frost is now better with that backup shotgun, so it's an understandable pick. You want the shield and the Frost mats, of course. If you can catch someone in the Pog mat, it always feels good. And they're also going to be bringing the Wamai this time, which I don't think they did on their last time when they held this defense. So that's an adjustment coming out from the defensive side. On the attack, looks like they're running the same thing. The only difference now is earlier for both teams, the flank watch was primarily a gridlock. We've seen it switch over to a nomad now.
Yeah, we saw them in the late rounds from the other team as well. I don't know, maybe there's just not as much impact on those track stingers as either team was really hoping to see. On defense, you mentioned the Wamai coming out. That's actually going to come at the expense of a Mute, and we saw all the impact of those Mute and Mozzie gadgets downstairs. Those really stopped any vertical play from Butler. So we'll see how removing some of those is going to do. It might be a little bit of a mix-up that will take them by surprise. They might just not be going for kitchen because of all those jammers. So maybe their job is done even without taking them.
That's true. The other thing to keep in mind is that it might have been a direct counter to the Iana. Iana's not being brought, so maybe that's why the change-up happened. But either way, we'll see how it all plays out, as you had mentioned. We're going to see them taking the study side. I don't think they did this push last time. It looked like they were primarily holed up in the master bedroom. This time, they're not really focusing on that. They're going to be doing the south side take, and I actually prefer this side myself. Now, if you can pair it with someone still playing in bedroom to try and get a pinch, that even works even better. But just giving them a little bit of pressure, and you can always rotate people after you've already taken the control of south side upstairs. The only thing to be wary of is even without the pulse, I do still have some C4s on the board, and if Blobfish is below, the right cams might give them the information to get a C4 kill from below, so that's always something to be careful of.
Yeah, I like how quick this push has been. It's been about a minute, and there's full coverage of this half of the second floor map. So this is going to actually allow Butler to push in without any fear of getting pinched from behind. They've got Nomad set up on both of the staircases. And maybe we're going to see that pinch from Master Bedroom now with Raikai and Big Kai rappelling up to the north side rooftop. It's a nice way to push up all in the same place and then redeploy. That way you actually have a flank without really risking losing players early on from it. But it's going to they're going to need to make good use of their time in order to get any control in the master bedroom before this round ends.
Well, there comes that C4 I had mentioned. Blob will finish off Bon. He did a lot of damage onto Zarin as well, so he's already having an impact on this round. And they get the opening engagement yet again. But last time we saw, after Blob got that open engagement, nothing else came through. But this time it's a different story. J-Ball's picking up NM as well. Spicy getting a kill on the Raikai, and everything is falling apart for these attackers. They're not getting any luck. That's oh no, the Astar's not even able to get the shield there in Astro either. This is not looking great. Denki getting an easy kill on Zarin. He just over-peaked there. And now Big Kai is going to try and get a kill. At least it's not a flawless round against him. But he has 4 more defined in 40 seconds. He's going to be peeking that staircase and not able to see anything. He knows someone's playing behind that shield, but he's not aware if someone might be behind him to the right. He's luckily is able to retreat away from there. But bomb still not put down yet. He's on 1v4, as we mentioned. Time's only ticking further. Denki will clean him up. And as we go, they're not done yet. It might be map point, but they're going to net 1 more round, and hopefully for them, they're hoping to find this next round to bring it into OT.
I'd like to see a counter on how many kills have been taken by Kaids playing that exact same angle so far this map, because the Kaids have been doing absolute work. And I think every single time we've gone to Trophy Room, there's been one of them holding either behind the bomb or just right up on that little windowsill. And it's just been devastating. If you can't push from Astronomy as well as Statuary Room, you're just going to get blown out by someone holding that angle every time.
I just want to point out something so far that's pretty crazy to me. Looking at the stats that I've been trying to keep track of, but Blobfish has 5 of the opening kills so far, all the opening engagements. The next closest is 2 by J-Boss. So it's just so insane.
That's crazy. Just opening up every other round, quite literally.
Exactly, and then on top of it, he only has 1 death. It's a 5-to-1 ratio. Like, that's pretty crazy. So he's really doing work for his team and as we go to get those opening kills. But looking at the round count, might not have had as much of an impact. I don't know for sure. Now, one of those rounds we know for sure that they lost, but how many of the rounds he got the opening kill have they won? Well, last round they won, and I think he certainly has played a big part. Now, obviously, he has 15 kills anyways, so 5 of those come in the opening engagement, 10 other ones being found at other times around the map and around the rounds timer. But this time they're going to be going to that defense in the first floor kitchen dining, and last time wasn't as successful, but it did come down to a 1v1. Unfortunately, J-Boss did miss the shots, and the G8, even if you miss, it does a lot of bullets at a small amount of time and a lot of damage. So Anaheim won that engagement. But Anaheim has just been popping off. His 18 kills so far. He might, if he's fortunate in this round, already get a 20 bomb. It's always that mark that a lot of players like to hit. Maybe he will still hit it on this map. We'll see. But undoubtedly, the MVP so far in this matchup.
This is the point where Oswego is actually having the opportunity to take this into overtime. So this round is going to be super vital for keeping this map possible to be in their favor. It's their map choice, so they're really vying for this. They're going to have to be going somewhere a lot less advantageous for their team, a lot more advantageous for Butler. Butler, however, this is a nice place to just win this out and get to head on to the next one. They've been almost unstoppable by any team for the entirety of the season. So I don't think they want Oswego to change that now.
Right, and they were 9-0, as you mentioned. They were 18-2 on the map count, so only 2 of their matchups went to map 3. Otherwise, they 2-0'd every other team. So that's really impressive stuff. So far, this has been a close matchup, though, which is what you'd like to see. This is Oswego's map pick, though. We've mentioned that before. So for their sake, they're going to be hoping to get the win here, because normally you want to win your maps, and it's not so unforgivable to not win the opponents. So far, that Alliance could be locking these defensive players in positions temporarily, but Zarin did take a lot of damage. No kill netted yet. It's halfway through the round. Those defenders are going to be roaming around trying to find something. The Pulse is still alive. He's going to be feeding information from the basement, and he's going to know that the Lion's going to be pushing him. He's going to give away his position by moving around. Unfortunately, a bunch of potato shots. He does find the kill on to Bonbon, but he's down to so little HP. But luckily, that was a kill for him, and Danky could be flanking here, trying to help out his teammate. Complexity getting a kill on NM, and a refrag by Big Kai onto Spicy Fish. Blobfish, though, is being engaged. Danky's going to help him out, take care of Zarin, and now it's a 2v4. Raikai and Big Kai, the 2 Kais, still alive in a 2v4.
I would not have expected this this round to play out from the basement. What a weird thing. Blobfish playing down there, getting information. I could really understand, but these kills coming out from there. And oh my god, Raikai being able to get in there without anyone seeing him, picking up 2, leaving Big Kai in a much more winnable situation. Now he's only got to get 2, and he has the R4C available. He's going to have to go up against Danky, though, to get it. There's 1. He just needs 1 last kill on Blobfish, who has just been on a roll. But Big Kai is now up there with 12 kills. He cannot do it, though. Blobfish continuing his absolute tear.
Wow, going to OT now, 6-6 apiece. And Oswego able to claw their way back, as we mentioned. They did manage to somewhat get in an advantage, as it was 4-4, so they had brought it back and they lost, and it looked like they might even lose the map. But these last 2 rounds, they brought it back yet again. So they're constantly being resilient, being down, able to claw their way back each time. But there's not a lot of room for clawing back in overtime. There's only 3 total rounds that can happen here. First team, 2 8-rounds will take the map, and for their sake, they're going to be starting on the defense, and that's somewhat been favorable. It's a 4-2, but each round really has been quite close. especially in the later half once those attackers had warmed up on each side. So now that they are warmed up, I'm thinking it's going to be very close still in these last few rounds here.
Yeah, and Trophy has been very good to Oswego so far during this map. They're heading there instead of Aviator, having mixed success with it previously, but actually managing to take Trophy during their attacking rounds against Butler twice and winning that once of their 4 defensive wins. So this is not a bad place for them to be. They've been more comfortable in the gunfights up here. And Butler has been caught off guard by some of these positions. So this might be what they need in order to get their first win in overtime.
Well, we're going to have to keep an eye on Blobfish. I want to point out he did get the opening kill again last round. So now he has 6. So he's going to continue to pad those stats. It's been so impactful. Can't say enough of it. The other unfortunate bit for Butler last round is NHAM, biggest player on the team, just did not get any kills. He just died. And that's just, that's unfortunate when you've been having such a good game. And so these 2 top fraggers for each side, they're going to be impactful, to say the least. Whichever one of them can continue to be on fire, I think will be the one who can really carry their team over the win for this map, at least. Obviously, a new map, everything kind of resets. We'll have to see which players will be the stars there, or if teams will be a little bit more balanced. But so far, those are the 2 we have our eyes on. Zaren getting some drone work in here. They're going to be feeding information. They know that the Jaeger is going to be playing near top of main, and I do think Blobfish is near him on the Mozzie.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone quite has the intel to act on it at this point, but that's some great information to have on one of the most important roamers out here. Gonna spook him out of there a little bit. That's really nice to actually get rid of J-Boss holding that angle. It's gonna make it a lot safer to move into study now, as he has to actually push off of his original hold.
And him going to be creeping up. Raikai taking some damage somewhere else on the map, but not taken out, so still alive. The hard breach almost lost there, but it's in study. Gotta be very, very careful. He's trying to do a very long take as they're trying to clear out the south side, but Zaren will get that opening kill on to J-Boss. So finally, Butler are going to have an opening engagement go their ways. Has not been so most of the times in this matchup, but that's going to give him a man advantage. Half the round has elapsed, though.
Yeah, getting that first pick is really important. That's a lot of time to spend on one roamer, though, and that's 3 players who are entirely dedicated to taking J-Boss out. And it's still a mystery what's actually behind that barricaded door into Trophy Room. So there's going to be a lot more intel that needs to come out right now. And behind that is Danky, just staring at a player right now. He doesn't even know. No one can know.
Well, Blobfish is going to get in on the action. He's been a little bit quiet so far, but that's just biding his time. He's going to catch up to NM. His 18 kills now, bringing it back to an even man count as well. Minute remaining, so the advantage that those attackers had seemingly slipping away. It looks like Blobfish might have some information. He's pinging where his C4 is, and he's going to be trying to wait and get some information to say, hey, is someone in there? Can I get that C4 kill? Spicy, though, will get a kill on the Zaren, trying to bring Oswego a little bit more into the advantage here as time is favoring them even further. It's only a little over 30 seconds remaining. Raikai already damaged. He's on the hard breach, but he's not going to do a lot of hard breaching in this position, so curious to see where these attackers are going to start pushing in from. This is Zero going beyond the master balk. Looks like they're going to be trying to pincer in through these 2 positions of statue door and from the bedroom. These frost mats are going to have to be cleared as well. Just try and get into a good plant position. Dinky holding down this area. Bon will get a kill on the spicy fish, but there is going to be a refrag almost, but Dinky does get that kill. Complexity also getting killed. Raikai now on the lonesome. 4 kills only, and just not able to do much. He's going to get a kill though. Complexity off the board, but now with the timer at 0, an easy kill. Blobfish. He's going to go up to 19 kills now with that nice knife. And as we go, I think for the first time in this matchup, is really going to be in the driver's seat. They have the round advantage, and we're in overtime. That's huge.
That's impressive. That was almost a plant earlier before Raikai got off of it. He got the kill. If he hadn't lost his teammates, it would have been such a secure kill too, even if he had one more to cover his back for him. I think the kills between our 2 carries, Blobfish and NHAM, is really telling a miniature story of this entire map. With Blobfish just a little step behind, just on the back foot, but still going hit for hit. And now finally pulling ahead as we go into this overtime match point with Oswego finally ahead in rounds for the first time. and like seeing the glimpse of this map going to their team, something that is an upset in its own. Any victory during this series for Oswego is going to be an upset.
Right, they didn't take the map a map from Butler in the regular season, and they are the number 2 seed, so still a very strong position. But this is the one team that they had lost to. Now they're hoping for that revenge, and so far they're able to at least secure a one-round advantage that can maybe lead to the first map advantage, and then maybe they can ride that wave. But we can only speculate at this point, as they have to attack now. And so far it has been a defender-sided map. Now the positive thing is, even if they lose this round, they will have the last round on the defense. But the other thing we pointed out is Aviation Games has been very mixed bag for them. On Butler's side of things, I don't remember the exact round counts, but I do think that they did win this bomb site twice. Could be wrong about that, but maybe they just feel more confident on this bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, it is one that's just played the most between all Rainbow players. It's the most comfortable one with the most exercises being actually played on it. So that's no surprise at all. And it's so far, I think, yes, proved to be really defense-sided. We've got 2 victories on defense for Oswego and 2 for Butler as well. Only one team has actually won, or one round has been won on attack, and that would be Butler. So Oswego hasn't been able to take a win on Butler's Aviator defense yet at all.
Blobfish can be trying to help out. He's got taking care of an ADS. He's going to see the claw. He's trying to get the right angle, but it's in a really tricky spot next to the bomb chassis there, kind of tucked into the wall, so it's being protected. You have to get just the exact right angle, which is really hard. But we got to be careful. There's a roamer down below. Could catch him from behind, so they got to be constantly aware of that. We're going to be seeing some destruction come out, helping him get that claw, and I think he did just get it there. So Spicy Fish can now do their job, getting things opened up from the study area and giving them a little bit of an advantage here. The Wamai can catch ace charges, so they do have to clear that. So it's a really good drone work, giving them that information so far. And first wall will be opened up here earlier on than we've ever seen it, I think, on this attack.
Yeah, has that been the best success on taking out Aviator wall so far? That's going to be pretty vital here. There's plenty of time to actually do a lot more intel work as well in order to actually make this push more viable as well. So that looks pretty good with some control up in study as well. But 2 kills are going to be taken off by Raikai and Bonbon. There's a C4 for Bonbon. And Big Kai, Roman is going to take out Blobfish finally, like you mentioned, roaming around and finding him there by Piano Room. And oh my god, another one coming out of Zarin taking out Spicy Fish. And Complexity is once again the last player on the attack, stuck out on the balcony. Zarin getting another one to just tear them apart.
And this is why they chose that bomb site. You mentioned it. This has been pretty dominant for Butler. They're the ones who won that bomb site too. So it's their bomb site, we can say. But as we go, I mentioned they get to go now. Final round, no matter what, whoever wins this round will take the map 1. Very closely contested, but Oswego does technically have an advantage here, as we did see defensive round after defensive one just now, and in regulation as a 4-2 split. So statistically, they look like they're the strongest one, but they're choosing Aviator Games, which you mentioned before. It's a 1-1 for Oswego on their defense. They've won it once, lost it once. So it's very up in the air and couldn't have it any other way in the last round of map 1.
Yeah, actually, like you mentioned, with the attack and defense split, only 5 rounds on the attack have been won, with the last round being the 5th of them out of 14 played so far. So this 15th one, I think, is really going to spell the difference. It's going to be heavily weighted towards Oswego here on defense. They'll like to see that this is their map, but Butler is in the driver's seat right now, and they're going to be going to this Aviator hold, which they actually have been able to take off of Butler or off of Oswego before. So it's not nearly as drastic as the last round was looking.
Yeah, certainly Butler seemed to be better, at least if we're going by history, which usually
statistically
is, yeah, it usually has some relevance, but you never know. There's always the outliers, right? Those one-off rounds. So we'll see if we can see something more strong in the protection of the site from Oswego. I do believe the last time they went to the bomb site was the one that they lost. So the most recent one wasn't in their favor. Hopefully they've learned from it, though. Either way, it's for all the marbles as far as this map goes. Of course, there's plenty more maps after this one. If this is already going to be an 8-7 map, that's just showing how close this series will be. But again, this comes down to the stamina. This is only map 1. They're already doing 15 rounds. one team might just end up being more exhausted than the other, and that can certainly play a role later. So whoever can win this map can really put themselves in a huge advantage, because then you don't have to sweat as much.
Yeah, it's interesting to see and him there actually scouting out all of the gadgets before getting into the building, getting a sense for what they might be seeing. I was worried for a second that it looked like a frost mat. My heart dropped for a second seeing him jump through, and I just saw something on the ground that looks that way. But no frost on the board. I immediately just looked at the sidebar to try and find any frost, and I was like, oh, okay, okay.
It ain't happening this time, I guess.
So it's a bit of a slow push into the building for Butler. They're taking their time, but not having presence in master bedroom already is gonna hurt. And
the
Blob picked up
opening
another
kill again.
kill.
Oh no.
There's the big 20. And
Yeah.
Bloodfish getting opening kills. That also statistically has a lot to say about how this round might go. Raikai, not hugely impactful on kills, mostly droning. Unfortunately, he won't be there to drone Zarin in anymore. Or not Zarin. Yeah, Big Kai. So Big Kai will be a little bit stuck out on the island, having lost his teammate, and that might be even more impactful than kills.
J-Boss scaring them on, right? He wasn't able to net the kill, unfortunately, but did a lot of damage to Zarin. So you're gonna have to be putting some some nomad charges down. Now they have 2 on red, which is just a little odd. You usually don't put double up on it, but you know, it slows them down. It slows them down. Now they are losing out on time a little bit here. More damage being done, and Big Kai will be taken out. J-Boss continuing to menace on this roam. It's gonna be Bonbon getting the kill onto Complexity, trying to bring it back. Zarin also getting kill on the J-Boss. The plant is also going down behind the vault door. We're gonna see the roaming coming out, but it's not gonna net anything. Nanham gonna get the kill there. Spicy on a 2v3 with his teammate. Blobfish, though, he's so impactful, gets a kill, and there's another down here on the man behind vault. We're gonna see that getting taken care of, and now the only man remaining, Zarin, very little HP. This is for all the marbles. He's going to be up against the smoke. The smoke is going to start choking out that doorway. He can't.
There's 20 seconds left, and another
remaining. Blob is still alive as well, and plenty of health in both of these defenders' pockets. We're going to see possibly a rotate, but it doesn't matter. Blob going to finish it off, and he deserves the final kill, dropping, I think, a 22-kill map. It's 8-7 as far as we can go with the rounds, and Oswego can squeak out the win, and it's on their map, so good for them.
That's gonna feel so good for Oswego right now. This is the only team that they could not take a map off all season long. Finally landing this one out all the way at the end of overtime. All of that intensity really paid off in their favor. But it's their map pick. There's a long way to go here. And I know Butler won't like how that feels. You know, statistically speaking, again, that's like a 3rd map loss for the season for the team. That one's got a sting.
Yeah, looks like they're going to want a little bit of a break between the maps, which makes sense. I'm not sure what we're doing here. We can certainly talk a bit more. I don't know what production wants us to do here, but we would do a 5-minute break. Okay, so we will be going to a small break here then, just to let those players, relax after going 15 rounds, max overtime. So very intense map. The next map will be Cafe, and it will be Butler's map. So we'll see if they can take their first map pick as well and even things up. But we'll be right back with that in just a moment.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is NECC. We are in the championships. We're in the finals. We're doing the division for the challenger division. But the following matchup will be the finals for the Champions Division. So definitely stay tuned for that. But right now, we're in the midst of it. We just saw map 1 go max overtime, 8-7. Oswego's map, they did manage to squeak it out, so they won their map choice. But now we're going to see, can we see a rebuttal from Butler on their map choice of Cafe? Looks like players are in the lobby, but anything to go over quickly before we do jump into this Treasury?
Well, I mean, that was just a pitched battle, that first map, and I know it's going to be just as much. I think this is probably going to be the most pitched matchup of the entire season, especially with the showing that we had already. Butler was just about, well, they were unbeatable through the season up until this point. Well, still yet to be determined, of course, but they haven't lost against anyone, even through the postseason. So Oswego is right now vying to be the team that takes them down and actually usurps them for the championship. And now Butler gets to go on their map pick on Cafe. We're going to see Oswego banning first off, and we'll see how Cafe goes. This should be a really good one.
Yeah, certified banger, as they say. We're going to see the classic Thatcher ban. This is where it gets a little dicey on what do people ban here. Sometimes people will just ban the ace because he is obnoxious and he has a really good gun. But it could very well be something else, and it'll be that Jackal again. So I think Butler didn't ban him last time because they started defense. So each team banning Jackal when they're on the attack. So that's interesting. I guess they really like that availability of Roam not being found out so easily. On defense, I would expect to see similar bans of Mira and Valkyrie. So Valkyrie will be the first one here. I'd be very surprised if Mira wasn't banned, but if she isn't, I expect to see her being utilized at least upstairs. Very powerful, being able to look in through all the way from Cocktail through Freezer into Piano.
Yeah, she just has a transformative setup for the third floor objective, so it makes a lot of sense that teams aren't going to want to deal with that. She just has so much impact on how the game plays. And she's effective in other places too. Really good on reading room. She can set up a kill room in the other objective in Fireplace Hall as well, and really lend into that vertical play that's already probably going to be what we see quite a bit of. So all around, those are just really powerful operators to be banning out. And speaking of operators, interesting to see here, Raikai once again going with this gridlock. We've seen both of these teams make ample use of her so far.
Yeah, but even then, we saw them switch away and go to the Nomad later. So we'll see. Is that a theme? Are they just trying to keep them on their feet? You get so used to where these air jabs in place. Now we're going to throw gridlocks, or vice versa in this case. You get used to the gridlocks, and now we're going to throw the air jab. I don't know if that's a mind game thing or if it's just comfortability, if that's a word, to try and stay on your A game. If you're not having a good time on one op, I can do the same job on a different op. So maybe that's what it is. We'll see though. Looking at the lineup for the defense though, they're gonna be bringing that mute jammer. Did stop the information game pretty heavily against Butler last map. So it's not surprising Oswego would stick with what has worked. And that certainly did work. Now the other thing is the classic Lamai Jaeger combined with some shields, and what happens, we bring Goyle, we get 2 shields automatically, and those shields can be popped to burn even further more time. So I'm liking the lineup on both sides, honestly. It's just who can get that opening kill, because if you can get the opening kill onto one of the attackers especially, that will really limit how much they can clear with utility, and then also what they can open up.
Yeah, I really love just the sheer amount of shield that J-Boss gets to bring on Goyo there. And of course, with the Wamai Jaeger, they're definitely going to be playing Pixel. We saw them set it up there just a moment ago. And I'm not sure where the other shield actually ended up going. But between the two of them, that's going to add quite a bit of just really hard to crack defensive holds, because they're just going to have to devote so much utility just throwing explosives through and using up the rest of the charges of the Wamai discs and the Jaegers.
Yeah, they have plenty of utility to clear it, though. Luckily, they have 2 different people's smokes, so they can just waste some smokes if they wanted to clear those ADSs and discs, as you mentioned. Seriously confusing to see a shotgun and the sledge trying to clear up the same hash, so that was kind of funny. But, it happens. They'll just make sure this gets opened up.
Really zoom in.
Person wants to, feel like they're part of the maneuvers, the strategy of the attack. But so far, it's just the classic clear. They're going to take control of red, try and get the wall opened up in Piano. If they can get Piano control, Also, make sure no one's going to be lingering in the new hatch area in case someone was unwisely over there. It's a pretty dangerous position, so defenders really don't go there. Throw the gridlocks, making sure people can't roam up. So this is just very standard stuff. Now, what is confusing, I'm looking now, it looks like they didn't reinforce the piano wall at all. So it's just soft destructed open.
That seems like just free time that they gave to Butler, because Butler was fully willing to sink resources into that wall. They were going to take their time and put their utility in there. Now they don't have to. They're going to be able to push down on the top of red a lot more quickly once they have it droned out, which they already did droned out. I'm not sure what they're unsure of right now because no one has dropped yet. But with a couple more drones coming in, I think Zarin is very quickly going to be dropping here and looking to open up this kill for his team. They don't have any kills yet, and this is about that time. It started sort of getting a little drastic for them because they're going to need to start whittling down the defender man count before we get into the late game.
Well, that's a nice nade, just holding it until it was going to explode, taking care of the Maestro Cam, the Evil Eye. That was in that position. Nice drone work. But my problem here, they're taking a lot of time to do this, and they're down to only a minute left, no kills netted. They're just going to start clearing out piano now, and they still haven't taken care of that shield. Like, this is really dangerous to be playing like this. We're going to see the Maestro contesting with the players in Cigar, not able to net a kill on either side of things, so it's going to remain the same, but only 40 seconds remain. These attackers not sure exactly where they want to push. They're going to start smoking and trying to maybe get a plant down, but that could be very dangerous. They're going to start pushing in, and Bon just rushing and getting a kill on the Complexity. Big Kai getting a kill on the J-Boss as well. Spicy, though, is going to be flanking up. He's going to have a nice angle on the men pushing in from the new hatch position, but he missed the shots, not able to get those kills. Now he's playing behind bar, trying to get the kill here. In the meantime, Bon will find another one. Now it's all up to Spicy Fish and Blobfish, who's had a really good game. Last time he gets one here. The plant is starting to go down, and that's another kill. That's Spicy Fish getting that one. Caught the man running by. The Jaeger is persisting, but the plant did end up going down. Spicy Fish trying to reload. He doesn't know if a man is next to him. It didn't end up going his way. Raikai getting a kill on the Blobfish, and now Spicy missing those shots proves dangerous for him, as now he gets the down. He's in a 1v2 essentially, but unfortunately plant is down, so he's in a very precarious situation. Zarin knows what's going on here, takes him out, and that's going to be Butler winning the first round and on attack, when that didn't look like the greatest push for them, but it just confused them. The aggression weren't able to pick it up. I don't know how the player behind shield on Pixel didn't see the rush up from Complexity, but hey, or excuse me, from Bon.
Yeah,
hey,
Bon, I think really took the bull by the horns on that one, ran in, picked up a double kill, and then was even able to put threat on Spicy Fish on the Maestro. He barely even saw that one coming, just managing to take him out at the last moment with an Ash on top of him in Cocktail. I think that was a bit too much of a rush. Like the first two kills, oh yeah, like I can't argue with the results, but at that point, once you're dying for not too much, I mean, he got the win. So mad respect on that one. On a round that just seems like it wasn't going to happen, even after getting handed a bunch of time on Red Hatch.
It's so confusing to me, and I don't want to like be too critical here, but Spicy did really miss those shots on the players pushing in from New Hatch. Had he got the kill there, they're not going to get into the planting position. Blob was already rotating. He got the kill. You'd expect him, he would have got it had the kill come in for Spicy anyway. So they really could have found themselves in such a better position, but with the plant going down, the smoke did have the coverage then. It just didn't play out for them. Now, my question also is, where was that second Maestro Cam? I didn't see where it was positioned. I don't know if it was taken care of. Normally, you have it trying to look at that default plant position, and also you have the desk there blown open. So just a few misplays, I think, coming out from the defense that was really their round to win. They're going to go downstairs now. So hopefully this is a little bit better of a hold from them, as they had things going in their favor and they just let it slip. Hopefully they can clean it up here.
Yeah. There was a lot of lead going down range between Cocktail Bar and Balcony across to Cigar Shop. There's just so many shots fired and no kills actually netted from that line of fire until the plant had gone down. So that was kind of interesting to see, just no one quite lining up. Just a weird thing to see. I don't know if it really has too much to say about how they were playing, but no one quite showed their heads to the other team. Here on this round, it looks like a pretty lateral play from the attackers. Butler is clearing up a lot of intel by both this back end by Freezer as well as Bakery in order to try and open up at least one of these walls. I'd imagine Bakery's going first with placement of Big Kai right now.
I see some pingers come out. They know that there's a player on brown or new stairs, called different things by different people on different teams. But in this case, we are seeing where he is. That's the Jaeger. He did just get droned out, and they were already pinging him anyway, so they knew his position. Now he's just going to be trying to buy more time. He's not going to aggress below, even though someone was on the cam and saw the sledge pushing through white. So they, on each side, have different pieces of information. But so far, nothing being found from that information, just camps being shot. Now, these attackers are going to be still trying to get into Bakery and getting that control and starting to get the wall open. But they're going to need, I believe, the sledge from above to help them out here, as they don't have much to clear the electric barb. I don't know what it is. Sorry. I don't know if it's the claw or the bandits batteries, but either way, they need to clear it to open up that wall.
Yeah, and looks like it is clear with this Yana drone.
What?
I think. Oh no, not a drone.
Oh, no.
Not a drone, and he's in sight, and he's got a kill already, just barely whiffing that last one on Complexity. But Complexity now is able to fire back, and he knows his location. But the rest of the attackers actually pushing in here through this main corridor. Looks like a smoke's gonna go down, maybe a plant right inside that door. But Complexity is really just holding it himself against almost the entire team right now, with his roamers not able to double back yet. Still kind of stuck out. J-Boss, I think, on brown stairs still. And once again, Bonbon rushing is the play.
They just walk into sight, and no one was watching it from the prep window. I'm just baffled. NM's going to get killed on the Dinky in the meantime. Blob by himself, he's been so good, but this is a 1v4, and he misses the headshot, unfortunately, there. He's going to be getting the headshot onto him, though. NM doesn't miss with the pistol. And that's a little disrespectful, but Butler, this is their map. They're looking real good on here. That's
no!
Rounds in a row.
That is a disrespect. I was thinking maybe he just ran out of bullets after they peeked each other, but he was just fishing for that one tap. That is, you know, it might be just the thing for Butler to be doing here. Oswego got that first map, and Butler's going to be a little more comfortable here. They're still on attack, but this is their map choice, and they're still the favored winners for this. They're still undefeated. So maybe just showing a little bit of that bravado, reminding themselves and the other team at Oswego that maybe that was just a fluke. That's at least going to be what they want to be putting off. That's the aura they want, and I mean, he can still just one-tap him with the pistol there and not have to lose any sweat for it.
I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to be straight up about it. They have advantages 2 times, and they throw it because someone just rushes up on them. Where's the information? Who's watching these things? One was the player on Shield and Pixel. I assume we'll see again here. So hopefully they can see it coming a little bit further. They actually reinforced Piano as well to buy more time, which they already burned a lot of time the last time they were here, and they still lost it. So maybe this is just a little bit more for them to feed off of. But either way, clean it up, right? I'm not trying to be mean, but as we go, like, this is not looking close so far. When you had an advantage, like, come on, guys. Who was the player playing on that window? Just didn't hear them push up. They have a Jaeger, put barbed wire in prep. You can hear him coming, like, just something to give you the information. But instead, he just waltzes on in. The player's looking at window, but it's a little too late, and gets his head blown off. And that's just the round sealed right there. They have full sight control. So things like that are just, it has to be cleaned up. It's not going to be competitive for the other team if they're going to be given such easy access.
Yeah, Bonbon is really just looking to take advantage of some lack of coordination from the defense, and it's paid off for him twice in a row already. I'd be surprised to see him pull that off again, but Oswego needs to show us that they won't let it happen again.
Yeah, can't let it become a habit, right? So far, 2 rounds in a row. Well, I think they can still obviously bring it back. They're still on defense here, which I do think is favored here on Cafe. So they can still find themselves at a 4-2 split. They just need 4 in a row, which we saw they were capable of last map. Each team is capable of, in fact. So I'm not like saying they have no hope here, but it's just something they cannot allow to continue, or else it will snowball. So here is the round that they really need to stop this momentum, put themselves into a better mindset, and start winning and not lapsing too much in certain areas. But in this case, we will see what these attackers will do, as they're pushing from below very heavily compared to last time they went for the red stairs take, and it really didn't well, it worked out for them, but they didn't net much in the early round.
There we go. Bonbon playing a little more strategically this time, heading below, of course, and getting what he came for. Unfortunately, Blobfish also gets what he came for, and this might be the start of a big old kill streak from Blobfish again this round. He's got the information all in his hands playing Pulse, and he's got a C4 still prepped. He's been quite successful with those before. And Danky getting another kill for his team. He doesn't know that he got the down, though, so he's going to lose a little bit of time to trying to actually win out a gunfight that isn't there against Zarin. But there's no one to actually refrag, so that's just going to get pinged off and leave Big Kai and end him on their own.
Well, that's a lot better from this defense. They're going to not check their corners, though. Big Kai taking out Blobfish. He's probably gifted that kill just so easy. Diffuser is down right there, too, and he's just playing puppy guard now. I can just sit on this, and my teammates can just sit passively on site. Yeah, you can even have some site control, but what does it do for you? Nothing. So no Diffuser in hand. He's going to be in a 1v5. He needs an ace here to magically make this happen, and there's not a lot of time either. Ticking closer to 30 seconds remaining. He's going to try and get a kill. This is Nham, too, the top player from last round. He's not quite the top frag so far in this map, but one of the top two. And just getting beeped now. This is just looking lost. They're probably going to use this time to just talk about what they could do better next round, but they know that they're probably going to try either basement hold or the library hold. Most people don't go for mining. J-Boss will make it a flawless round indeed. So Oswego finally not making any lapses that time. In fact, perfection. Flawless round for them. And they're going to put themselves at least in a better position than they were.
That kind of fell apart for Butler. I don't think there's any real way to mince words on that one. There's no chance there, especially once the fuse was down. The main attack being blunted and operators going down for no refrag. I mean, we saw Zarin pushing up white stairs, no one behind him. And even though that was J-Boss, didn't know that there was someone, or that there wasn't anyone down there to refrag, and he didn't know that he had gotten that kill, essentially, by getting that down. He still was totally free to take that. And in any situation where you're playing with your teammates closer, that's never going to happen. That's an easy refrag with a res.
Right, exactly. We'll see how the refrag game will work out. We saw that Butler really didn't get any refrags. It was just a flawless round coming out from Oswego, and that looked a lot better. That looked like what round one should really have been with all the time they had killed. So they're able to fix the mistakes we had seen previously. They're showing us just how dominant they can be. Now, Butler, though, they were able to catch them off guard, capitalize on some rushes that worked out. They get site control, they get the kills they need. That round, they look stymied, like you had said. They just didn't look very coordinated. I mean, if you have a flawless round against you, that's never a good thing, right? So they're going to be trying to clean up some of that. I think they will push together drone a little bit better for each other. It was a bit wild with their pushes. It didn't look like they were necessarily the best coordination. And then on top of it, I don't think they even had the information of the pulse being brought. I don't know if that was Six picked, but they just didn't have that information. So he's able to just continuously feed information, get some kills, tell his teammates where they're pushing, etc. So that's some stuff they have to really be careful about. Now, my guess here is they're going to get bakery control that was given to them last time. But I would do expect to see some of the roamers being cleared better than what we had seen on this defense last time as well, or the attack, excuse me, and that they could find themselves in a better position. But so far, it has been Oswego looking like they have advantage early in every round.
Yeah, I mean, earlier we said we needed them to prove to us that they weren't going to let their lack of communication just give away a win. And I think they really showed that last round, and neither of these teams will really let the other one snowball. So it's nice to see Oswego cut Butler off before they're able to really go to the moon and back with these wins that have sort of been handed to them on the back of some botched communication. This round, though, already we're seeing some tight play. Danky's been droned out. He's had a teammate playing here previously, so it's a little bit telegraphed that there's going to be a player on brown stairs, but he's still going to be able to take out Bon. That's a really nice way to start this off for Oswego. And Butler is going to be lacking in their flank because of not having Bon there.
That's unfortunate. That was a nice kill from J-Boss. I don't know exactly the position, but we saw Bon was outside of the mining window and was trying to bait using a cam, looking through there after breaking the window at red landing. In this case, there's going to be the man advantage for the defense, and they're going to just try and hold out. Now, the barbed wire is there this time, luckily, so the sound kill will come through. Spicy will be aware of where some of these players are playing in the bakery area. Now, the sound from that ace might mask the sound of the Zofia pushing in. Just got to be very careful. He's going to back off the shield now, just play the window. I do like that move. It's a little bit safer. You can still use the shield to protect yourself and just have a little bit more of a cheeky angle. But unfortunately, the angle was just not quite right. Enham able to get the headshot and now bringing it back to an even man count. These attackers are also pushing from Whiskey or bar area down below. The verticality from J-Boss, though, doing a lot of damage, not able to net the kill quite yet. But slowing him down, Complexity will get a kill on the Raikai, and that'll even give them back that man advantage they had early.
The resistance that Spicy Fish couldn't give on this angle, J-Boss has entirely picked up, holding upstairs. He's going to have a little more flexibility as well for getting out of here. But I don't think the defense even knows that Big Kai has managed to get in for this plant. He's only got one teammate up right now, Zaren Astra. But with that down and him rezzed, they actually stand quite a bit of chance of defending this right now. As I say that, Danky picks up a kill, as well as Complexity, leaving Big Kai to defend his own plant. And the electrocution isn't going to help. He's going to be maybe one bullet weak. Oh, no! And Mozzie's in there with him. Blobfish picking up that kill pretty easily with a distracted Zaren. Big Kai. And getting that defuse to win this one out for Oswego. With 4 men left on the board again.
Well, they let him get in sight, but this time they had the man count to bring it back. They got the down and kill. I believe that might have been Zaren on the Zofia. So it was essentially a 2v4 after the plant went down. And then from there, Danky getting a nice headshot on the man in Whiskey in that bar area. So I do think that that was a really good round from the defense. They were able to not lose men early. They're able to just maintain their positions. They knew the plant had to start going down, and they are able to just hold angles and get the kills from those angles. And of course, as I mentioned, just the flank coming from Danky helped a lot too, taking the only player who wasn't on site on the attack out. So there's no room for confusion. You knew the last man had to be the planter in sight. So really, job well done from Oswego. They bring it back to a 2-2 even split. But momentum does seem to be with them after taking 2 in a row. And as we mentioned, those 2 early rounds really should have been theirs anyway. So Butler, if they can't look a little bit stronger in their attacks, these next 2 rounds could be dire for them.
Yeah, I think that round 4 was really just a nice deep breath for Oswego. They coordinated very well. They picked up the kills that they should have, the ones that were right in front of them. They picked up a couple bonus ones that they probably, that their odds were slightly in the favor against them getting. And they were able to end that comfortably with all their players picking up some, or I don't know if all the players, but with their players picking up all the kills that they needed that round and getting an easy defuse with plenty of time left. No stress there. 4 players left on the clock. We only need to lose 1 roamer. Like, that feels good. That's how they feel that they should have gotten these last couple rounds. They're going to have to go to a new objective now, though, now that they've actually been able to win out here on these 2 rounds in a row. So we're headed 2nd floor for Reading Room. This is a nice hold as well. Has a lot of potential for vertical play.
We're seeing Blobfish and Enham not have as much of an impact so far from what we saw in the last map, but they're still top fragging for their teams respectively. Of course, we do see on the side of Butler that Bonbon has also been doing pretty well with those rushes, especially in those early 2 rounds. But I'm curious to see, what are they going to do? Are they going to do it for an upstairs hold or take, excuse me, as that is the normal for this bomb site? So far, they're just in bakery. So where's this push coming from? What are they hoping to accomplish? It's really very different than what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, I noted that Bonbon switched to Lion, a little more of an unusual pick, sort of popping that as they pushed into bakery. I think just rooting out some more roamers that way. Bonbon is keeping up with that tendency to sort of run in, and the Lion gadget is going to support that a bit more. It looks like Oswego is content to sit where they are for the most part, though. Not too much movement from their players.
Well, nothing really being netted as usual, honestly. We're used to the first round just being droning and maybe a little bit of an opening engagement if we're lucky. But unfortunately, it's just the standard. Get information, feed it back. Let's get our positioning. Let's start getting execute ready. J-Boss in the meantime does get that opening kill, and he got the opening kill last time. This time it's on to Zaren. Last time it was on to Bonbon, so he's going to continue to try and put this round in their favor, and that's going to put them with the man up. And that's also the sledge was very important. He does get a lot of verticality for his team, so he's no longer available to do that for them.
Ooh, Ratguy has a nice angle here through sight, and these gadgets, the track stinger set up on red stairs and now in between the fireplace entrances. These smokes going down. It looks like Big Kai is going to go for the plant. right here on the table, in fact. Raikai is going to be covering him, but he doesn't have anything to watch him from in front, and the Maestro Gadget actually sees him through the smoke, and he doesn't even know where it is right now. There it is right behind him, not through the smoke, apparently. But he's got to fight out a gunfight. That plant is not going to breathe free for him. He's just going to get zapped if he tries to, so he needs to take someone out, as his team has failed to do thus far.
Well, they finally take care of the Maestro Cam, but time is ticking away now. Getting closer to 30 seconds. Big Kai is in such a dangerous position. He's been trying to wallbang J-Boss, I believe, over there in the library. Denki on the flank will get Raikai, and now it's all up to Big Kai. He's going to see a man prone, gets one, but J-Boss refrags and finishes the round. He started it, and he finished it. Good round from J-Boss, especially persisting with that Maestro Cam. And, well, that's going to put them in the advantage for the first time so far. They have 3 rounds in a row.
Well, Oswego, yet again, is just looking really strong on defense. That's 3 rounds in a row. A flawless 4 men left standing, and then 4 men left standing again. Big Kai only barely managing to take out that last operator that was crawling his way towards those little footholes, looking to finish them off for a flawless, but not quite succeeding. And Butler, as you said, is behind, and they got to be looking for some options here to get another round before the half switches.
I will say they're pretty fortunate. They got those first 2 rounds. A 2-4 split is very normal on Cafe. We saw the 2-4 split as well on the last map, and it went to overtime. So even if they lose this round, it's not the end of the world. They'll still get to go on defense and show that they can have just as solid of defenses. I think this is actually a round that Oswego is more looking at, like, we already gave up 2 rounds early. We need these all in a row now. So this is looking like the last round that they're going to be looking for in their half. That if they lose this round, I do think they would be disappointed in that performance. So I think this is more important to them necessarily than it is even to Butler. Now, of course, Butler, if they can get the round, they're going to feel very good about it. 3-3 split on Cafe. Oh, of course, that's great. But I'm looking at the lineup, and it's a bit different than what you'd expect. They're going to bring the Dokubi. And she's going to give some information with the phone calls, but it's only useful in sparing situations. I wouldn't say she's overall the best pick in the world, but Diana, I think, is the better information that you could be bringing. So they are bringing her. So plenty of grenades and throwables on their side of things. So I do have faith that they can clear the person out of piano, and especially faster than we've seen them do in previous rounds. So they could still find themselves in a decent position, but the question is, can they look a little stronger and get the opening kill especially?
At this point, I think Raikai's DKB pick has got to be in response to the Maestro, which has just been a little bit stimmying for Butler throughout the course of this map. They keep getting locked down by one, and definitely last round, and where Big Kai was just entirely locked out of a plant by one. So getting a little more intel on where they're going to be, if not being able to actually use them to the full extent like the defenders are able to, that'll help them to deal with those a little sooner, potentially.
Well, Bonbon does get that opening kill and onto the best player they really could have gotten onto. That's Blobfish, and he really helped them last time they did this defense, feeding information from below. He got the diffuser down below. He's not going to have any impact on this round except for just putting his team in a disadvantage now as they are down a man. But luckily, this Pixel player can still persist here for a little bit longer. Can they clear him out and start getting control of Piano? That'll put them in such a good position on attack.
There's not been much pressure. He's finally getting droned out, but Complexity really hasn't had anyone shooting at him, throwing any explosives his way, trying to blow this thing up. I guess now it's coming out, but that's not going to be enough to push him out here. He's still got a Wamai disc right above him. I'm sure there's another one tucked behind a couch or someplace similar. So he'll be good for a little bit once players actually get to a place where they can see him. There's a couple in the room now, and that'll probably pop up here very soon since there's only 1 man down and minute 18 left. Nice frag grenade taking out the Maestro Cam like we were talking about, going to be a problem. But Bonbon is down now. Denki getting a nice clean kill on him.
Bring back that even man count, and of course we're getting closer to a minute again, and Wamai is going to be helping out his teammate there with those discs and the persistence of this player in Pixel, but Denki will be taken out. That's Big Kai getting credited with that kill, so they do have the man advantage. They're trying to do so much destruction. Big Kai will get the kill onto Spicy after he was flushed out, and now they have the 2-man advantage. J-Boss down to very little HP, but with that little HP, he's still able to get the kill onto Big Kai. He's going to throw a C4 desperately, but there's no one there, unfortunately. Complexity, not sure where these players are going to be here, but unfortunately, NM had the right angle, and now it's all up to J-Boss with that little bit of HP in a 1v3 position. He's going to be getting peeked on. He gets the down. Now it's a 1v2. He knows someone's going to be trying to push him from the freeze area, quickly peeking that. He's not sure where the other one is. He knows he had the down. He's going to get helped up though in the meantime. So now it's eventually a 1v3 yet again. Wasn't able to catch that kill, and he's not even going to get another one. That's Zarin shutting him down, and they do get that 3-3 split. Butler looking like they might have an advantage here as they get to go into the defensive half now.
Yeah, it's nice to go even on your attack. You're always going to be at a bit of a disadvantage attacking. The defenders have that little bit more intel. They aren't playing from behind like the attackers are. But that was one of those rounds. J-Boss was just in such a tight position once his teammates were gone. Complexity looking a little bit lost on Pixel, and that's such an important position to be able to hold. And just getting killed without any resistance there from the corner of his own shield is really rough. He was holding up that that corner for J-Boss. I mean, if J-Boss was able to just keep sitting there and shooting the way he was, not needing to push up to avoid someone coming up from bathroom, he would have been able to do even more. He already got a kill and a down from his position, but it was not to be, apparently.
Yeah, I believe that was Complexity on the Pixel position.
Yeah.
If I remember right. And I just do think that he wasn't quite aggressive enough there. Could have got some kills to help out his team, but he just sat on the shield, which, does put pressure on them. But they knew that he wasn't going to peek because there was a player on the window watching, so they knew that he'd be a bit wary to peek. And so what they did is they just focused on that Maestro in the back area on the rotate into Cocktail. And so I liked Spicy doing the rotate onto Heaven after that and trying to get the kills on the players on New Hatch, but unfortunately they were just ready and waiting for it. They knew they had flushed them out, so they're like, okay, here we go, get that kill.
Came down
Easy
to gunplay.
So really good job, I'd say. Butler really did look a lot better coordinated compared to the other times they had attacked this bomb site, so really good from them. Now on the other side of things, Oswego, they're going to be on attack, and their defenses look really strong. Can they show similar strength here? They're going to be contesting with that upstairs floor hold, which, depending on the team, can be quite the hassle, or some teams have started to really get it down pat. So I do think that in Pro League, for example, we have seen the win rate dwindle a little bit more on the upstairs hold when you're in defense. So they've started to favor even going to that second side of library in Fireplace.
Yeah, it's just a little more to throw you off the tracks on that objective. But with some comfortability on second floor, the defense is also going to be a bit stronger that way. So it all really comes down to how Oswego is able to play this. They're going for this very vertical take, the very standard thing to do here. And of course, gathering some intel here on the top of Red and New Hatches is going to be vital to getting this started. There's nothing to stop them from getting in from the top of Red into Piano Room, though. So their first obstacle after opening up that wall is just going to be taking that player off of Pixel. That's really going to be vital to getting that side of the push going.
And J-Boss is going to work in tandem with his teammates, I'm sure, to try and clear the player there. He's going to use some impacts, some concussions to try and clear it out, but there's still that shield there. So he cleared away some of the utility, maybe an ADS and 2 of the Wamidas, it looked like. But so far, they're going to continue to persist there, and there's no Ash being brought. So they don't really have anyone else who can help him out here. There's no nades that can help clear it. So it really was all up to him. He needed some support there. I would have said Nomad could have shot a Nomad or thrown one of her flashes, but Raikai, in the meantime, going to get a kill on the Dinky. He also could have used a 0 cam to try and clear on ADS, but no, it's no cams on the board for him.
I think at this point, Spicy Fish should be nearby, and he hasn't had to use any of his hard destruction. That will be able to take out one of these shields. If that's might be what these flashbangs are being sent in for, is to get an ace breach on that shield. Either way, someone is repelling in, looking for some more leverage on this shield, and wow, this has just been such a sink of utility.
They need to do it fast and together. They've been too split on when they've been doing it. I do believe they can start clearing out the shield now, and they will, in fact, just run up and get the kill instead. So J-Boss can take out Zarin. That's the persisting player there, but now it's only 45 seconds remaining. He can get peeked by NM. He's going to win that gunfight. He's going to get a second one onto Spicy. It's a double on the round, and now Blobfish, who's done so well in tandem with Complexity, they're going to be having to win this one out in a 2v4, but it's not happening because Rai says no. Blob's done. NM also getting a triple now, and they're going to clean up that round. Very dominant showing from Butler. They're going to start squeaking away with rounds again as they get a 1-round advantage.
It looks like NM is back, picking up a really sweet triple there. And despite that Pixel play being really powerful, I think it really came down to just outgunning and out-utilitying. I guess that was part of it, is the Pixel, because with the addition of that Aruni gate, there was just too much for Oswego to actually be able to clear out. There was no good line of attack without being able to take out Pixel in any good amount of time or even get onto a new balcony.
Well, they're going to go below now, so we'll see how their kitchen defense looks. That first defense upstairs did look very well done. Hopefully the utility clear could be a little bit more coordinated on the side of Oswego, but of course that is just something that is quite hard. There's plenty of discs and ADSs protecting the shield, so you can criticize them a bit for it, but it is also just a pain in the neck to try and take care of, so it's understandable. But I'm curious, are they going to do an extended hold in the Baker's defense? We see that, but there's no Wamai on the board, so I doubt it. No Castle as well. Those are the only times you'd really see that. So they're doing more of a standard hold in sight and then maybe have some roamers above. They're going to be going back to that Capcam that Raikai brought, but I don't think I saw a single person hit a Capcam trap, so I just don't feel like it's really done much for them in the last map, and I expect it probably won't do much here in this map.
Yeah, I think most of these rounds have really been... The fit has been written a bit before having to rush in. There hasn't been too much of a last 30-second rush on any given round. So Raikai's Capcans have had, I don't know, maybe they've slowed down a bit that we haven't seen, but they haven't really had that much impact. And you're really going to be riding on those Capcan traps catching someone who has not gone into sight when they already need to be in sight at the very end of the round. Maybe they'll pay off this time, though. We always see, but maybe not the most well advised. I like the IQ here, able to open up from above. That's going to be great once they can clear out mining room and train museum. So that's where we're going to be seeing Blobfish go almost definitely. Hopefully he'll have a bit more success actually getting the Kaid off. Something always came up last map, so maybe we'll see how he can get that done.
Ooh, Danky might do it. Just a really dangerous drop, but he's safe because no one is below, it looks like. They do know that someone was upstairs, but they must have already retreated down white, and it looks like they have. So top floor is secured, but they're going to have to get rid of these persisting roamers. There's someone downstairs in the library hold, and it looks like maybe down in train possibly. And so that's two roamers that they have to be very careful about. The drone work is doing its job, though. Spicy's going to spot out the mute, I believe, who's up there on the Roman library. And if they can find the other one, they could maybe get a pinch, get the clear, and then put them in a two-man advantage if they don't lose anyone here.
There we go. Danky saw those bullets come out. He's got a ping, but it is a little bit old. And Big Kai will continue to lurk here in library. He knows his position has been found. He knows he might be a bit of a doomed man, but his C4 is going to take out Danky, who was busy wondering out why his hammer can't do hammer things, apparently. So Big Kai gets to stay here a little longer. Oh my god. What a clean kill throughout that just little corner with someone sprinting by. It looks like he's a little more than a lurker at this point. He's really blunted in attack, taking two players and leaving the rest of them to maybe try and pinch on him again. Blobfish finally finishing him off, though, but looks like Complexity is stuck here having to gunfight against a player in mining room.
Oh no, downs are happening. Spicy's going to be getting the kill, but finished off afterwards. Bon is going to be over there getting that kill. Complexity is down as well, so Blob is just going to be violent and lonesome until he can help him up. There's still 3 of these defenders left as well, so even if he helps them up, they're down a man, 30 seconds remaining. This isn't looking very great for them. He's too scared, though. Someone was over there in the pillar area, and he knows it. He's going to drop the diffuser while trying to help his teammate up, but they're going to have to just rush site at this point, as they only have 20 seconds remaining. They're barely even going to be able to get inside the door in time. I don't know if they even can, so they're just going to play time on the defense, just knowing that these attackers are just dwindling. They know they're above. The Legion mines already being activated. I believe I heard one go off. So looking at these attackers, they're not able to do much. NAM going to get a kill. Who can find the last one? Blob can get a kill for his trouble, but 3, 2, 1, and it's done. NHAM getting another kill. I think he might have even got a 2K or a 3K there, but those are really just freebies at the end of that round.
Yeah, we saw some traps come into play, stopping that plant from getting down, but none of those cap cans yet again. So I'm not sure where they're getting planted, but they're not stopping a diffuse plant going down, even that round.
Yeah, you have to wonder what utility that really does bring. But, if you can win anyway, then who cares, Yeah, I think that's kind of the mentality. It's like, we're going to play comfortable. We don't need to have the perfect strat, because if we can get kills with that character, we can do it. Now, we did see the Rome did come out, and it got the kill last time. So now we're going to be doing the reading fireplace hold, as it's going to be the third round of defense. They won the first 2. And this is, of course, the standard tertiary site. But what is curious is this is a site where a lot of people do a peel back defense, SSG style, you could say. So you're going to see them do an upstairs hold. They're going to rotate out after a certain amount of time is burned. They might even leave the bomb sites themselves and just reconverge if it's late enough in the round and if it's necessary. So it's all dependent on how these attackers do go about it. But this bomb site has gotten better, I think, for the defense as people have learned how to hold it, how it works. And so it's not an easy take. It's not like a standard third site on some other maps that aren't nearly as easy to hold. This is actually a pretty decent one, especially if that roam game is as powerful as what we just saw last round from Butler.
Yeah, that's what it'll come down to, is seeing those plays come out. It doesn't look like they have really the operators for an extended hold like you're mentioning, but there's a lot of utility sync yet once again. Big Kai and Zaren Astra both playing characters that are going to require projectiles going through to get rid of those. You never want to be walking up to a Melusi gadget and just punching it. So that's probably going to require some of those grenades or lifeline impact grenades to get rid of. And there aren't too many of those available for Oswego. So Big Kai is going to be a bit of a thorn in the side for them.
And let's not forget, Blobfish is doing well, but he did well last match. He got 22 kills. But Anham did have 19, right behind him, almost got the 20 bomb. He's already at 10 now. So each of these players will be certainly having even more impact as the game continues. Who can have that stamina that we had talked about? Who has the fortitude to continue to play at a high level? This is a very long series. If Butler wins, it's 1-1. Each team is going to be vying for that 3 map wins to win the whole series. And if it's back and forth like this, it will become a very long matchup. So I'm curious to see who can continue to have success. We're going to see Ryan get an easy kill on the Dinky. He just missed the shots and gave his position away, standing in the middle of that window, and that's unwise, and he gets taken off for it. So Oswego not starting off on the right foot here.
Ooh. Raikai is doing a lot to keep Oswego's attention, having gotten that kill and taking gunfire from 2 other players. He's holding up quite a bit there. Going to be rotated behind by Zaren, no longer holding that same part. So, you know, I was totally wrong. There was a very vertical play. They're fading away now like you said that they would. And getting this rotate to make sure that they're all prepped for the late round when the execute actually has to come up. Raikai still holding this position very effectively, though, and with that Aruni gate to back him up, he might even be able to reactivate it once operators come through.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind right there too is Rye got the opening kill, I believe, the 2nd time in a row, and is on to the same person, Danky. So he's certainly going to be wanting to be more careful on entering, because he hasn't been as successful as you'd like to see from your sledge, especially soft destruction off the board. Now they're gonna have to like use the shotgun of the gridlock, or use some of these other things like breaching charges coming out from Zofia and the IQ, but that can only do so much. You're very limited. That sledgehammer was so important for getting that verticality, and now it's off the board. So we're gonna see what they can do to adjust, but they only have 30 seconds roughly remaining. They need to get that plant down, and they're in a man disadvantage, and really no lines of sight or control have happened for them so far. It's going to open up the hatch here into the train area, but still not necessarily the most powerful position you could have. Really, you want to worry about those players playing in library, but there's a kill from J-Ball. He's going to get round, or even man count, excuse me, for his team. Raikai getting a kill back onto complexity. This is all falling apart. They're going to have to get a rush and some kills. Spicy getting the first of many, but they still are in a 3v3. Blob will find another one, and another one. My goodness, he gets a 2K there, and now this actually could be winnable. NM has something to say about it, though. J-Ball is getting taken off the board. NM doesn't know which plant went down. It was right next to him. Unfortunately, just turned the wrong way, and now he's in a 1v2 post-plant situation. Spicy and Blob both doing really well so far on this map. Going to be the first lines of defense here to stop him. He's not going to be looking to the right. Doesn't know that there's a player in the corner next to him. Unfortunately, Blob turns away at the wrong moment, but NM turning the wrong way as well, and it's just kind of potato-y, but Spicy can come out on top with the knife, and that's going to give Oswego their first round of 1 on attack.
Oh man, that was terrifying for a moment for Spicy Fish to almost lose that when his teammate gave up so much of his HP to allow him to have just that easy like refrag without having to die. But the plant proved true. Butler getting ahead now, actually showing their advantage and showing that the defense is where they want to be, and that their roaming strats are going to pay off quite a bit, and they keep doing so.
I'm not sure who was in that corner of mining, but it's very unfortunate. They could have got 2 kills there. They lined up there and just wasn't able to land the shots. But Blobfish, I mentioned before, he's been pivotal for his team, and him and Nam and Ham have been really going back and forth on who can be the MVP. And so far, they're continuing here in the second map after, starting off very strongly on the first. So curious to see between them who's going to get the advantage in this matchup. But so far, NHEM has been on top in the kill count, but that round was really Blobfish getting that double kill there to secure a safe plant. No, NHEM did get a kill, but after that, just post-plant 1v2 is a very hard situation, isn't able to come out on top. But Butler still do have a 1-round advantage, and they're on defense, so they're still sitting pretty.
Do you know if that Echo was actually taken out the last time that they were on the second floor? I saw the final player just get what?
I don't think Echo's been brought.
Just impacted or disoriented into oblivion, but I wasn't sure which operator it is from.
I think that might have been some of the Zofia concussions coming out, actually.
Yeah, that may very well be what that was. Overall, it's a repeat of a very nice lineup otherwise. That Aruni has continued to do really good work for Butler. Oswego not really bringing enough access to those projectiles. Danky now has those cams from Zero, which is going to help with that problem. Oh, no. Just kind of walking off the edge. But there's still a lot to stop them, despite... Oh, yeah, okay. There's still a shield Bonbon bringing it this time. So, once again, it's going to be a problem to get through Pixel and to get through all of that just stink for utility.
Well, just keep in mind, Zero does get caught by ADSs, so he could help clear. I mean, you have 4 cameras.
Yeah, exactly.
So he already used 1, apparently. Hopefully that wasn't shot already and is sitting in a nice position, but that certainly can help clear. They also have smokes on 2 different players of the Gridlock and on the Ace. I do think Gridlocks also might get caught by ADS. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. So they have a lot of options. We're going to start with using the concussive rounds. J-Boss on the Zofia. He's going to shoot both of his impacts, and I think he might have gotten the shield. It's hard to say for certain, and he certainly did. But Rye's going to be below, holding a nice position, trying to get a little pixel peek onto the window player if they come in unwisely. Echo's also going to be helping feeding information. They haven't noticed the drone is playing in piano.
They're doing a really good job of watching all of these entry points. Unfortunately, Ryhead, despite watching it, is going to get blown out by Blobfish, who is able to hang on with just a bit of HP left. And Zarin is still able to play here just a bit behind his shield. That Echo Cam no longer supporting him, though, so he might be playing to die, but taking as much time as he can. There's a minute left, and just playing that position is going to be able to take quite a bit of that still.
4v5, but that still does somewhat favor the defense in a way if it gets down to the right time amount to favor them, and which is happening so far. Ace is also not in piano, so he's not opened up the wall into Freezer yet, so I'm curious to see when that rotation is going to come through. They do have some information on where Zarin is. The drone will be taken care of by an impact, but the damage is already done. The information's there. We're going to see the Zofia of J-Boss trying to clear him out, but J-Boss will also actually get a kill on the Bonbon instead, so that's going to do a lot of work. Danky on the flank up white is going to get a kill on the Zarin, and now it's a 5v2. Everything falling apart for the defenders. They know where the positions are. J-Boss gets another one. That's going to be NHEM off the board. Now Big Kai is going to be trying to contest. He gets lit up himself, but also lights up J-Boss, but the plant's going to go down. He's going to not be able to stop Spicy from getting it down. 1v5 situation. It could still be a flawless round for Oswego and bring it back to an even round count. He's going to try and net one. He's not able to find the man behind the bar, and Spicy will find him. That is indeed a flawless round. Oswego trying to keep it close.
That's a nice way to bring it back with a flawless, not just a win after 4 rounds in a row strung together for Butler. So that's really what Oswego is needing right now in order to bring it back to even, first of all, and get the momentum back on their side. Their team just didn't die. Everyone just ended up at these little slivers of HP, taking gunfights, but coming out on top every single time.
Really good job. We're seeing that this is going to always be a close matchup, it seems. As it was 8-7 win for Oswego on the last map. And now it's 5-5. Butler still in that defensive position. They're going to go downstairs now. This is a defense, I believe, that they won pretty handedly. Did not look so well for Oswego. So we'll see if they're able to capitalize on that. Oswego, on the other hand, see what they can do to change things up. Try and do better on that roam clear. As last time, remember, there was, I believe, the mute who got the kill with the C4 and then another kill. That was a nice SMG-11 shot, honestly. It's a really nice headshot on the man, just peeking from white stairs. So that's not something that will necessarily be replicated, but you don't even want to lose one man on a roam clear when they had so much information. The drone game was actually pretty strong. They just weren't able to get the kills.
I'm a little worried because we've seen a rush through prep room before. Bonbon, of course, being the perpetrator of that. But there's no barbed wire this time to sort of secure that up and make sure that a rush isn't going to happen. And that's a pretty default thing. I noticed that NM has opted for a bulletproof camera instead of the barbed wire, but their team could very easily have one there. Just a thing to note. I know we saw it come up already in this map on the reverse sides.
Well, looking at it, drone work will come in, and I think they're going to do this very similar clear that they did last time, top down. You're going to see Spicy Fish trying to drone out any players up above, and his drone gets shot. I don't know how he missed the person in Cigar, but now they know someone's up there at least, so that'll feed information, but unfortunately that is a drone off the board, and they're not able to capitalize on the information. There's no one's really in a position to do much yet. Now, Yankee is just going to quickly push in through that library door, and Big Kai, I'm not sure if he's aware someone pushed in right below him, so this is a little bit of a cat and mouse game. Who will notice the other one first, make them jump? But so far, the information hasn't really been given to either side. I don't think either person is aware. So Big Guy just playing above, that drone will be taken care of. He's going to be rotating towards white. He might just go down below now and see what he can find on the second floor. Now, Flexi's going to get a kill on NM, but Spicy was ready for the push from Big Guy. He's also going to get a kill. That's going to put them in a two-man advantage, and this attack is looking so much better than the last time they were attacking this bomb site.
Yeah, picking up two of the roamers side by side pretty early in is going to make a world of difference here. Left with Zarin, Raikai, and Bonbon. A couple of them are going to be playing really close to sight here. Raikai in sight, and Bonbon holding up in coat check, making sure that no one's in that hallway. But with that hatch open in Fireplace Hall, it's going to be all hands on deck to make sure that they aren't dropping in and defusing already.
It's going to leave Ace with just one charge, but they did also bring Hard Breach on the 0, so they can still make a little bit more holes if they need to. That's going to be the Selma coming out. Bonbon might just shoot it here in the nick of time, but instead he's going to go for the kill. He's going to try and swing, but not able to find anything. The players are ready for it. C4 is going to come out. It's not going to really catch anyone. Does a little bit of damage onto Spicy, but from the backside, Blob is ready to get that aggressive defender, Bonbon, off the board. Now it's a 2v5, and this is looking very similar to the last round. These defenders, Zaren's going to get down. They know Rye's position. He took a lot of damage. He's not able to get anything. J-Boss, a double and a flawless yet again. 2 in a row now as we go, starting to get that momentum, and they're going to put themselves on the first time of us seeing map point for Cafe.
That's the third flawless round on this map for Oswego so far. That says a lot. It puts them on match point as well. And that's one round away from being 2 up on the favored team right now. That is not how I expected to see this going in the first 2 maps at all. So this is going to be a lot of pressure on Butler now, who looks so dominant in the first couple rounds, even taking that time to just wait around and look for one taps on a nearly flawless round. And to see that turn around so much to a point where even a really nice play like Bonbon going for the player on red stairs, going for the ace, trying to make sure that he can get someone there. Not having intel from his teammates on the bulletproof cam right behind those players, getting a player on that cam just a second too late, making it so he didn't have the intel to know that there were 2 players there that he very easily could have gotten. You know, to see Butler doing so well and sort of miss plays like that is going to be disheartening for them. And I mean, the pressure is on to get back to where they were at the beginning of this map.
Yeah, and that C4 was just not thrown like in the best spot. It was on the side of the wall. You already knew that they were not on the landing in your line of visibility, so why would that C4 kill them unless they were trying to push you? It just didn't play out for him, and then he was caught from behind too, so he stayed in that aggressive position too long. So just a few things not going their way, and it's more unfortunate. Can't really say the player didn't try. He was certainly trying, just wasn't able to net anything. But in this case, I do think the last time we saw this attack was so much more efficient. J-Boss was able to clear that shield very efficiently. They were able to get the coordination to burn all the discs and the ADSs properly this time. The first time, obviously, we had criticized them a little bit, or misplaying that. ADSs do come back after 10 seconds after all, so that's just kind of a waste if you can't clear the shield in the first time you're trying to. I expect them to continue to try and find the same success that they had last time they had attacked, and it was really efficient. This defense, though, what can they do? to change things? What can they do to make sure that that result doesn't happen again?
What I've been seeing is that the roamers are just getting taken too early, and for 2 free, Oswego picked up 2 roamers at about 1:30, no loss at all to anything from their team. They didn't have to burn any resources. They only had to burn a bit of time finding them. And so, I mean, on one side, they got to shoot a little better, get those to win those gunfights, which is, it's hard information to take because it's like, well, you know, I'm shooting as well as I can. But again, that coordination, that's what Oswego's using to push up ahead. Nice. There's a opening kill from Enhem, one of the roamers, as I was saying. So it's really nice to see the roam coming out ahead for Butler this round already.
Stinky off the board earlier. There almost was a refrag by J-Boss, but he thinks that they went to the left or to the right, my man. They're still in mining. He's getting a ping from a friend, though, so it might help him find where that player was. It's going to be a kill from Blobfish on the right guy, but Blobfish gets taken out by NM. He's like, no, I'm going to be the MVP here. He gets another one. That's a triple. J-Boss, who was the other impact fragger, off the board. He's going to be trying to go up red. He's going to get stimmied and taken out by complexity. Those stingers were slowing him down, but they still have a man advantage now, all on the back of NM, trying to be the hero. And so far, it's looking like he might have been. This is a 2v3. It's not nearly as doable, but we can still see something happen here, depending how these attackers play it.
I like that position that Zaren's playing. He's able to put on a lot of threat, even though his shield is gone. And he's already pulled off and taken the attention. They had to fully clear that out, even though he wasn't there. It's a really nice position to be in. And some of his Wamais are even still sitting there, getting to be cleared if they want to throw any more grenades. I know they've got a lot of smokes up, so if they try to use those, they might have to actually shoot out some Wamai and Jaeger charges. And the angle's being watched. Big Kite King went the same time as Zaren Astra, finishing that round out for Butler. And they really did just turn it around.
Yeah, they're able to catch up there. They're not going to fall behind. They're not going to let that map fall away. It is their map choice. And so they want that one, and they get it. So they're going to go to overtime now. This is map 2. This is their choice. And so they get to choose the overtime side. They choose defense, similar to what we saw from Oswego. They chose defense, and they won both of those defensive rounds in overtime. I expect maybe something similar to play out here. This could be Butler, simply because I do think the defense has had an advantage. I believe it was 4-2 splits each way. So now as we go, they're going to have to overcome the statistics. They're going to have to try and win one round of attack in overtime, and hopefully that defensive round if they want to win.
Looks like that 6th pick is switching a mute off to a Maestro. Not as much drone denial as was shown there, but the Maestro is always a great option. Bonbon, maybe a little over-aggressive in the past with the Maestro, but having those cams there has meant a world of difference on several rounds, and is just so good on second or on the 3rd floor objective, where it can see almost every relevant spot if you have 2 cams.
Well, it's going to be the upstairs hold we just saw, and they were very successful on it. So it's been a mixed bag. We've seen a win, and then a loss, and then a win again. Excuse me. No, yeah, that is absolutely correct, actually. I'm sorry. I was thinking it's like the 2 rule. I was like, wait, they can't go there 3 times, but they lost 1 round, so they could go back to it. So getting a little confused in my own thoughts here, but it doesn't really matter. Where I'm at matters where they're at, which is here upstairs in a 1st round of overtime. So basically at a reset here. There's no room for error. Whoever can win this 1st round will put themselves in the momentum seat, as they could carry it over. Now, Blobfish is bringing that IQ again. He's been pretty good on it. He's gotten a couple kills playing with the G8, but you're going to need a little bit more than that. You're going to have to make sure they clear out that shield like we had mentioned before. The other thing I want to take note of is Denki has died. He's been the opening death 4 rounds so far on this map. And a lot of the times he hasn't been refragged. So he needs to be very careful. He's been solo entering a lot of the time and dying. So that's something I would like to see cleaned up here in overtime. Otherwise, it really could cost them.
Yeah, that's going to be really important in order to get that early half of the game in their advantage. But looking at stats, once again, Butler is really at the advantage, getting to go defense twice in a row. Both teams have gone 4 and 2 on defense and attack. So the defense is weighted twice as strongly as the attack. This is really going to be on these attackers to take those odds and throw them in their own favor. Oswego needs to break the mold right here.
Well, NM, he was so pivotal. He got that opening kill last time on the roam, and he's still here getting the roam. He almost peeks and gets the kill. He's going to start peeking and get the kill like I just was thinking he would. He finally takes the shot, though. He was kind of playing with his food, but he gets the kill. That's Denki off the board yet again. And J-Boss, outside of mining, also, this is what we saw last time, but he lost that engagement. He wasn't able to get the refrag in this time. He's not able to get the refrag yet again. So Dinky
I think
dying,
it was smart to pivot off of that one.
It probably was, but it goes to show
It hurts, but
Dinky died again without a refrag, and that just hurts too much. You can't have that.
yeah, I know Danky has been solo pushing a lot. I think that's reasonable given his position as well as a zero player. He's got a lot that he can do on his own. I think he's one of the few operators that you can really justify doing that with. It hasn't done as much. He almost was refraggable, but J-Boss does get a frag in the end on Raikai, not the NHEM that he was hoping for. It'd be really nice to shut him down on that 15-8 record right now.
Just see Bonbon. She's trying to take out Spicy. There's a lot of damage done.
So much to shoot at.
But unfortunately, this is going to continue to persist, and all these discs are going to slow it down. NHEM, while they're distracted, is going to get the easy kill on the blob, and that's going to be the IQ and the most impactful fragger for their team outside of J-Boss off the board. Spicy's also down by Big Kai, and this is looking like a Butler round, as they're just showing the same dominance we had seen in the round previous. It's the same bomb site, so they're just running it back in the same way. It's a 2v4. I think this is exactly the same situation we saw last time. Complexity and J-Boss each trying to get a kill, and they do. That's going to be Zarin and Big Kai off the board, but only 10 seconds remaining. The other problem, though, is NHEM is off site, and now his teammate's dead. Bonbon taken out by Complexity. J-Boss is going to start getting this plant down. We're going to have the coverage coming out from the teammate, and it's going to be there. Complexity actually cleans up the round. Oh my goodness. Oswego is going to win the first round of overtime and on attack.
Hey, they broke the mold. I never would have expected that. That was a round that started off very strong for Butler. It looked halfway through it was going to be Butler. It looked 10, 30, 45 seconds before the end that it was going to be Butler. But those two swings came out great. That was J-Boss and Complexity both taking a swing and getting a kill for it and then moving themselves into that plant situation. That was just a really clean comeback. Just no balls dropped. Phenomenal play.
And NHEM got that opening kill, but he never rotated back. And you think within the last few seconds, you'd think maybe he'd come up white or something, but it was his teammate was dead when he started rotating up white. So that just shows how behind the game he was and how fast those kills did come in. Unfortunately, I think it could have been a different story had the Maestro got that kill there, but unfortunately loses the gunfight. I believe it was to Complexity. Complexity getting a 3K there in the end, cleaning up the Jaeger of NHEM as well. So credit to him being able to clutch it out. And now they have a round advantage, and they get to go on their defensive round of overtime. And this might be the round where they can actually seal the deal and take 2 maps off of Butler, which they had not taken a single map in their regulation game.
Yeah, this is a real glow up for this matchup. I think this is going to be really concerning right now to Butler. This is kind of the beginning of the do or die. The momentum is getting pretty Oswego after 1 map win and forcing the overtime match point first this time and getting this defense round right now. And as I said, defense has been rated really well for both teams. So Oswego is really looking at this as the potential win right now. And that's going to be really scary for Butler. They need this one to keep in it.
Well, they're still doing some setup, so it's happening a little late, but you usually have time on this map. It takes them a while to get onto the roof and get on the rappels, so we're going to see the full site setup being completed before anything can really happen to capitalize on that. Big Kai up on the skylight. You normally are wary up here. You can really have cheeky angles from below that can take you out, so you have to be very careful, but so far no one's going to aggress on him, and I think that's the smart move from the defenders. Just play passive. They've bought so much time. Each side has bought so much time when they've had this defense upstairs, but those last second heroics have proven fatal when it comes to the attack pushing them. So this is really a 50-50 site at this point for either team, but Butler, they really need it, as you mentioned. If they lose it, they lose map 2. That's 2 maps down. They were the #1 seed. They had defeated this team in regular season, and I don't know. Now we have to start talking. Is this just strats being saved by Oswego for that last game, since they had already guaranteed playoffs?
There is some more late game setup happening here. That's really surprising. That's such a risk to take. If anyone had dropped yet, then that might have just been giving away a life. Spicy Fish right there. He's not going to get punished for it right there. But Blobfish, on the other hand, is going to be droned out. He's going to be having to play a little further back. Now, he knows that someone's going to be coming for him. They have to, since they have to make sure that he doesn't rotate around them later on. And he has been on a tear so far. He is currently 12-7, which is just a great stat line, even well, for anyone on here. So he's going to have to just keep holding that angle as more and more comes down on him. But he is wasting time and making sure that his teammates can hold up for the plant.
Yeah, he's trying to contest down below for sure, and they're not able to flush him up fully. They did push him a little bit, but he's able to get away. And now Denki also trying to support, having a crossfire from underneath the new hatch drop and playing near pillar as well. It's just going to be continuously holding this. There's going to be a player positioned in train from the attacker side, and I'm going to get that opening kill though on the J-Boss. It's going to put them in a good position here. These defenders can't risk being down below for too much longer. They have to rotate back upstairs, try and support, as this is the dying seconds. Roughly 35 seconds do remain. This could be it if they are able to secure their defense, but Big Kai is going to come in on Heaven, swing on Spicy, kill him, and then finding a second kill in the round on the Complexity. Now these two roamers below have to rotate back up, and it's already too late. Blobfish gets killed. Denki taken out by Bonbon. A flawless round from Butler. They're not going to lose this map just yet, at least, as we get to go to that final round 15, just like we saw the first map. Who can come out on top here? Closely contested, as always.
Looks like Oswego has managed to pull out 3 flawless rounds against Butler, which is insane, honestly. This is the first flawless round that Butler has been able to make, but this one was so convincing. Even with all of that effort to root out the defenders, they were able to just swing all the way through the defensive map, and that Zofia rappelling into objective, taking out Spicy Fish's Maestro, just blew the defense wide open.
Yeah, they looked so good on that attack, and both teams dropping their defensive round in overtime after both teams had gone 4-2 in regulation. It's kind of funny how that works out, but now we're going to see who will have the advantage here. This is going to be the final round. It will be a defensive round for Butler, but they're going to go back upstairs, which again, we just saw each team lose, so that's an interesting choice. Maybe they feel like they have the right adjustments to change that ending.
Well, I mean, you would hope that they do, with the confidence to go somewhere that, honestly, the odds just got evened on how that is as an attack versus defense side of map. So it's a 50-50 right now for this map, for either team winning a defense here. So as back-to-back, or as back and forth that this map has been, it's totally up in the air right now, with both teams just playing really well on these last 2 rounds. And just really bringing it all after just a back and forth map all the way through.
Well,
it really comes down to who can bring it out this one.
Yeah, I think one thing that they should definitely clean up on Oswego side, they did manage to win the 2v4. They got to put themselves in a better position than that. And again, I don't want to be too mean, but Denki died another time without getting refrag, and you mentioned he can push in, he can afford that to a certain degree, but you never want to put yourself down, man, especially when that's your only other person with hard breach. So if Ace died, then what would you do? You know, what lines of sight could you really open up? So you gotta be very careful. But I will say that the other thing that they lost is they didn't get any cams really down with 0 either. He had shot 1, I believe, and then died. And so just if he's going to push, just to get some of the utility out at least, so it's not as much of a waste.
Definitely. Well, here at this point, intel is coming out. They know what this hold is going to be already, so maybe not a drone that needed to be lost right there. But they know what the job that they need to do is. They need to get this guy off a pixel. They need to get themselves a good place to push from up here by New Hatch. That's great to take that Echo drone out. There's only one of them left on the board now, and those are the best mobile intel on the defense for Butler.
It's interesting to see them waste that Echo drone. It really wasn't necessary to do that.
Yeah.
Could have fed information, didn't need to concuss the player. I mean, he probably did it because he noticed it was seen already, but just unwisely moving it around like that. So it's kind of a waste of utility. But hey, no one's died yet. They killed a lot of time. There's going to be a defender roaming below, and just think he just missed that player. And that's NM. He's already damaged a lot, but if he's not careful, he could get caught by NM yet again. And that's been a fateful encounter, as that has been the way things have gone the last few times that they've tried to push in through there. So got to be very careful here. They already cleared the man in pixel though, so they're already doing a lot better than the last time. NM will get that kill on to Denki, unfortunately. So now Oswego is in that man disadvantage, like we've come to sort of expect, unfortunately. but they've brought it back before. Now the Renegades are going to slow them down further than they had previously been. He's going to see that Wamida is still at the top of white too, so you have to be careful of what utility you're going to be throwing down there. As someone could also rotate up. They know that the Jaeger got the kill below, so he's trying to be wary of that, but nothing really going in their favor. No lines of sight where they can push fully. There's a camp, but no one's on it. He's going to see the frost, but misses the shot. Raikai doesn't. Blob will get a nice headshot on him to refrag. The plant starts coming out here, and we're going to see, can they stop it? The Echo drone does indeed stop the player trying to plant. There's another one coming out. And that's all. That's both of the concussions. But Zarin will get the good peek and stop the plant. Now it's all up in a 2v4 with only a few seconds left. Big Kai gets one kill. Blob trying to bring it back, but he's in a 1v3 and now he's gone. Big Kai shutting him down, and Butler are able to win their map. Each team winning their maps 8-7.
This is so close. And it's insane to see how Butler can just pick it up whenever it matters the most. At the beginning, they're absolutely on fire. At this end, they didn't drop a beat except when Oswego was really playing at their best, taking that round in overtime. But in overtime, Butler brings it back. We've seen that on both of these maps, and I think this will continue to be just a really tight series between the two. Already 2 double overtime maps back to back.
Yeah, we're seeing patterns, right? And it's interesting to see those patterns unfold. 8-7 each map. The team who chose the map, of course, winning. And it really came down to that last defensive round for each of those teams able to clutch it out. The other thing that's really interesting is seeing those kills start to make a pattern. It's unfortunate for Danke, but that was a pattern. You know, he just kept dying. So I think trying to switch things up, I do think that should have been something they should have fixed. They should have realized we've lost Danke 3-4 rounds now in attack early, and no one's gotten the refrag. It's like you can't keep persisting. You know, I think Einstein said the definition of insanity is to repeat the same process and expect different results. Well, that's kind of what I was saying there. It's a little insane to let him keep doing that. You have to fix it. And unfortunately, I think it did really cost them. You're in a 4v5 yet again on the last round of that map. They could have put themselves in a better position, but hey, now it's back to even one map apiece. We're going to go to a short break yet again. These players, you know, it's long games. Give them that 5-minute break. We'll show you some ads here, and then we'll be right back with that next map.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it.
Hello,
Hello?
once again. Oh, both
Oh,
of
it's all right.
us.
You
You
got
did.
it.
Hi, once again, everybody. We're back with NECC Rainbow 6 Siege. We are continuing the Challengers Division Finals between Oswego, and Butler. The last two maps have gone all the way to double overtime. The first one ending in favor of Oswego, and the second in favor of Butler. So we'll go on for our third map on Chalet. Actually, this one should be another banger.
It's looking like it's gonna be that way. Now, for my own selfish reasons, I hope we don't go 8-7 every time because I think I'm going to die. But I do think it will be closely contested, right? I don't think we're going to see any 7-3s or so. I'd be very surprised if that happened. I think it will, 7-5s, maybe overtime again. So I'm sure they'll keep it close. But this is a map that I don't know if a lot of teams are as comfortable with, right? It's recently reworked. It's starting to look attacker sided statistically. This is Oswego's map choice, I do believe.
Yep.
And
yes, that's an interesting one for them to choose.
Right, and so I thought they would start. I thought when I looked at they started an attack. I guess I was wrong. What I wrote down. So Butler's actually going to start an attack, which as I said, this is attacker sided. So it makes sense for them to have wanted that.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. So the names are reversed. So Butler, I think, was supposed to be on defense.
Yeah,
All
looks
right.
like
Anyway, we're gonna have to
was
rehost.
wrong on
So
there. We'll be right back with that. But of course, it is going to be a really close one. Oswego will be favoring this one. It's their map choice, and they're going to be starting on attack. With it favoring attack a little bit, that's not a bad place to start off, especially seeing as they lost the last map to Butler. Either way, though, I think this will be a very polarizing one. As you said, Chalet is new to the map pool. Not everyone's had a lot of chances to practice it or get as many strats worked out. So they might be a little more limited, and they might be just less used to all the gunfights that happen, all the specific corners and peaks to be holding.
I think they're still doing the map or the operator bands. I'm thinking this will probably be what we keep. So maybe you can jump in with those already done. That'd be nice. I'm not quite sure what the rehost, but as you mentioned, attacker sided normally. Now, is that actually going to stay that way? I don't know. Again, this isn't a map that's been played a bunch, and I don't know this season how much we can utilize because they're 8-1 team, which is Oswego 9-0 team. So they might have skewed numbers depending. Like they would have won either way, right? Like if we're thinking about how dominant they've been. So with that in mind, it's really hard to know now with these two teams being so close. Will it matter if it's one way or another? It might not. We might just see overtime anyway. So maybe they'll just be the reverse, right? Maybe it'll go 4-2 on attack, and then the other team will go 4-2 on attack. I wouldn't really be that surprised. But I also think this is the map that has the most potential to be one of the lopsided ones, just because it is so non-standard. There could be one team that just is having better luck or has better strats for it, or so there's a lot of variables that come in with a new map like this. So I think this might be the one where one team can set themselves in a better foundation.
Yeah, granted, I think for the rest of this series, we'll be seeing some more interesting ones. Villa and Cafe being pretty straightforward as far as they go. Very well rehearsed objectives, pretty well known in the meta. Chalet obviously is the weirdest one, being the newest one added to the competitive rotation. Our next map after this one will be Butler's second pick, which is Coastline. That one's a really frag heavy map, and so it plays very differently from the majority of maps. So that one, while being a storied map in the competitive queue, still is one that plays very differently depending on the teams you have up. And our decider is going to be Consulate, and Consulate is one of those that's sort of out the window, and you'll see people out the windows all the time.
Yeah, so that's true. I'm curious to see how aggressive these teams have been. We haven't really seen jump outs at all.
No, not at all.
We saw some peaks. Someone's peaked study on Villa looking towards the balcony. So we've seen some things like that, but no one's been so aggressive as to run outside of the building. So that would be the one map, again, what you mentioned, people jump out all the time. Are they going to keep the Nomad on the board? Are people actually going to get that aggressive? Is it just all up to the map? But we'll see that kind of play. Or are these teams more conservative like we've really seen? Haven't seen too aggressive of roams. We haven't seen entry points being contested all that much, except for the exception of that like library door where Denki facing off with Nam, but and Ham, excuse me. But in any case, I don't see these teams being super aggressive here. So that also might help the defense in a way on Chalet, or it could hurt them depending. How well do they have holds? Are they doing an extended hold? Are they just having roamers? What is the game plan? I'm really curious to see what the defense is going to do, even more than the attack on Chalet, because I do think inherently, with all the different angles and everything, the attackers will have that advantage.
Yeah. And as far as bans go, we already saw them come out here, and we'll be curious to see what exactly they do with them. Oswego went with Thatcher and Valkyrie, which we saw banned both on the last map on Cafe. Butler went with Jackal and Mira, both of which also were banned on Cafe.
The last two maps.
Yeah,
it's been the same bans all 3 maps now.
Was Valkyrie also banned on
on
our first map? Oh,
yep.
No, yeah, the same bans every single time. These guys like playing it by the book as far as that goes, at least.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned, Valkyrie just being able to throw cams outside, so important. So just get it off the board. And Mira, every map can transform it. You mentioned that upstairs Cafe can transform the bomb site completely. Villa, we've seen it transform what we look at when we're looking at games and aviation defense. So this is a newer map, so but it can certainly transform the way that you would standardly see them being held. So
I think the best use I've seen of Miras for the Chalet is up on the mezzanine, holding into library. I've seen some really impressive plays that are able to hold off anyone trying to get onto mezzanine or the hard breach, or anyone in library trying to get in and sort of clear a roam on the 2nd floor. And that's just a devastating hold. So it makes a lot of sense to take her off the board.
Yeah, and I remember Bolo playing, I believe, that position you're talking about, looking into library, and then has a shield to protect him so he can peek that double window. So I do believe that that could be something we see, but also, curious enough, what I've seen in highly competitive, so Challenger League, Pro League, is teams will actually go with those middle sites, bar, and then also the kitchen. So to see them go top floor first is interesting. I am curious to see how these attackers will handle this.
Yeah, I've liked to see that every single objective on this map is now quite viable, and that's been a huge change for the better, I think, since they reworked Chalet. It was definitely not the case before. It was very skewed towards basement and 2nd floor, with the other ones sort of being more of a Hail Mary attempt, especially games, which is now a really viable hold.
Well, both teams have been pretty good with the drone work. We're going to see an aggressive lurker roamer over at the top of the main stairs there. But a drone does get shot, and they're not going to know exactly where that player is positioned. I think that is Enham, possibly, on the Jaeger. Couldn't tell for sure. But he's going to be aggressing on these players, trying to push in through library. And he might, find himself with some bullets in him, or putting bullets into someone very soon, as they're just going to be holding angles and just waiting and playing that patient game until they have more awareness of exactly what this defender is doing now. He is supported by a Maestro Cam. Denki going to get downed on his entry. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but if he's not helped up soon, could be cleaned up. I do hear some zappy zaps coming out from a Maestro Cam, so I'm curious to see, will he be helped up? And him trying not to let them get that option here.
Yeah, no matter who gets fragged out in this situation, Enham has come out winning at this engagement. He's finally going to get fragged out by Blobfish right as I speak it, but he was able to cause Danky to be there to get downed. Blobfish getting fragged out by Big Kai also is a big thing here. Big Kai holding downstairs. And these players that have finally made it into library by killing Enhem have to deal with Big Kai below them. And there's still a camera here to watch them. They lost 2 drones in this engagement as well. So that's a lot to put into 1 kill.
It's also worrying is that was your IQ, and now you have nothing really to clear out from below unless you just manually go and shoot the floor and just try and find the electric claw. So they are aware, though. J-Boss was watching, and he's going to actually find and miss the shots on the Aruni. That was unfortunate. That's such an easy kill. He just looked away at the wrong time, wasn't able to cover. Now the Maverick is being brought, so he'll allow them to not even worry about going below, but the soft wall noise went through, but nothing was actually opened yet. Big Kai will be down finally. That's the Aruni that was having some fun down below, just aggressing on them, but they will be down. Not finished off quite yet. The wall is soft, in fact, so that'll help these attackers. Grenade going to come through, and it wasn't caught by the ADS just because of positioning, so a lot of damage is done, but it's technically a 4v3 with the down on the Aruni, but only 25 seconds remaining. Denki going to get that kill onto Enham, or excuse me, on the right guy. Enham was already cleaned up. So that's going to put them now in a 4v2. So this is actually looking very doable. Denki getting another kill onto Zarin, and now it's all up to Bonbon. He has the cam, so he might be able to do something here. But
Bonbon just dropped hatch and he's on camera right now. He is below objective with 5 seconds left on the clock.
Gonna start
Oh my
zapping.
god, he's got the cam right where he wants it.
Unfortunate. Well, the plant does go down.
Hard clutch to make.
And Bonbon, he tried his best, but now it's a 1v4. His teammate wasn't even able to help him up. Unfortunately, he expired just before he could get there. Spicy credited with that kill. And now it's a 1v4 as a Maestro. You have the Elda in hand, but you're walking into all the spikes. You have to shoot it to not give your position away. He's already getting shot as well. Half HP. He's not going to have time to get back to bomb site and not have time to even get a kill as Denki's going to put him out. And that's a triple for Denki on that round, showing up on this map.
NM set this up really well for his team, but he just fell right through that hole. That's so good. But with NM's great setup, it was just not executable with just a really good attack. Once they were able to get in, Oswego just took full control of mezzanine. They pushed up through piano room really well to support the attack and made it so that the only option was to try and get that plant denial. And when that didn't go well for him, the map or the round was just over.
Yeah, just on the back of getting the walls open, the Aruni wasn't able to get a kill after refragging. So it didn't work out. Never mind. Okay, so there was a rehouse call, but then they changed their mind, it looks like. So I hope we don't have another one.
There we go.
Okay, awesome. So we don't have to go to another time stellar, right? So that's always good. We already had to, reset the lobby. So anyway, we're gonna go now to basement. I think is what I saw, which is interesting. So they tried top floor, doesn't work. They go basement now. And as I mentioned before, what we've seen in pro play a lot is the middle floors are the ones that have been favored. So to see the attack win isn't surprising because I do think this is an attacker side map. But I am curious as to the reasoning for these bomb site choices because this is a really vulnerable site. If you can get the right sight lines, either you can get control of opening the red wall there into the near the tunnel entrance. I'm like stumbling on words because I actually don't remember what that's called. It's just escaping me the right word. But anyway, it doesn't matter. They're going to be able to get lots of sight control and lines of sight if they can just clear out certain utility and certain players in one of the bomb sites. And a lot of the floor above is destructible, especially if you're trying to play in that little closet area. So the attackers have so many different things they can do. They can open up the garage wall, try and plant with the smoke. So it's just only so much the defenders can really do. So I expect to see a really heavy roam.
Yeah, those long sight lines that you were talking about are typically very important to hold with some sort of shield setup. But with no shields actually available to Butler with this lineup, they're not going to be able to do that in this situation, which might be pretty costly to them. But looks like really short work has been made of this wall right here by Denki. Oh, maybe I speak too soon. He is not quite able to finish his Maverick trick, and he's taken a lot of damage for his effort, taking those zaps and also getting shot even by his feet. So that's a lot of damage that's been dealt to Oswego already.
Yeah, look at them. Rye took it down to the quarter HP. Blob, very similarly. Enham will take Denki out. He was also the other player who's heavily damaged. So that's the Maverick off the board. Wasn't able to get the wall quite soft either. So this is not looking good. Bonbon tracking a C4 out, hoping someone's out there by the snowmobiles, but no one's there. Unfortunate, but hey, you got the first kill. So Enham, he was the first death last time. This time he's able to get that first kill, and there's no refrag.
Denki down is going to be it's gonna hurt Oswego a lot. There's that mute chamber doing its job and actually setting Bonbon up to play this corner real tight. He still thinks that there might be someone coming in from the window. There isn't, but he's not going to be putting himself in a position where he might get shot from up in the mezzanine, which is really nice for him. That would be just a free kill to give up if he pushed up any further right now. The wall is still intact. Thermite is going to have to be using his charges inside. It's not going to feel nearly as good. Oh my god. An SMG 11 kill in Complexity, getting a headshot on Big Kai through a couple holes in a hatch. That's not something you see too often.
No, unfortunate for the defense. They've already lost that man advantage, but they are still doing pretty well in time as there's only 50 seconds remaining in these attackers. While they lost their main hard breach, and with the Kate on the board, that also means it's going to be very hard for Thermite to get some of these hatches opened up. So that's going to put them in a very precarious situation here. Time is only ticking away further, and they still haven't decided where they're going to try and push from. Trying to get some verticality and look down below, find out where some of these defenders are playing. But unfortunately, no luck so far. They're going to have to just start pushing down the stairs, whichever stairs they decide, but one staircase or another. And they're only going to have a short time to work with this. Again, just so much time wasted away. 20 seconds now remain. They're finally going to start pushing downstairs. There's a man with a shotgun here as well, so that's going to put them in a bad spot. He will get it down, but not a kill. So Complexity actually able to win that engagement. He's going to see someone, and no, we didn't actually catch him. The man in closet not being found. Zarin will get a kill as well, and NM pulling it up. All three of those players were just funneling into a death trap there, and that'll be the first round one on defense, and it's an even round count.
Complexity was doing so well. He had 2 kills to his name, both in situations where he wasn't really favored, taking that really tight peek through the hatch, and again, taking out the mute while he was holding the shotgun on that really tight angle, which is not one you'd expect to survive. But I guess just the sheer mass of 3 people walking through there just split up the damage. But he just didn't see Jaeger's head, and NM was able to get a free 2-piece while his teammate picked up the 3rd one, finishing out that round. And we're starting off pretty even here yet again, 1 round to each team.
I'm just going to be slightly critical here on the attackers, just because I saw something I'd never liked to see, which is they just kind of stalled out for 20 seconds. They had 40 seconds remaining. They waited 20 seconds, then they finally decided to push stairs. And in that 20 seconds of stalling, Gridlock has a shotgun backup. They didn't do any further soft destruction to try and find more angles. They just peeked the angles that were already available. And the defenders are going to be wary of those. They've been there for a while. They already know where those positions are, so they're not going to give an easy line of sight. You can hope for it. But at that point, you have to make your own magic happen, and they just weren't doing it. So that's my small criticism of them. If they're just going to do that same push without making any further developments anyway, just do it a little earlier. Imagine had they gone at 40 seconds, the player gets down, they help them up after getting the kill on the smoke, they're in a 3v2, and then they maybe have 20 seconds at that point. It's a little more doable, I would argue. So
yeah, definitely a lot more
small
doable.
things like that can make a big difference.
I mean, it's one of those things, just making a decisive call when the moment really comes to it. And anyone can make that mistake. I mean, you got 5 people in a call, and it's a high stress scenario. You know, they're playing for championship right now. Their whole season has been building up to this. So, you know, you don't want to be the guy that like commits to the call, and then it turns out that they've got like a lot of resources on the other staircase, and you're like, oh, well, we're all going to die here. But, you know, in this situation, they sort of ended up in that situation anyways. And I guess either way, they were going to have to be going to 3v2 against NHEM, and NHEM has been on fire. He's already got that KD building up 3-1 right now after that round.
Every map, he's shown up so far. Blobfish a little bit behind, but still has plenty of time to catch up, and those two certainly will be the arguables for the MVP, unless, you know, this map and the next map at the very least. If someone can show up now. Wow, NM just allowed to wide swing, and he's not getting cleaned up. Finally, Blob will shut him down from a different window, but he just got such a free kill on Danky there, and that is going to put you out of the Maverick again. So they're putting themselves in a bad situation early just by not watching someone pushing there. I don't know where the miscommunication happened. Blob was on the window. Maybe it was his job to watch for that, but unfortunately, just wasn't able to get it done in time.
It's not there. That was a weird one, because I don't know how you'd be on the window and not see him sooner and get NHEM from the mezzanine window. And I don't know what NHEM was there, just in the middle of the hallway. I mean, I guess both teams got punished for it, so all's right in the end. But I'm a little confused on that one. Looks like Big Kai actually has some information here. He knows someone's out there. That's a nice place to be with Legion. He can set down some mines here and forget about him. Let the area just kind of be watched in case they try and push in to find him. And he can keep lurking here and get ready to go up the stairs for a flank. So I'll give him the call for the track stingers, which is probably going to be really useful to him. He knows that he's got to account for that in his time if he does try to go for that flank. And with the 4v4, it's still looking pretty favored towards Butler here on the defense.
Might have a nice angle from below, so if anyone does go out on the balcony without looking below, they could find themselves getting taken out without even knowing what hit them. But in this case, the plant will start going down, so maybe these defenders don't know what's hitting him, as Spicy's just going to persist on this plant. He's going to actually get it down. They don't stop him. There's going to be a kill from Bon, but there's almost a refrag. Never mind. Complexity misses the shots. Zarin will get that kill. And now Spicy and J-Boss, they're going to have to hold this post-plant situation. Now it's a 2v4, a lot more doable for these defenders. They bait out the defuse, but nothing comes through. But Bon will get the kill on to Spicy, and Big Kai cleaning up J-Boss. That's an easy round win now as they continue to dominate. Butler finding their second in a row.
Hey, and he got rezzed.
Nice black ice.
That's the real way to win, is get your guy with the black ice back up. But that was, I wouldn't even say that's a premature plant. That was a nice plant. But by the time it was down, the plant watch was all dead. You end up with 2 guys left to cover it against 4, and that's a winnable scenario. But the Butler players just showed up there, finding those attackers who were trying to defend now at that point, trying to keep that bomb down, just rooted them out really quickly and really efficiently, taking out both of them.
And I think partially the problem for the attackers is that Maverick died early again, and without him available to open up lines of sight, they didn't plant in the position they really wanted to plant. They wouldn't have the angles they want. So things like that, you have to keep in mind. Losing someone early, they did improvise well. They got the plant down, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to carry it over. Now, I think part of that could be laid on complexity, unfortunately. Not, again, just constructive criticism here, but he wasn't able to win the gunfight. But it wasn't just that. He was kind of standing in the middle of that doorway. He could have held a more passive angle, covered his body up a little bit more, and just held and waited for the Militia to start pushing out instead of just peeking. But instead, he goes for the wide swing, and then he loses the engagement. And you're an easy shot for someone who's behind cover, and you're not. So I think that was a little bit of a mishap in the positioning there. But again, just a slight detail. Had he won the gunfight, it would be a negligible problem. But you might wonder if that's partially part of the reason he lost that engagement.
There's a lot of reinforcements dedicated upstairs, 5 of them right there along the library wall. So that's definitely going to be a spot that's held very closely. I think Big Kai is probably still up there. He's set up to have that hatch open so that he can watch down into games room, which is really nice. It makes it so that you cannot plant in games room until the second floor has been cleared. And with all that investment in second floor, it's going to be a difficult task for Oswego to pick up.
Yeah, I see this in the Champions League. I remember casting for that, and they did the same thing, the top tier teams, and see it in Pro League. So this has just kind of become the standard when you're playing these middle floor bomb sites. You have to do the extended hold above. All the floors in this map are virtually destructible, especially from the third floor to the second floor to the first floor, ground floor. But that's something you have to be aware of as a defender, and so that's where these traps are coming from. You know, you just play off of that. Don't make it a weakness, make it a strength. And speaking of strengths, we're going to see NM already getting close to an engagement. And he's been a huge strength for this team. So if he can get an opening and kill yet again, he's been pretty good at that. He could put himself or his team in a better position just right off the bat of this round. They've already won 2 in a row. This is their 3rd bomb site. And he will get that kill on the J-Boss as I'm speaking about him. So he's going to continue just to have a really good game here on Chalet.
He's still in this area. There's more players coming in to find him. He's been droned out. He's got that kill. There's comms as to where he is, and that was not the place to vault. Complexity right on his back. Got that bullpup, assault rifle, nothing missing there. And looks like Oswego is full to take over the entirety of that side of the second floor.
It's true, and there's not a lot to contest them in the hallway, which is interesting. Normally you see someone with a shield at the top of the stairs there to the west, but they're going to be peeking from library instead. So they're doing a little bit further back, more of a conservative hold above. Super aggressive here. Speaking of aggression, we're going to see the defender pushing up. A Big Kai will lose that engagement to Danky and give themselves a man advantage. But time has been killed somewhat. There's only a little under a minute remaining, but the kills are starting to come out for Oswego. Spicy finding Bon, and now Raikai, Zarin, they're going to be trying to find something, but nothing is found yet. Spicy finding his second, and that's not the way you want to hold this. Zarin's going to be trying to do something, but Danky will win that engagement as well. Winning the gunfights, Oswego is going to stop the momentum that seemed to be picked up and bring it back to an even round count.
Okay, this is one of those where it doesn't feel like Butler was playing their setup. And I think that's what I'm going to determine has been happening. Butler has really nice setups. They put their players in really good situations. They've got really good players. But sometimes they play too aggressive. They don't use what they've set up for themselves and they go for the kill. And sometimes when they don't get it, they just get blown out because their players aren't in their positions. And it just allowed, like in that round for sure, as we go to storm through the second floor, we got the Legion Raikai pushing up too far, not behind any cover. He had the whole doorway into library, and he could still keep playing library. So he had no reason to push up there in order to keep holding that angle. And not to say that's like they lost because he pushed up, but I think they're getting a little over aggressive sometimes when they're really feeling themselves, and the kind of bravado just pays off for their opponents.
Well, that's for sure. It is paying off for their opponents. You have to be careful. You cannot let yourself get complacent just because you're performing well. Now, Enham has done a good job. He has 3 opening kills so far through 4 rounds. So really good job from him. But that sacrifice, because he's pretty much guaranteed to get refragged, and that's fine if you can take out the right person. Like when he takes out the Maverick, it's worked out pretty well for them. But the rest of his team just can't seem to always carry it over. And that's the concern, I would say, for them, because that's a gunner that if he can do that and you can carry it over, it's worth the sacrifice. But if you can't, he might be suited just staying alive and helping you later in the round. So that's something that maybe they'll have to assess later. So far, they've been doing a decent job. They're at 2-2, so it's nothing horrible. Both teams doing pretty well. It's an even map so far. But if they want to pull away one team or the other, I do think whoever can make the better adjustment to what they're seeing from the other side is going to come out with the extra round here. Or, maybe both teams will make an adjustment and we'll see even split. Wouldn't be very surprising on a close contested match like this.
Looks like we have Danky opening up this Maverick trick like before. He's going for the opposite side after some deliberation, it looks like. He took a lot of damage previously and ended up dying for it on the last round that he tried this. So there's definitely some reasons to be thinking about this and deciding what he's doing. Looks like we heard the sound of the metal falling away, but it is still reinforced there on that side. So he's missed something, unfortunately. That's going to leave that garage door hard breached, or not hard breached. Gonna leave it hard yet again, and that is gonna make it difficult. They're gonna have to burn a grenade to get this, risking themselves being out there in the way yet again. And with Spicy Fish actually being on thermite, that means that they can't just throw something on there. He's gonna use the little safer side there, but still take a lot of damage to his feet. And Butler is just not letting any of that value go away without getting just absolutely used as much as possible.
Ooh, Danky's playing by the snowmobile, tries to peek and just gets a little bit of pelted by some bullets there. That's going to be Anand aggressing back onto him, keeping him away from that breach hole. You can't enter here until you clear me first. That's basically what that message was. And they have the man advantage. J-Boss is off the board early again. He died last round as the opening death. And he has 0 kills so far, so he's not really having the same impact. Last map, he was the second highest fragger right there with Blob. So to see him having a poor performance, it is going to be a deficit for his team after we've seen just how much potential he does have.
Yeah. Looks like a much quicker and much more successful Maverick trick over here. These bandit batteries are going to be pretty easy to deal with for Danky. He made a really quick rotation this time after they got the wall open, but Enham is right behind him on his tail. Not choosing to wallbang there. He could have gotten something out of that, but his teammate will pick up quite a bit. Raikai getting a double kill and leaving Danky and Complexity alone on this side of the map. Complexity now truly alone, only able to set up a flank watch for those stairs, but still gonna have to shoot all the way into sight. But that's a flawless round. Raikai picking up another one and letting Butler move on to the next round without losing a single character.
It's funny, I think NM had 2 kills and Raikai right there had 2 kills, and they're both fighting, cross-firing, seeing who could get the third one to get the triple. And Rai comes out on top. But that's something you like to see when 2 players can just do that. They can just come on and get a flawless round for your team. So that's what's showing up right there. They're showing up. They're showing that they don't care that Oswego chose this map. We can still perform well. So they're going to do well, get 3 rounds of defense. They're guaranteed an even split. If not, if they can win this, they'll have the 4-2 split. Oswego, they're going to be looking for another round here. They certainly want that even split before they go on their defensive half. So what can they do differently? I think they need to start winning opening engagements, because so far it really hasn't fallen in their favor. They've lost 4 out of the 5. They've only won 1 of the opening engagements.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned seeing the hard breach play from Oswego. That's a second time in a row that it went suboptimally on that garage door, which is the most important part of basement to take. I mean, you can rotate around away from it and open up some other hard objectives, going into wine room, for example, and that's where the second attack was, and we saw Danky pivot for that, which was really nice. So you don't necessarily need to get garage door, but if you're putting resources into garage door, then you need to get garage door. So once again, seeing so much of the time just get wasted on the garage door that didn't even end up being the push, it feels bad. And so we need to be able to see Oswego really make the most of their attacking time, and that's not what we've seen on that basement objective.
Haven't seen it yet. Unfortunately for the attack, they're just going to worry about the upstairs attack, which they have been relatively successful at. I believe they won one round on attack up here, and then they lost last round, but they did get the plant down. So they're very close, at the very least, on this bomb site above. So if they can just do things a little bit more successfully, win a couple extra gunfights, they're right there in the contesting for this. They're in the running for winning this bomb site. But I haven't seen the opening kill come through yet, right? And that's kind of what I've seen is pretty decisive. J-Boss, I hope he can also get some kills here. His team really needs him right now. And so if he can get the opening kill, or if anyone really could get the opening kill here, put themselves in a good position. Some engagement is going to come out. Rye is being spotted on a camera undoubtedly, and that's going to give his position away. But wall bangs are not going to work out for either side so far. Big Kai is going to be on the shotgun with the mute. He's had some success with this in the past, but so far just no one peeking from either side enough to get taken out.
Raikai's roam on the Kaid right now is really aggressive. Heading all the way up in a trophy, pretty much unsupported. He really was relying on not getting droned out. If he's still over here, he's at quite a bit of risk. With complexity all the way in, supporting Danky actually getting in through that window repel. But looks like on the other front, it is pretty quiet for the defenders. Those cams are doing their job, giving that early tell if anyone does push from the southern end of the map. And Big Guy just keeps peeking with a shotgun. That's not it.
It's not the play, and that wasn't the play either. As Rye is being found out after having a good roam in the past, it's no longer going to have an effect on this round. Him and both the guys actually, we'll just say, are taken out, and that's going to give the two-man advantage to the attackers. And they still have a minute, so that's actually really good work from them getting those opening engagements taken care of earlier on. But they have to still get this execute taken care of.
Okay, you mentioned before wasted time on attack. We just sat there on a still from one of the defenders and watched the outline of two attackers not moving for almost a full 15 seconds, I think. And while there's 5 of them, and they're taking advantage now, that was a lot of time that just was not getting utilized. They had the ability to push up and take the Maestro a lot sooner. Now, having fully secured that, they get this easy win and a flawless round, J-Boss getting another kill right there in a row on him. But
so flawless and then flawless.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I can't, hard to speak bad on results yet again, but I think that more than like being like they're bad or anything, it just goes back to telling us that maybe there's like some lacks in comfortability on each of these objectives on this map. As we mentioned, it's new. Everyone's had a lot less time to run strats on it. So I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think we'll continue seeing more of that as long as we're on Chalet. But definitely, I think that'll come up when we get to executes needing to happen.
Well, they're going to switch sides, and they're in a deadlock. You've mentioned just how close this matchup has been so far, and we'll see. Is it going to continue now? Or can one of these teams start to dominate on this second half after switching sides? That will be the story, I think, if one team can manage to take this map before we get to overtime again. Otherwise, you know, are we going to have a split half? It goes 6-6. It goes to 8-7 yet again. 3 maps in a row. That'd be pretty historical, I'd say. But that's always, again, the stamina of these players can only go on for so long. This is already a long match, so I'm curious to see when that will start affecting. We've already seen some missed shots. I'm wondering if play will start to get a little more sloppy as this continues, because this could be a long night for both these teams.
Yeah, well, neither of these teams has had to have a match this long yet in this league, and we're on map 3 out of a potential 5. So this is going to be really wearing on this stamina. I mean, Butler and Oswego really tore their way through the regular season, and dropping only a couple maps. I mean, Butler for sure only had to do had to go to map 3 on 2 occasions in the regular season. So their stamina hasn't been tested as much as their gun skill has. And once they have a team that is testing their gun skill, like Oswego is, and they're having to have their stamina tested, I mean, it's when you really see that they're a true gamer. You never know a gamer until you've seen them at their most tired. Oh,
well,
no.
that didn't work out. The grenade bouncing outside is supposed to bounce inside, guys. C4 doesn't bounce, and it gets a nice half damage done to guy. But luckily, that time the grenade will go through properly, so they're gonna be able to get the breaching charge now that they've cleared the utility on the other side with that grenade. But that's a pretty standard thing to do. They don't even bother with the soft trick, as we've seen it can sometimes not work out. So they're gonna circumvent that problem just to open it up with the hard breach. But now we're going to see what else are they going to do. Are they going to rotate over? It looks like they do have some men over on the wine side of things. And that is actually pretty common, seeing people rotate and try and get openings on each side. That way you put pressure on both sides. They don't know which way you're going to be pushing. He's going to unwisely just push forward near that wine cellar wall. And Complexity's just like, what are you doing, man? That's an easy thing.
Yeah,
and that's actually diffuser down. So Big Kai, unfortunately, just kind of put his team in a bad position.
Wow, diffuser down on a Vulcan shield and a Wamai with discs.
You can't really say much more about it. That's going to be Complexity getting the opening kill. Blobfish going to follow up on the Bon, and now they have a 2-man advantage. This is already looking like a really solid defense. And I'm going to refrag back onto Blob, though. So Blob kind of running around. He's going to, be found out. So that will help their team a little bit. But still, a lot more work to be done. They need to get this diffuser, and Complexity's just going to play on it. He knows that they're going to keep pushing for it. Rye will get a kill on the Denki, though. So they're still keeping this close. But it's a 2v3, and Complexity still does have control of that diffuser.
And him is watching a great angle, though. He's waiting for Complexity to try and move somewhere else, get a different vision. But there's a lot... Whoa, no one watching that angle at all, though. And that's going to be an easy kill for him on Spicy Fish, who is not looking in the right place. J-Boss is, though, so Complexity is going to stay alive. And Raikai is set up here to open up that Vulcan shield. He doesn't know if Complexity is still there, unfortunately. But he should have a location on J-Boss after that kill coming out. This is a real clutch scenario. He's got 30 seconds. Diffuser's far away, but J-Boss is able to get yet another one and take out Raikai.
Well, thankfully, J-Boss woke up a little bit compared to earlier. He actually has 4 kills now to match the amount of deaths he has. So he's breaking even. So after having a donut for the first few rounds, he's actually coming alive, and right at the right time when you can start pulling away. So good for him, helping clutch up that round. He wasn't going to let that player push in on his buddy Complexity over there, and shuts that down. And really, that's pretty much what sealed the round for them. They were keeping it close, though, on Butler's side, getting those kills, but unfortunately, diffuser down it was a bad situation.
Yeah, we've seen Complexity be really important to rounds before, especially on Cafe playing Pixel on the same Wamai pick, but we've never seen him just get to run away with a game, and I think that's really satisfying to see him do that.
See the 6 pick to Ying, a character op that we have not seen in the first 2 maps and so far on this map. So a very different approach coming out from Butler. They haven't brought this yet. So certainly a new strategy to be explored. The bomb site is going to be, I believe, upstairs. And so these 2 teams are opting for those top and bottom floor holds, which is very different, I think, than what we've come to see from other professional or league play.
Yeah, that is interesting as far as picks, but as long as the teams are both very comfortable with these 2 objectives, I think we'll see the best, or most interesting at least, interplay between the 2 of them, since they're really playing the same game as each other. And with that Ying pick that you mentioned, I'm actually pretty curious about that one, especially, like, it feels like a response to Complexity playing that shield before, because Ying is just so good at getting through shields, and she's got those smokes, and obviously her actual gadget, which can just burn out those Wamai discs. I guess the flashbangs still do their job perfectly well, even when pulled somewhere else by Wamai disc. Yeah, so Bonben seems like a counter pick into Complexity right now.
It could be. I can definitely see that, but you also think it's the Wamai, so like you could throw this to catch a lot of your stuff. So you better hope the utility clear is like on point. The other thing I'll mention too is that they are bringing smokes, right? So you can plant with that, and that's going to replace the smokes that the Ace has. So what role are they going to play? Are they going to be aggressive? Because if you lose them, you can no longer smoke plant. But I will also mention on the other side, they still have Maester cams anyway. So even if you try and smoke plant, it might not really be that successful.
Yeah, and we did see them attempt this before, and those Maestro cams, like you mentioned, really just made a really big problem for the smoke plant potential.
Well, on the other side of things, that's when Oswego is an attack. But point is still valid, I do believe. We're going to see them take their time, though. No kills being netted. We aren't seeing very aggressive roams below like we saw from Butler on this defense. Instead, Oswego staying more turtley and roam on the other side of the map, but nothing really on this side, as they know that honestly, it's hard to push up these stairs. It's hard to get much control over in the trophy area. So they're going to just let them have it and just play back and stop them once they get closer to the bomb site and into that bathroom area.
This is one of those rounds where we're halfway through and we don't have an opening pick yet. So we're going to see that coming here pretty soon, especially with walls actually getting blown open by Raikai here. Oh, wow.
No.
And the first one's going to be Zarin. Spicy Fish choosing to be pretty cheeky there, crawling around in order to get that peek somewhere that they wouldn't expect his head to be, all the way down there on the floor. And now he's actually set up to hold into B objective, which is not a great place to plant. So they might be trying to push up into a different location. Looks like no, crawling through that hole and actually starting it, but it's not going to go right. Bonbon is the last one left. He's not very close to Diffuser, though. He's able to get Blobfish, but his location is blown. He's going to have 4 men, maybe a couple of them trying to collapse on him here, but he's got to get through the rest to even get to objective.
He's going to need to get the ace as he's in a 1v5. Now 1v4 after getting that kill on the Blobfish. But 40 seconds remaining. He does have a giant mag in the hands of the Yin. So at least that's fortunate for him. But he's going to have to find one-on-ones and win every single one of them. Otherwise, a crossfire could spell doom for him. He's not even going to aggress up. It looks like maybe just waiting, talking to his team as he checks corners and just buys time, lets this clock tick away. This is basically just a timeout for them. And then maybe he'll rush near the end of it, but so far, just not even looking like he's going to aggress very much. He will throw the Yings. Could find a kill here, as that will really make it hard for these defenders really to hold the lines of sight onto him. But so far, nothing going to be found. He's going to start pushing into sight. He's going to get the kill, maybe. Not even. Complexity knifes him, and that is just unfortunate. But hey, that's 2 rounds in a row for Oswego on defense, and they're starting to pull away a bit.
Yeah, not a flawless, but they kept 4. They did keep 4 up on the board. That was nowhere close to being able to be an ace for Bonbon. He was just not set up for that at all, with the main push just entirely being dissected. That one is another just very convincing round win for Oswego. And, you know, Butler just doesn't have what they had a couple rounds ago, you know?
Yeah, you know, where's the chi energy? You know, where is it? Where's the mojo? I'm not seeing it, and I think part of the reason, and this isn't, of course, like you can't expect your top fragger to always perform. You need other people to step up, but NHM has been quite quiet since those first few rounds where he got that opening kill, and he had a couple kills where he had multi-kill rounds as well. So don't get me wrong, but in the last few rounds, especially those 2 that they just lost that were really decisive for Oswego, he just hasn't been there. And I think perhaps that's because the role he plays doesn't allow him a lot of freedom, right? Like he's not going to be breaching things to open lines of sight. He can't throw grenades. He can't use a utility to clear people out. All he has is really the gun on the IQ. So his job is to wait for other people to create opportunities, and he can capitalize with the G8 in hand. So far, he hasn't been given much opportunity, so I don't want to like blame him necessarily. I'm just saying that might play into why they haven't been as successful. So as a team, they need to just create a few more opportunities here, allow NM to shine, give him lines of sight, give him, flush someone out, let him have the angle holding it, because he's more than likely going to win the gunfight. Well, some other players, this isn't an insult, but they're just not as good mechanically as him, so they're not winning those gunfights.
Yeah, something I think is really neat to see is the spread of kills between the 2 teams. Butler, I mean, the kills are quite well spread out on neither team, but you see it really shine on Oswego, where between a map and between rounds, it can get spread a lot more between the players. Like, you look at it right now, and it's very even across all these players. And you see players that haven't really topped the kill board on our previous 2 maps doing that right now. Spicy Fish and Complexity both sitting on 7 and topping it for their team. Neither of them has top frags the previous 2 maps. So where Butler is slowing down a little bit while NHM is a little quieter on kills, Oswego is able to get 2 nearly flawless rounds with other players getting all those kills.
And he has 9 kills, so he is doing well, but no one else is stepping up. That's the real problem. I mean, there's people with 2 kills on this team. 2 people, 2 kills, and it's unfortunate. But you have to win some more gunfights. Like at a certain point, he can only carry for so long. We're gonna see a really aggressive peek from Blob. Doesn't get the kill. He's gonna not here, maybe below him, but he does end up peeking. He gets 1 kill on the Bon, but Zaren's there to refrag, playing the buddy system, and now it's gonna be a 4v4.
That is a weird place to lack intel, like in the 20 feet between 3 of your operators. Oh, 4 of them. If 2 of them were pushing up the stairs, and then 1 of them outside the window.
Very strange.
That was a kill that Blobfish should not have been able to get. It's really good thing that they got the refrag though, because he was set up for just a hat trick right there.
Big unfortunate part though is Rai was still killed, and he's the primary hard breach. And in fact, he's the only hard breach. Now Danky is also going to get killed onto Big Kai, and another one onto NHAM. That's a double. And now it's Zaren in a 1v4. And as we go, looking like they're going to be getting this map point, and they are. Spicy finishes it up. They're up to 6, 3 in a row. They're taking full advantage of this defensive half now and coming away with a 3-round advantage, the biggest one we've seen so far, and 1 more. And they will have this map. They will be up 2-1.
That map, or that round, didn't even happen in sight. That was all peripheral to sight on those blue stairs. And I mean, that was Butler didn't get to play that round.
Yeah, they didn't. They were just bullied. They were trying to move in from below. They lose a man early, and then from there they just lose more men. I don't think they even got a single kill, actually, thinking about it from there. So only the refrag onto Blob, and then from there they just weren't able to do anything. And they weren't even really near sight. They were on the stairwells and in these weird placements and positions. They weren't able to get any real power lines of sight positions, and that's just gonna not help you at all, really. Like, so I was actually curious as to what the mentality was of pushing from below. I thought maybe you mentioned they could have pinched, they could have had information, got Blob. They already saw that he had peeked their player outside, but then they just didn't realize he came down the stairs and he heard them. So that was just a huge missed opportunity. And from there, it's just gonna snowball. So Butler, 3 rounds in a row. They haven't won a single round in attack yet. They're probably a little concerned here now that they're on map point.
Yeah, I think this is the widest discrepancy on a map point yet as well. So that's scary to see. I mean, it sort of looks like Oswego just pulling ahead, and not like the same amount as like stringing 3 or 4 rounds in a row like we've seen from either team. I mean, it's been so back and forth every map so far, but right now the discrepancy feels larger than it has been yet.
Indeed, it has been. I think the farthest discrepancy we saw when it came to map point, that C4's not going to hit, unfortunately, a little wide, but they're going to burn these ADSs, and they should be able to get this opened up after the map throws the grenade. That'll allow Big Kai to open this up. But as you were saying, I think 6-4 was the map point on Villa, and that was the closest or furthest away they've been to taking a map. And then Oswego clawed it back. So maybe Butler can claw 3 in a row here. I mean, it's very possible with how close these teams have been, but the only problem is they haven't shown us the capability of winning on attack on this map. They've lost all 3 in a row, and it wasn't really that close in any of them.
Yeah, we thought this was going to be a pretty attack-sided, or at least even map, and this is going all the way of defense. It's been very rough. Only 1 attack round has actually been won, and that's from Oswego on that first floor bar objective in round 4. So Butler really has to... they have to go against the odds right here, and losing that grenade right now is not going to be the first step in doing that.
NM gets that opening kill, though. We said he's been a little bit quieter. He'll help out here. The Goyo shield being popped is going to damage them and push them back. Spicy did get a kill on NM to refrag, so at least they've gotten it back to the even man count. But things are starting to fall apart, but never mind. The flanks and the watching angles from the orange side will give them a flood of kills, but Bon is going to try and bring it back. Gets 1, but he's in a 1v3 now, and a little HP in pocket. He does have a very good gun of the AK, but up against all these different players, he finds 1 onto Spicy, but there's still 2 remaining. Does he have Diffuser in hand? He does not. These last 2 defenders probably just going to be playing for the sound cue. I don't know if they know that Diffuser was downed outside of sight, but if they are aware, they can just play passively and wait for time to favor them even further.
Bonbon is still sitting on a hair of health. These mute jammers are still up, which means they have no intel, and J-Boss is going to get that final kill. His shield was destroyed, but he gets Bonbon, the real objective there. And that's going to give it to Oswego after all of that.
Well, certainly the most decisive map that we've seen so far, and that is going to be a 7-3 victory, a flawless half on defense coming out from Oswego. So that was their map pick. So we always have to mention that each team has won their map pick so far. This next map, though, is going to be Coastline. And this is definitely the map pick that I think Butler's looking forward to. This is a really frag-heavy map. And I feel like they do feel like they have better fraggers. But we noted just now that the kill count was so much more even on Oswego's side across the board versus Enham. And then the next player was like half his kills. And so if that seeps into this next game, it's a new map, so it might not. But if it did, that would really be not great for them. So hopefully they can have a little more confidence on Coastline. It is more familiar of a map at the very least, so we'll see how it plays out. But again, just another short break, and we'll be right back with you after it for that fourth map.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Short break, of course. And we're going to be moving on to that fourth map. We just saw Oswego won their map 7-3, a more dominant performance after the 8-7, 8-7 each way. So hopefully we see one way or the other at swing. I think the champion division players and teams and the casters even are kind of antsing to go here, antsy. So we'll see how it plays out. But it's Coastline. It's going to be Butler's pick. We just talked about how they're hoping that maybe that frag potential is higher for them. But what do you foresee here, Treasury? Do you see a dominant game like what we just saw from one side?
Well, I mean, as you said, it is Butler's decision. Butler is overall a more frag-centric team, so they'll have that advantage on Coastline for sure. But last map sort of felt like Butler was starting to get tired. They've had a lot of really fast and action-packed just stomps throughout their season. They've 2-0'd all but 2 teams up until this point, so they might just not have the endurance at this point to really keep fragging out. I mean, only their own skills will tell as we watch over the course of this next map. But that's the worry that I have right now for Butler, who are the favored to win overall despite being down a map against Oswego.
Well, the Jackal will be the first ban, which is an unusual on Coastline, of course. So I'm not surprised to see that coming out for them. I'm curious what the second ban will be. Sometimes it's like a Blackbeard, other times it's going to be a Nomad. You know, it's usually not a hard breach, but it might be Acer or Hibana. Oh,
Huh.
interesting.
That's
IQ.
Yeah, both teams have used IQ a lot as a fragging operator, as well as for her utility benefits. Her utility won't come into play too much on this map, though. So I think it really is just to stimmy the fragging potential on this map. So I think that's coming from Butler, though, correct?
No.
Yeah, that was
No, it was.
Butler
Yeah,
banning
sorry.
at IQ.
Interesting. Who was it? Oh, you know, it's funny. Blob and him, I think, were both on that role, so they both are going to be, facing the consequences of that choice.
Yeah.
But there's going to be the Valk ban, which isn't unusual. Again, just another map you can run out very easily. But the last ban of Melusi is also not unusual on this map. Now that does live Mira, and she can be very strong in like a blue or a service. So both the downstairs sites defense, or even Pent if people decide to go there, but that's kind of fallen out of favor. But the Melusi, it is obnoxious, especially on stairwells where you have to crawl up. It's a really small map, a lot of tight corners, so you can really get shot from like very cheeky positions and angles that we've mentioned a few times. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that being taken off the board, and it was. So these are kind of standard bans outside of the IQ. I think that was a little bit different.
Yeah, I think Valkyrie stands out as the one most bannable character on this map. She just does so much anywhere you put those cams.
Indeed. So starting out on defense will be Oswego. This is again a frag-centric map. Now again, mentioned before, Chalet's not quite figured out yet, but ordinarily it's going to be that attacker-sided map, just like Consulate or Coastline like we're on right now. But last time we saw it wasn't. So while there are certain trends that we can point out, it's not always going to be the case. In this case, I would just mention, usually this is going to be an attacker-sided map. And that's just because it's small, it's been around, it hasn't really been reworked. People are so used to it, they know all the different angles you could take. And honestly, if certain angles are just opened up by hard breach, the defenders are just put into a nightmare position. So it really depends on that opening engagement, I think, more so than any of the other maps we've seen so far, just because we can get an opening kill, especially onto like a hard breach, so you can keep the lines of sight from VIP or onto the back wall of the billiards room. That can certainly help the defenders hold things a lot better.
Interestingly, we saw J-Boss 6th pick onto the Mira. So Butler doesn't necessarily know that they have a Mira yet. And so he's going to be able to set those up. I'm not sure where. He's got one of them down already, but those might be playing off-site because I definitely did not see one in Hookah. And when you were talking about hard breaching making quite a big difference, Raikai is going to be the only hard breacher on Butler. What he's looking for is this 4-stack wall on the inside of the courtyard into games room. If you can get one of those open, it's going to make sure that no players can actually stay in billiards room anymore because they'll just get shot from the roof. And that really just adds a lot to that attack.
Yeah, the other thing I would say about the Mira that you had mentioned, sure to put one down. A lot of times they will put it in the Cool Vibe stairwell, and right up near the top, you can look in towards the window and in the back sight of Hookah. So that's certainly a possibility. Dinky, though, going to get the opening kill onto Bonbon. So that's going to give these defenders a man advantage early on. But it is only the gridlock, which, you know, it's not great to lose. They still have their hard breach. They still have a lot of the utility in their hands, like grenades and projectiles.
Big Kai still inhabiting that same space, which was deadly just a second ago for Bon Bon. That's a little bit risky, but they want to shut down these hallway angles, make sure that those rotations are locked up for Oswego. That way they can kind of pinch in on the defenders and make sure that they're actually going to know where they are. And their Dinky's going to be taking some fire from a gunfight that he's taken. And there's still one player in luggage still. They actually have a location on him, I imagine. Big Kai wouldn't be looking there otherwise. But this is still very roof-centric. It's kind of a long time to stay outside. That's, there we go, verification. But it's a long time to be up top without getting much on the ground pressure.
They didn't watch it when he stood up to shoot the Yana. No one on the roof was watching, so he's able to rotate out and just survive. So that's a really missed play coming up from Butler. Complexity going to pick up a kill on to Zarin, and that's going to put these attackers in a 3v5. Enham, excuse me, going to kill the Dinky, but he's going to get refragged by Complexity, getting a double kill on their own. Raikai, it does get a kill onto Spicy, and it's going to bring it a little bit closer. It's a 2v3 for these attackers, but these defenders are just going to be trying to play the time here. There's only 40 seconds do remain. There's going to be a push in, and it's going to be a miss, but not from Rai. It's Complexity missing that shot, and he's going to lose his life because of it. Now it's a 2v2. Blob is still on the board. One of the top fraggers, MVP, you could say, for Oswego so far, and he might be able to do some damage here. Yana is going to be rotating onto the billiards double window there, and so Enham is going to be flanking Rai. I don't know if he saw him, unfortunately. No. But they haven't gotten the position to plant quite yet. We're going to see the Ace is going to start planting in that default behind the bomb chastity, but it's all on Big Kai to really hold this down. He's going to get the nice headshot onto J-Boss. The plant does go down. Where was Blob? Well, he gets the kill onto Rai, but it was a trade, and unfortunately that leaves the plant down, and so the attackers would win, but there's also a life left alive, so either way, it was a win for the attackers.
That round kind of all came down to that play from Complexity getting two well, he had 3 of them handed to him, really. He was able to get 2 of them, though. The last one, though, Raikai actually killing off Complexity, though, I think is what spells that defeat. Just having one more attacker in their in-games room, even with a flank, it was enough to get that plant down and still have it supported. And Big Kai did a great job killing off J-Boss on the mirror once he came in the room, making sure that the plant was definitely going to go down. So it was actually a really clean execute, despite kind of feeding a couple kills away.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it, and it's like, Enham really should have flanked there. He could have gotten the engagement and won against the Ace. But the other thing is, like, when you lose the man in Aqua, Mirror's still playing all the way near Cool Vibes, and Enham didn't rotate up. They give so much site control, and they were going to waste time getting back to site, and they don't even notice or hear or get any information on the Yana rotating back around and getting on the double window and jumping in. That was just so much time, and there just like was no movement coming up from those 2 defenders. So that's where I'm baffled. It really could have still won that round in the 2v2, but they kind of handed it to him once that plant came down, and they still didn't aggress on him. It was far too late. So hopefully they can have a little bit more clear communication and get back to site faster if the roamers are the ones who are still left alive. But on the other side of things, I will say Butler probably didn't like how that opening engagement went, so they're going to be looking to change that up in this round and then, you know, carry it forward from there.
Yeah, funny enough, I think Oswego has won a lot of rounds off of being a little conservative in situations where they could push and probably get a kill, but they want to play for the strategic win. And that was one of the situations where, like, that strategy that's worked really well for them previously just didn't actually pan out. So I don't even think it's that bad to kind of win, like, lose the battle but win the war. Because I think they get a lot more from that play style than they just lost on that one round.
That's true. But on a frag-heavy map like this, we will see, you know, does it pay off to be aggressive, or are they kind of missing out on something and it could cost them the map? But that's still yet to be seen. We're really early on in this one. That's 1 round only for Butler. So second round here, a minute has been killed. They've been doing some work with the drones and getting certain positions on the roof. They know that they have some roamers above, holding above the site, because the floor is, again, on this map, just like many of the other maps, very, very destructible. Spicy, though, taking so much damage. Not sure where he was. Probably playing near service. Might have been a grenade that came in, and, well, Big Kai will clean him up. So that's going to be the opening kill coming from Butler this time. Now, last time Oswego did get that opening kill, but they still lost the round, so you never know what it's going to mean. But Blob will get that instant refrag onto NM, who is their top fragger ordinarily, but last round it was really all Raikai. So if he stays persistent on this ace roll with the AK in hand, it can still spell disaster for these defenders.
Zarin here is in a bit of a tight spot, getting shot at already. And Oswego's done a really good job of locking down Penthouse, trying to make sure that no one gets in and is able to open up the floors above Kitchen. They're going to hold that as long as possible. And Zarin is really hoping to get in there with his hammer. So that's where he's going to be headed over the course of the next, like, 45 seconds. But he has to get through Blobfish and Danky, who are holding up here. And Blobfish gets a little more wily every time. He's opened up that little crevice that he can hop in there and hide from anyone coming down the hallway. And that's actually been quite effective. They're a man up, and second floor hasn't been taken at all.
Well, Rai playing on the kitchen doorway. I don't know if he knows that someone's behind the bomb chest. He just missed. He had an opportunity there maybe to get the mirror up, but the mirror in the meantime is going to take out Big Kai, so they're not even worried about that player pushing him from the doorway. He can still get a kill somewhere else. Now that's going to leave it up to Raikai and Zarin, and well, Zarin hasn't found a kill yet. It's all been Rai last round on that ace, and he's going to have to perform another miracle here in the 2v4 situation. It's only 25 seconds remaining. They have a nice line of sight, but this is a one-dimensional push as ever I saw one. Not able to get much in the way of crossfires. That hard breach might open things up, but you see the long rotation coming out from Rai. He's going all the way through security, and Zarin's going to have to start pushing, and this is just not looking like the play. He's going to be able to push in. No one's watching his direction. Rai's getting an easy kill onto Complexity, but time is not favoring them. He's going to start getting a plant down. Zarin's going to cover. Oh my goodness, these players did not come back in time. There's going to be the kill by Blob onto Zarin, but Rai has the post-plant situation 1v2 now. Can these two defenders make it happen? Otherwise, it's another round lost that really looked like they should have had it earlier on, and yet again falling to pieces. But it's not over yet. 30 seconds do remain. Rai is going to be pulling puppy guard here, and he's going to get a nice swing. Danky not getting those kills and looking the wrong way.
Oh my God! How did he get away with that?
Rai getting another win for his team, and that was I don't even understand. How do you not know where that player was? That's just unfortunate, but that's going to be Butler 2 rounds. And that is just unforgivable as we go, just throwing that round. I can't say it any other way after that one.
Jesus. Well, I doubted. I really doubted. With so little map control, and you were saying that one-dimensional push, like Zarin comes down the stairs on Cool Vibes to support Rai, and all that Rai can do in that situation, because they're just going to be watching the same angle, is rotate to the other side of the site. He's on this marathon and somehow still gets that plant down. I mean, and then you just outshot the guys coming for him. Yeah.
No one's watching the mirror looking towards lobby.
Yeah, he ran in front of a mirror and a camera. You have to stop and shoot the camera just to make sure.
Yes, that's
against the odds.
A clutch coming in, but usually clutches do come on the back of some fumbles from the other side. So in that case, that seems to be what the case was. A little more obvious, at least. But this time, they're going to try to go back to the first set that they went to, and they were really close to winning this. I just want to rehash that. They were really close, but yet again, fell away from them.
Just a couple small misplays.
If they can just hold on to positions, if they can just rotate back faster, we could certainly be in a better position. But yet again, Legion and Jaeger above. They have to rotate back. They didn't rotate back in time. Enham was on that Jaeger, this same bomb site that we're seeing right now, didn't rotate back in time. So these rotates, these long roams, they're just not panning out, I don't think. They might net a killer or two, but this is an objective game, and it seems like they're not respecting that enough.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can't say too much about last round as far as that went, because I thought that was a really nice roam, but it ended up meaning nothing in the end. But I think that's kind of an outlier as far as that execute goes. We were starting this one off with Raikai doing some work again, getting his hard breach off, but no, that seems definitely muted. The sound's not going off the Selma charges. There might be a grenade going down through that chute. Nope. Maybe Zarin will throw one down there and he'll be able to knock out that mute charge and actually allow that Selma to go off. That would be really useful for them. And luckily they're packing plenty of nades for this situation.
Took a lot of damage.
Still doesn't sound like they've actually gotten it, but Danky is very low. Butler has done a really good job of using those frags to take a lot of damage off defenders through those little drone holes on the roof.
Well, they're going to continue to persist to harass them from above, but unfortunately didn't net them the kill, and that could be disastrous. Now, Yana is going to send in a clone, and that's going to give them some information. They know Danky is going to be persisting in this position. Another grenade is going to come in, and it's going to down him. He's hurt so badly. And the Lion is going to give away that position, so these defenders not sure what to do here. Spicy might get a nice peek here from the attacker, and he's going to just miss the shots, and Danky's still down. I don't think anyone's even there to support him, help him back up. So we're going to have to see what these defenders can do with their positionings. We do see that Blobfish is yet again on that Jaeger, and he's on the hard roam, but he's not coming back yet. It's probably just going to persist. It looks like that might actually be him over in VIP. So they already know his position. The Lion is already helping them gain information, and M will be finally credited with that kill on the Danky. He was down from the grenades above. So lines of sight will just give his position away. Now they can have more access into Aqua. Blob is also going to be downed elsewhere, so that's already giving them a 2-man advantage here. The time is ticking away, so they're going to have to start getting an execute down soon. Wow.
I don't think an execute will be too hard to pull off right now with 2 men out of it entirely, and Blobfish still downed, unable to do anything.
Oh, no.
Wow, Spicy Fish is the only player left alive. He's playing cool vibes. He can play it nice and tight, but the objective isn't even going to be played on this side. He has to do quite a bit to get over there, and he knows he's flanked. That mirror is going to give him a little bit more intel than the other players have, but a bullet hole is all that they need to get him. Big Kai getting that one and taking them to a flawless victory for 3 rounds in a row on attack.
First 2 rounds seemed like there were kind of throws, and in this case, the Butler is going to show them that, well, that's not necessarily the case. We are just clutch, and we can win rounds, and this time we don't even need to clutch. We can just flawless you. So really dominant round coming out from them. Oswego, that's 3 in a row that they've lost. They've been in this situation before in Villa, but this is not a map I don't think you can count on 4 rounds coming back into your favor. So they cannot lose another round here. They really need to start bringing this back. Yes, it's attacker-sided, but at least get 2 rounds. Otherwise, you're really putting yourself in a hard position or stuck between a rock and a hard place, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, down 3 on your map is so different from down 3 on the other team's map. And I mean, looking at this hill that they got to climb right off the bat here, I think they know that well as well.
Well, it's going to go back down to that site that they lost the 4v2 in, and so they're going to hope to learn from that mistake. They have a very similar lineup here. I don't know what the difference would have been, actually. Did they have the Wamai last time? I'm starting to think that they didn't, but I could be wrong about that.
Let's see, what was Complexity playing? I'm not sure. Last round we had a Lion from Butler. This time Bonbon is on Twitch, though, that I do know. Otherwise, that is all definitely the same lineup. I like that Oswego is making good use of the Mira now that it is unlocked for them. They've been able to get a good situation for that to be on every round, if not playing it properly 2 rounds ago for the previous kitchen hold. I think they'll have learned from that one, though. I don't think Rise pulling that one over on them twice.
Probably not going to be able to have that happen 2 times in a row, but, you know, we just saw they were pretty dominant, so maybe they don't need a miracle play again. Maybe they feel confident enough. These defenders, though, they're going to be doing that upstairs roam like they did last time, so it wouldn't be surprising to see that follow through. But the Yana is just going to feed more information, and more drone work will just continuously come in, and I think they're going to still need to clear those top players.
Yeah, there's that shield totally scoped out. They know Maestro is behind it, but they're also going to know that there's Wamai discs and Jaeger ADS is in the way. So it's not like Big Kai can just throw a grenade in there and call it done. He's probably going to hope or wait for another teammate to bring something else to throw in there and sort of clear that out a little more fully. And once again, Zern, or, oh God, my brain just...
It's all right.
It happens. His name right now. Zarin. Zarin Astra is looking to get up above in VIP. Oh, okay. There's another Gemini used there just to stare at Maestro, I guess. But Zarin really needs to get up above in VIP to open up the floors and make this more of a 2-pronged attack from above and the side. Big Kai is just keeping Maestro's attention right now, keeping him off of cams, just threatening.
Oh no, Danky's gonna get an easy kill onto Zarin. He did try and go above like you had mentioned, but in this case, he's gonna get refragged quickly, so his friend will make sure his loss wasn't unjustified. But Rai is only a hard breach. You can't really do all the soft distraction, so losing that sledge is big, but Big Kai will take out Blobfish, so That's going to help them out a little bit, give them a man advantage here.
Raikai, like I said, has the breaching charges actually since he switched off the smokes earlier when you mentioned that. But it looks like he's not opting for that and not opting for going through lobby this time either. There is someone watching lobby this time, just as we suspected there would be. But Raikai might be better suited to actually fragging right now. He's been going nuclear for his team right now, 7-1 and 1. Oh, he's back in lobby now. He's really moving around. Looks like the attack is going off for the hallway on first floor. On the other side, there's Mira popped out in between the two objectives. And we're staring at each other through mirrors yet again.
That's why I usually have one of the walls soft there, and for some reason they don't. Big Cat can get another kill this round, so now Complexity in a 1v4. This is a familiar story to what we saw last time. Iana will be caught from the side by Complexity, but still 3 more bodies to find. This plant might come down soon, and it is going to indeed come down. We're going to see Zofia is able to use the mirror to their advantage, and Ham will clean them up, and now that's 4 in a row for Butler, and Oswego do not look like they have much of a clue on what to do after those first 2 rounds look close, and these last 2 have not.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see a map objective switch up here. That's 4 in a row on Hookah Kitchen, and one of those was a flawless. So I don't think Butler's showing any signs of slowing down right now. Just clean plays all around. This is clearly a map that they're well practiced on, that they know the angles well on, and Oswego's just not keeping up right now.
We're going to have to see what they can do to change the pace, and so far it looks like they're going to go blue and sunrise, which we haven't seen yet, so that's certainly a change of pace. But they're not bringing the Mira, and this is a site where Mira is available. She's so key. She gives you so much value. I don't know what they're going to do instead. They are going to bring that Wamai and Jaeger combo, but I feel like you don't particularly need the Legion here. You could have very well used the Mira, had a nice line of sight with the Mira looking towards the blue bar. And that's just a very standard hold that we've seen come out from Pro League. But in this case, they're going to opt away from it. So I hope they have a very good plan here because they need success after not finding a round yet.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty anchor-heavy setup, actually. Interestingly, Denki is running the FMG9 on smoke right now. I don't know if he's done that before, but that definitely caught my eye just now to see that Spicy Fish still running the Mossberg. So that might speak to where he's going to be playing once he gets all set up. But there's a lot of close area denial between Smoke, Mute, Wamai, and Jaeger, with J-Boss having the only wider-oriented gadget on the whole defender lineup.
Curiously enough, they're going to be bringing that line. It does kind of lock up those defenders for a moment. Allows you to push in a little less warily. And so I think that's pretty much what they're doing, trying to lock down these defenders in their positions while they take more site control or map control in general. But they're hearing the reinforcement come through, and they're not going to aggress on them. So I felt like that might have been an opportunity, but instead they're going to just go with the standard thing, which is the drone and clear and maybe get some top floor control before they start trying to push into either of the bomb sites.
Wow, with those reinforcements still going up and Lion as his pick, that was the time, if ever, for Bon to just charge into sight and make his magic work, I think.
Oh, Spicy taking a lot of damage, though. I think Bry might have been the one to do that damage, the AK.
Oh, here's that location that Denki's playing. He's got a shield up in main lobby, and he's using the FMG9 to play long throughout that room and into the kitchen, kind of locking up that side and being able to play into security. No. There's a second one, Rye picking up Spicy Fish. Oh, he actually got the opening kill as well. I didn't catch that. Denki and J-Boss, the only 2 left now that Zarin has gotten a kill. And Enham, wow, another one for Zarin and a flawless round for Butler. That's 2 flawless and 5 wins in a row.
Well, they're on pace to look flawless in this entire map as they're up 5-0. 2 more rounds, it'll be a 7-0, and we'll find ourselves on that map 5 of Consulate. So as we go, losing all momentum they had picked up from that previous map. And I feel concerned if they can't win 1 round on defense. This isn't their map choice. So it's going to be very hard for them to claw their way back. We're going to see Cali being brought. They're going to go for that Hookah Billiards a 3rd time. They've lost it the first 2 times they've tried it. The first time was very close. It was a 2v2 at one point. But last time was not close. So I'm not sure what they're going to do to adjust. They're bringing that Mira yet again, but the operator lineup doesn't seem very different. They're going to stick with the Legion, but that Cali was just a bait. They're going to actually go back to the gridlock. So both teams really keeping the same lineups.
Yeah, I like keeping Bonbon on a more heavily fragging operator, not so situational, especially since they really have no clue where Oswego's going. I mean, they can guess that they'd go hookah after losing on blue in addition to those losses on hookah and kitchen, but at that point, I feel like it's a shot in the dark, definitely not worth risking having Bonbon sort of out if they happen to go somewhere else.
This
Looking at-
doesn't look like a well-practiced map for Oswego, if I can just be straight up.
And I mean, for Butler, it's hard to believe that this isn't their first choice of map, that they chose Cafe over Coastline.
All right, that's true.
But
But you could say the same thing about Chalet. I mean, each team is now coming away more decisively on that second map choice.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, now that you mention it. Ooh, a little spicier there. At least baiting for a spawn peak that will maybe take a couple seconds, take some attention. They're definitely going to shoot at that, and now he knows that people have actually spawned here. At least that's actually a pretty smart play.
If this was timed right, he actually might have been able to run out on them, but instead he's just going to make them a little more wary, make them a little scared that he'll run out on them. But they've already gone upstairs, so I don't think they're too concerned about it. They're just going to be doing what they've always done. Hold angles from above, open up the back wall, start nading the, crap out of some of these players. I'm just going to say it, especially if someone is unwisely still choosing to be in the Aqua bar. It hasn't really worked out very well so far. So hopefully they are in a different position in Aqua, like behind the couch. But just always got to be aware of those drone holes where you can drop nades from.
Yeah, those nades from above have been doing so much work. Like, numbers-wise, they've taken more life than some players have so far in this map. And that's pretty intense.
Gridlock going to throw stingers on the white stairs. So they're going to be aware of where these players could come up from. And they know that someone is going to be playing behind Aqua, it looks like. And Complexity escapes with his life somehow. Not sure, but NM just doesn't even realize they've actually rotated away. That's just unfortunate. So he's going to continue to try and push out the player he thinks is behind Aqua, but they're not there anymore. So if he's not careful, he could get swung on from Complexity, but Complexity doesn't seem like he's going to want to take that risk. He's just going to play back and just play passive, which you mentioned does seem to be the play style more so for Oswego.
Yeah, I like the place for value, but right now it could pay off just absolute dividends for Complexity. He's got the heads up on where the player is. It's not too bad of a run out or a peek. At this point, it's definitely not the move. He's taking too long, and I don't expect him to do it at all. But this really is telling us, seeing this is very aquarium-sided. We're going to go for another aquarium plant. So look for Raikai there with the diffuser. And there's an interesting sight line going all the way down from white stairs to Aqua between these four operators.
I hope Legion will slow him down temporarily. We're going to be seeing Miro is being placed late. J-Boss in the meantime will be taken out by Bonbon though. So now it's a 3v5. Spicy does get a kill, and that's going to be on his errand. That's his first kill of the map so far. We do see Blob is going to be trying to flank up. There's a player right above him, so let's be careful. Kai in the meantime, Raikai, going to be getting that plant down. He gets off of, no, actually he did complete it. Okay, so Spicy did push up, get a kill onto him, but it was too little, too late. Now it's a 3v3 post-plant situation. Spicy's going to be peeking Aqua, but NM is ready for it. It's going to take his head off. Now it's a 3v2 post-plant situation. They're hoping to get this perfect half, a 6-0. That's going to be Danky down now. Blau has a miracle in his back pocket or not. He's going to need it. He's going to get a down, possibly. Not even. He's just going to continue to shoot at that player in Aqua, but not find anything for it. He's going to get a down onto the gridlock, though, and take them out. But time is ticking away. He only has about 6 seconds, not even. Big Kyle put him out of his misery, and that's going to be 6 in a row. A flawless, perfect, whatever you want to call it, half coming out from Butler on attack here on Coastline.
I mean, I'm not too surprised in a vacuum. If you told me Butler just 6-0'd someone on Coastline, I'd just go, yeah. But with the way that this series has been going, that's the most insane thing to tell me right now. And I mean, it's not like Oswego hasn't been putting up a fight, but they aren't taking the individual gunfights that they need to shut things down. You saw Blobfish on white stairs see that there was a player there. He heard someone at the top of it, and his immediate reaction was to come back and redeploy all the way by hookah. So he spent about 30 seconds running across the map to get there and support his team, and by the time he was there, he was the last one left. When instead, he could have been just running a tear through the back line of Butler's attack, and I mean, that might have been the difference to win it all. And that was the second time we actually saw that happen. And earlier I said it was maybe a losing the battle to win the war kind of thing as far as their strategy goes. I mean, that's the way that they play. And I'm fine with that. But right now in this series, that's what they need to be playing. And not doing that, I mean, I think that cost a second round, most likely.
It looks like it's losing the battle to lose the war in this case, as they haven't really been successful. But we'll see. Maybe their attack will be more successful. You wouldn't want to see a 7-0. That'd be really disheartening. But there's still that map 5 regardless, so they've done well enough to get to this point. I do want to say that the lineup is very different. They have the Capital in pocket, which we haven't seen played yet, and he is pretty powerful. But they do have that Wamai on the board, which is a direct counter to his bolts. So I don't know how much success they'll have. The other thing I noticed on defense that I like, I was really little confused about coming out from Oswego's defense, now that I'm thinking about it, is they bring in that echo, and that's going to allow them to have the denial without even needing to peek the plant in the default plant. The other thing I was really confused about is the last round, for example, they're getting the plant in the default position, and you put the mirror down. The mirror should have a C4. Did they ever attempt to C4 from in hookah and throw it over and get that kill on the player planting? It's happened a couple times where I feel like they've pushed out through the rotate or pushing up to get the kill on the planter with their guns, when they should have C4 in their pocket to kill that player. So it's just a kind of a misplay in my opinion. And now I like to see that
come out so far this map actually.
Right. So
I mean,
I
I'm
think
just
Butler,
like glazing over something, but there hasn't been one that stood out.
I think Butler's circumventing it by bringing the echo, though, is my point, just to finish that thought off. I do think that will allow them more versatility. They don't have to push up. Pushing up is a very dangerous thing to stop the plant. You all want other options, so you don't have to put yourself in such a risky position.
I agree with that. I mean, that's the reason that Smoke is so good. Like, he's just an auto pick on almost any objective and almost any hold. He's never going to hurt your team because you can always do that. You can deny the plant without having to poke your head open. So you'll take close quarters guns because you can win from a distance on the objective. And there's those echoes actually coming out right now. Maybe not stopping a plant, but definitely disorienting some players that are attacking.
There's the C4, I think.
Yeah.
Well, a miss, unfortunately, but at least they gave it a go, more so, I think, than what we had really seen throughout this map so far. So at least they give it the good old college try, but they're still just burning time. So a lot of time going away, but Blobfish finally will get that opening kill onto Raikai, so he's going to be trying to bring this round first in. They need one here to start getting momentum back in their favor, but they would have to have a flawless round, or half, themselves. So this is only the first of many if they can manage to catch it.
That's some nice coordination we're seeing right here. Bonbon using his disorientation right at the same time that Zarin is actually pushing that fight. And he can keep holding here for a while. He's got some grenades to cover him. He's got a Jaeger behind him as well. So this is a really good position to be playing right here on the base, as long as Bonbon is able to keep some intel going for him on that Echo Cam. Ooh, but that's going to be disorientation right back from J-Boss. Spicy Fish has been able to get into sight, though. It's all smoked up. No actual intel on him, and the gridlock.
He knifed him.
Oh my god, knifed from behind by the Echo. It's blind fire through there. He went for a second knife. Not quite getting it, though. Danky picking this up and not quite getting that other kill. Blobfish is the only one left to bring this back from what looks like a certain plant.
Oh my goodness, getting the clutch in the dying seconds. He's gonna have to jump in, and Big Kai's just ready and waiting with the shotgun. It's a 7-0 coming out from Butler, and they're gonna bring us to map 5, 2 apiece. So everything that's happened so far, well, it got us to this point, but it's no longer relevant, and we're gonna have to see who can win. This is the last map. There's no more chances. So whoever can clutch this one out on Consulate, neither team really choosing this map. So really curious to see who will come away as the champion here of the Challenger division. But before that, of course, we always have a short break, so we'll just jump straight to that, give these players a moment to breathe, and then we'll find ourselves looking down the end game here as that final map will come into fruition.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. We're back with the last map in our series for Oswego versus Butler for the Challenger Division Finals. This has been a pitched battle. This is the final one. This is the 5th map in this series. We're going to Consulate. Each team has taken 2 maps already, and it has been just such a slugfest between these two.
It has been back and forth. Now the last 2 rounds have been a little more decided, but in each side's favor. So it was 7-3 coming out as we go, but now we had 7-0 coming out on the other side for Butler. Now Butler did have that round differential then, since it was 8-7, 8-7 before that. So the 7-0 would give them the advantage there. So they choose which side. They're choosing defense, I believe, and it's going to be on console, as you said, which we've always said it's usually attacker sided. Last time, well, it was a 7-0, but it was very attacker sided then 6 rounds in a row for the attack. So we'll see if it really plays out that way. But, you know, in a league like this, I really don't know how it's going to play out. That's Pro League strats and stats. So very different game. We'll see what they can do here. Neither team chose this map, though. This is just the one that they left open. So I don't know if one of them knew it was going to come down to this map. One of them was just okay going here. They didn't think they'd get to this point. Like, you never know. So I guess we'll see by their play. But again, I think this is where the stamina part really going to show. Was Oswego having a hard time because they were tired?
Yeah, I mean, it may well be. This has been such a long series. This is the beginning of hour 5 of this series. These guys have just been slugging it out with just about 5-minute breaks in between each time, like just going crazy hard for crazy long, fighting for their championship. This is the proverbial ring on the line every single map. So this one is really where it all comes down to. Once again, all the marbles are on this map. Butler has the advantage. Currently, they did take that map advantage because of 7-0ing last round, despite 2 maps already being double overtime, one going to each side. So they have a bit of an advantage. They're the favored ones going into this. They've been previously unbeaten by any other team, only dropping 2 maps throughout both regular season and the postseason leading up to this point. So it's pretty intense.
And we're going to get back to the old ways of the bans as we see. We saw IQ as the only outlier, but outside of that, it's always been these 4 ops: Thatcher, Jackal, Mira, Valkyrie. And we've already talked about on this map, especially we mentioned this is the jump out map. So having Valkyrie off the board will make it harder for the information, but Nomad being on the board will allow you to deny if they still choose to try and jump out on you. But if they don't bring a Nomad, it's a big opportunity for those defenders to possibly aggress on you.
Yeah, and when it comes to Nomad, we've seen almost, I think, every single map, both teams have gone with gridlocks on the early rounds and switched to the Nomads. Although on the last map, I don't think that switch ever did come through. However, we've seen quite a bit of gridlock in the early rounds and quite a bit of Nomad in the late rounds. Going with gridlock to start with is, I mean, wouldn't be my pick. I think Nomad is a lot better on this map because of those runouts that Wes was talking about just now. And those are quite important, but neither of these teams have really been too active on the runouts before. Maybe this map will be the one that changes it, though.
Well, we'll see right now, as they're going to be going upstairs, which in recent times, and this again, the stats are come from Pro League, so not the same thing, but this is a site that the win rate has been like dismal. It's been bad. So teams have stopped going there. They've actually started going down into the split site of tellers and archives, which is very different than what I think most people would have expected. But with C4s in hand and a pulse in hand as well, you might very well actually find some success on that. Well, here, if they get control of the windows and they flush you out of key positions by getting control of the windows and taking control of yellow bathroom and then also the connector room, that just means they have pretty much open lines of sight to protect the plant coming down in CEO office. So that's what you have to be very careful of. Now, one way you can stop that, have someone playing in the corner of CEO and just have an ADS try and protect them. Otherwise, have players play below and have some drones to try and help feed that information when they are trying to jump into the window and get the plant down. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Maestro being brought, but so far they didn't bring any cams on the defensive side either, which is interesting on a map like this.
However, on the attacking side, Danky yet again on 0. He's been pretty hard stuck on that character for a little while now. Another interesting pick is Raikai on Capcan, and that's already been spotted out by the attackers. As we go know where at least one of them are of the 5, and they've taken note of that. They know he's going to be there with more of them. And they've fleshed one character out of admin offices. Enhem's still up there, though, and he is cracked with that Roni, so I don't think. No,
Ooh.
he's really pinched, so maybe he won't get
Yeah.
a kill here. He's dealing with 3 different operators on 3 different windows with a drone on him as well. And there
From
it is from
below.
behind. Oh my god, 4 different angles.
Yeah. Dinky's going to take a lot of damage, though, and I'm not quite sure where that was coming from, but he's probably up in admin pad, I guess, so someone's probably aggressing on them there in that painting room right next door. So we'll see if they're able to flesh them out, get more map control. Continuing to drone, though, which is a really good idea. You don't want to just haphazardly push forward. Make sure you get the information that you need, knowing where these players are going to be playing. Rye is going to be peeking from bottom spiral. He almost gets peeked by Blob, but he didn't take the shot. Probably didn't expect someone to actually be there. Rye does a little bit of damage back. He's going to start rotating back towards the stairs. Blob had rotated with them, was ready and waiting for it, and he's also going to find another one. That's a triple on the round. Bon off the round here, and Spicy going to kill onto Big Kai. So now it's all up to Zarin. This might be a flawless round if they can take care of him without losing someone, but he is in a 1v5 situation here. It's not looking very good. The rotate catches him. Spicy finding a second on the round, and that's going to clean up. Looking very good for Oswego, starting flawless on this map.
They're not going to take that 7-0 lightly. They're back with a vengeance. Flawless immediately with plenty of time left on the clock. Really no resistance on any part of the map.
That was a really well executed push. I have to give him credit. Having the lines of sight, you mentioned it. Someone got on the printer window, and then the admin, they're pinching Nam, and then they knew where he'd be. So what do? You just have Blob stand below in the one position he can really be, and then just take him out from below. He wasn't expecting it. Free kill. And then Blob just having such an impact on the round. But it was interesting to see someone was actually allowed to move down the admin stairs, but they didn't see him there. So he's able to get a kill down into the basement. He read that perfectly by the way onto Riot. So that was unfortunate. But the other kill onto the mute, also putting down admin from up top, that was just that was kind of a misplay. But either way, even if they didn't get the kill there, they already got the double. They're already putting their team in a really good position. Manages to get the triple, and from there they just ride the wave that Blobfish was able to provide. And they're gonna go now to another bomb site. Sorry, the same bomb site. I was getting a little confused there, but they didn't really have much success. So I am a little confused why I'd go back up here.
Yeah, after such a stomp, I feel like the last thing I'd want to do is go right back. But I mean, with it being such a blowout and sort of hinging on roamers getting knocked out before they're able to do anything, I think maybe their thought process is just, well, if we roam somewhere else, do it slightly different, it won't be such a stomp like that. And there's a sort of a late cap can placement. It's pretty foretold here now, so that's not going to create much of an issue for anyone coming up through that office. But Raikai is lurking here. He's made his position known. He's made himself known as a threat.
You're right, but I was gonna point out with Riot, does he just like the gun? Because like you keep bringing it. Capcan hasn't really netted you anything. It just has to be the comfort. That has to be it. I can't really think of another justification here. Now I hope they drone this instead of just rushing up here. They do have a 2-man squad here. They do catch the head of the Jaeger playing over in the circle desk area. That's big guys, so he has to be very careful now. Will Denki do something here to try and flush him out? Are they gonna shoot at Cameron? They already rotated away, luckily for them, but they're gonna be pinged. It sounds like there was a drone watching over there. Denki just narrowly avoiding that engagement from the piano room. He's gonna be watching the hallway as he knows that Jaeger's gonna start pushing up and aggressing. The Jaeger, though, not being fully committed to that.
Oswego's droning really well here. They're able to get in there and look for Jaeger. They don't quite have the intel on him now, so they kind of have to follow, but they're able to stay coordinated between their teammates. Denki here is holding that angle to make sure that no one gets taken by surprise by that. Rooting out these roamers pretty methodically is really nice and kind of paid off last round as well.
Legion just had 3 Legion mines in his pocket, and they're all now thrown out there. So I'm curious where he threw them, but I like to see that he's not keeping them in his pocket any longer. Get him out there, man. It's not going to do you a lot of good if you die. But they do have a man above still in admin. They're not doing the same clear, which is interesting because it worked so well last time. Instead, they're just going to opt to ignore those players. I'm curious, are they going to go for a push from the opposite side, from West Take, or are they just taking their time trying to find out things? But if they are taking their time, they're taking a lot of it. We're down to near a minute left, and Denki's going to be the opening kill. Another one from the hatch. He's missing with the SMG-11. Unfortunately, not the mag size that is very forgiving, but we'll find that kill anyway. J-Boss will get a refrag onto Zarin, but that is diffuser down, and these attackers way more lost seemingly than the last time.
Speaking of lost, Bonbon's kind of running around with that shotgun. I'm not too sure where he's headed. I guess up the stairs now. But he does have a diffuser, and he does have a shotgun, which could really pay off playing close like that. And at this point, Complexity and Blobfish are the only two attackers left. They're pretty distant from that diffuser as well. Complexity being a little bit closer, but he really has no idea where Bonbon has gone.
I think he did pick it up luckily, but it's still a 2v3 for them, and it's 20 seconds remaining. They're going to want to know what these players are playing, but Complexity gets killed, and then, or gets a kill, and Blob also finds one. So now it's a 2v1. They're bringing it back in quick succession, but it's only time ticking away, and they're going to be found out. Complexity running right into the arms of Bonbon, who's ready and waiting for him, but now in a 1v1 situation, they have to get the plant down or go for the kill. He's going to go for the kill. No, he's not. What is he doing? He doesn't have the diffuser. He thought he
didn't know he had it.
And that is so unfortunate.
Even
Blob
having the diffuser, though, I do
should have just gone for the frag.
He needed to, but there's a shotgun. I don't think there was any winning situation there. Bonbon had fully commanded the diffuser for like almost 2 minutes.
That was unfortunate.
Or I guess not fully commanded it, but he didn't let it out of his eyes for very long. Just long enough for Complexity to bring it up to him again.
Well, that's the first round of defense one, so they're keeping it close. We're going 1-1, and I'm going to guess they're going to go basement, which they are looking at the screen now. So that's going to put them in a good position. I think this is a better defense. It's harder to win up top. They showed that they were capable of it. It did get close. They had the man advantage, almost lost, but managed to take it back on the back of the, I believe that was the smoke. Was that the muted smoke? I don't know. Either shotgun in hand, SMG-11 in hand. Not the most... They're not the best weapons you want in your 1vx situation, but you can manage to get them to push towards you, which they did. It managed to work out.
I mean, if you can get them one by one, those are the best weapons to have. If two guys come at you at one time, though, you just kind of throw your hands in the air and say, I'm done. So he was quite lucky he was able to finagle that to be just the way he wanted, so he could use the shotgun and SMG-11 properly. This attack's going to be... I mean, I was going to say pretty reliant on the garage door, but it might not be, seeing as the way both of these teams have really approached large, kaided walls. So they're all spawning on this side. Their decision-making process from here could be a couple things. Clearing isn't too bad. Clearing from above is a nice option, especially with the issues we've seen with Maverick tricking, not to offend anyone, but it's been a little bit hit or miss for both teams. So opening up in Piano Room is the most consistent way to do it for any team. So that may well be the move. Denki's definitely going to get started on Mav tricking here. And if he can do that, that'll be the quickest way to get in there. Potentially open up for a smoke plant. Complexity does have smokes, but that would require 3 operators coming down here if they're going to get the smokes up. So we'll see how that actual clear goes to get rid of the roamers and make sure that this is going to go off.
So far, working pretty well. We already got the wall soft on the far right. They also have Zofia on the window of Piano, so trying to clear out anyone who might be above, trying to stop this from happening. Rakai going to take some damage there, but the grenade's going to be what they're trying to use to open this up, and I don't know what they were thinking. Bring the gridlock. She has a shotgun. Just shotgun her open. In any case, they're still on even man count. They should get that wall open, but then they're going to need that verticality, honestly. So I'm curious to see who's going to be going in. Is it just J-Boss by themselves here, or is there another player here to support them?
Well, I think we just saw Blobfish actually droning out this area. So J-Boss has some information to be working on here and is quite proficient with his gun there. He's watching the one main area that he thinks someone could be coming from, where they haven't actually had the opportunity to drone yet. But they don't have any active droning, so it's still going to be pretty risky peeking that at all. No shots back from Big Kai, though. He probably could have landed that.
Well, he's too wary of it. Just decides to back off. Spicy Fish is going to be getting zapped to near death, as they are down to only a quarter HP there. Not sure where that camera was hitting them from, but that should have been cleared, my friends. And unfortunately, just the utility game is not working out for Oswego so far. They're having a little bit of a struggle here. The electric part of the wall won't catch things since the soft destruction is taken care of, so that's good. But they're running out of time here. These Maestro camps are persisting, taking care of their drones, so they can't get the information they need. J-Boss will get that kill onto Rai, guys. That's the opening kill for them. That's really good, but they need to find a few more bodies here.
This is one of those situations where I think they might be hurting for their operator pick from attack Oswego right now. And I'll speak to that more a little bit later. Blobfish here is going to be going down, trying to push down Yellow with his teammate. Other kill picked up by Zarin. along with Nom, and Spicy Fish is actually going to put down this plant. Complexity covering that, but the double C4 from Nom, picking up 3 kills right there in just a flurry, holding this position for nearly the entire round, and it really paid off for him.
This is why I bring Sledge. Not to be mean, but you need to
definitely.
clear out the people behind white. You need to clear out the people behind the pillar. You can do that by vertical play. They were very passive in their vertical play. They only got near the front of white. They didn't look like they had opened many holes near the back area, and pipes itself too. It didn't look like they had any lines of sight towards that. You can get so much control from the verticality on this map especially, and yet we're not seeing them take advantage of that, and they're not even bringing the standard ops. And those standard ops, I mean, I know you have your own strategy, you have your own way of doing things, but sometimes there's a rhyme and a reason why there's standard play, standard meta, and it usually is that they has benefits to it. And that time I see they're not reaping the benefits they could have.
Yeah, I think I love a gridlock smoke plant, and I like it there even. But in that situation, I think they're really suffering for not having the smokes on the hard breacher along with the Maverick to open up the wall. And with 2 operators, you could have gotten all the benefits you had with 3 of them there, and you didn't have explosives. I mean, if you're going to put 3 operators outside the breach, that's all good and dandy, but one of them is going to have to be your Zofia or Ash or, I mean, Sledge even works. Just anyone with a frag grenade even, because you won't be almost losing your hard breacher trying to plant underneath a maestro cam, and that's just I mean, a terrible situation to be in with no explosives in hand.
I think they're gonna go for the smoke plant with the glass in play. Usually you'd go to the front door, he can throw some smokes, and then when they're trying to peek, you're the only one who has lines of sight because you can see through those smokes as the glass, of course. But I don't feel like this is a strat that's really been favored in recent times. People have been able to figure it out pretty well. There's a lot of angles you can get from the windows, especially near piano, and if you have the long sight of maybe a rook or a dock, you might be able to get the kill onto them. And then also, people have noticed you can play actually in the basement here, open up the circle desk hatch that leads to the basement. You can actually throw a C4 perfectly up to catch either side of the front doorway. So that's an easy kill, but NM getting an easy kill onto Denki. He's getting that opening kill yet again. And honestly, this is the theme. Denki has oftentimes been the opening death, and it's unfortunate for them.
Yeah, it looks like that trend is continuing here. And like you mentioned with this glass plant, the smoke is already down. And Glaz is looking for something. He must be able to see some yellow through there, shooting at those feet. He's scared off a player above, but no plane is going to go down yet. Maybe that was a feint to kind of draw out some resources, maybe some C4s. No C4s have come out, though. So it continues to be Oswego down 1 man, and they need this roam clear to come out. That way they can actually get this plane.
And the missed shots, Rye's going to take that kill, but J-Boss will get a refrag onto NM, so that's going to get rid of that top fragger for them, but they still are down a man now. That's unfortunate, but they're going to have to start getting some more map control halfway through the round, and there's only 1 person inside the building up in admin office for them.
The admin office roam is pretty interesting as a really wide roam for this objective. I mean, it paid off really well against Danky. I was just kind of curious to see that as an immediate place to be. But it's going to be really good to support this hold up here in the conference office.
Oh, no.
But the flashbangs are not going to hit their mark, and Big Kai gets an easy kill against a blinded opponent. J-Boss is up here as well. He's pinched between 2 players. He's going to get one in Zarin, but with his double kill under his belt, he still has Big Kai right beside him, and Complexity isn't able to get at him either. They can actually pinch this through this back door, but a player on circle stairs is going to have his say in that. And even after all this, they're not actually picking up Big Kai.
Yeah,
and
he already rotated. The hatch is being opened. That's the play. Buy time, and then the objective is below you. So now you have to actually start taking control there. Complexity is going to get taken out by Big Kai, so still persisting on the yellow. And now you're in a 1v3, and unfortunately, that's just not the best position to be in. With 15 seconds left, it's still a C4 in pocket, as you've just mentioned. And yeah, can't even get through that rotate all. This is all for naught, as it looks like he's just going to have to drop to his death here. Maybe find some consolation kills, but unfortunately not really going to be given one. That C4 doesn't actually hit, but Big Kai will from behind with the SMG that's in hands of Ella, and that's another round going in the favor of Butler now.
Yeah, and Big Kai really was hitting different that round. 3 kills, really solidly commanding, especially since he got the diffuser down. he dictated the way that the second half of that round went entirely by playing up above and playing safe, making sure that he never exposed himself to that glass in the early round. As soon as his feet started getting a shot, it was out of there, just to make sure that he could keep lasting there, and that really paid off.
And they brought the Aruni. They had C4s in pocket. They knew what they were going to try, it seemed. And if they didn't, they at least played it well enough that they were ready for anything. And so that Glass not able to be successful there. And honestly, just losing the gunfight to someone who was playing was Rye on the Capcan. So he has only a 1.5 scope at best. You lost that gunfight. And that's just not. If you're going to bring Glass, you got to win the gunfights like that. You have to. It was a decent distance away, and yet you can't notice a player laying down and get the shot onto him. So I just don't feel like that was necessarily the op that should have been brought. I don't remember who exactly was playing that op, but either way, it wasn't successful. So I would certainly rethink the strategy there. In this case, we're going to see back to the upstairs hold. They lost this bomb site the first round, I believe, but since then, they've just been on a tear. They haven't really looked like they're going to lose. That second round was also close, but they were able to bring it back in a 1v2 situation. So as we go, just don't seem as comfortable on this map.
Yeah, it seemed very convincing right off the bat with a flawless round coming off of their loss on the last map. They would come back with a vengeance. And I mean, I don't see that now after the last 3 rounds of Butler kind of sweeping the table.
My main problem with that second round especially is like they didn't clear out admin, and they did such a good job clearing it the first time. Why would you change it? Why fix what isn't broken, right? And yet they did do that, and that's why that phrase exists. It's because you went away from something that was successful, hoping to throw them off, but you really just threw yourself off. So I think that was a missed play. I think realistically it could be 2-2 right now had they just played that a little different. But in any case, it's shoulda, coulda, woulda. Doesn't matter at this point. Butler is up 3-1. They're going to hope to find 2 more rounds here, try and bring it to an even split. And as we go, they're going to want to get those opening kills. They haven't been as successful in these last couple rounds. Denki also not really being impactful in this game yet, and yet he was pretty impactful in the last few maps. So they're certainly going to need more out of him to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, once again, he's making the same push. His cameras are kind of getting shot out because they're pretty obvious. They're not a great way to get himself droned out into there. Bonbon is going to go down to J-Boss. I'm not sure where exactly that was, but Denki's having a little more support from his teammates this time, which is really good. As long as he can get in, he can get refragged, and that'll definitely do a lot more value. Just having that impact on the team, making sure that his team can keep moving forward even if he goes down, and potentially even get some kills himself now. He's making sure that this window is all clear into break room for his teammate, and Complexity is going to get a kill as well, taking out Enham. And there's only 3 defenders left, with the attackers going strong still.
And Big Kai is one of them, and he's been doing pretty well. He was on the Ella last time. Now he's on the Jaeger. Certainly can do some damage here, but they are in that man disadvantage, like you had mentioned, and they have over a minute to mess around with. So going to be shooting some cams, trying to get some more information, dealing some damage back and forth with each other. The long desk battle is going to come out. Big Kai doing some damage, but also taking some, so no one really coming out on top there. But his position is given away. You know, someone's trying to creep up on him on the long desk. He's going to have the lines of sight, but he takes a lot of damage instead. Denki dealing a bunch of damage onto him, and now it's still that 3v5, but it's not looking so great. Zarin trying to bring it back. He's going to get a 1 kill down onto Complexity now. He's going to try and find another. The ring around the rosy comes out. Spicy's going to win that game, but Big Kai does get a refrag now. There's going to be the plant coming down yet again by Spicy Fish. He's going to be successful in the defuse being placed. He's going to get in an engagement and win with Ryan. Big Kai gets a kill, but Blobfish refrags instantly. They do manage to take that round. So much back and forth, but Oswego does manage to take their second round.
That's what they're really looking for. That was overall just really convincing, especially in the wake of those 3 rounds in a row going to Butler. This is feeling a little more like the bulk of this match has been just back and forth, maybe 3 in a row going towards a team. And as we get to the later rounds, it'll probably get closer to like a trading 2 and 2, and then trading 1 and 1, maybe even to overtime as they did for the first 2 maps. So I wouldn't be surprised one bit to see that, especially on this much more even map. So maybe this is Oswego's chance to sort of get ahead some more and get some momentum into the side switch.
Yeah, trying to get the tit for tat so they can have that even round count. And we're going to say a 6 away from 0 onto the Maverick, as they know they're probably going to go basement, which was a really strong hold for them. Unfortunately, the attackers just didn't seem to have the right positioning, weren't able to flush the man out from behind white, and that really spelled disaster. Enham able to get the kills on to some of the players pushing yellow, and then at the end of it all, throws the C4, gets the double kill there at the front of white where the plant was going down. So that's exactly what you would expect if you don't do the proper thing, which is clearing out behind white, clearing out behind the yellow pillar there, and even pipes itself. So hopefully they can do a little bit more vertical play here. But the thing is, they're still not bringing a buck or a sledge, and they're opting to instead bring the IQ, which is acceptable. But then what else are you bringing? You bring in a gridlock and then 2 hard breaches. It's like, why do you need the IQ on top of the Maverick here? Usually one or the other will do to help get the wall opened up. The Valkyrie is banned. So do you really need the IQ? Probably not. So
Yeah,
I just feel like
not as a comfort pick. Just getting a hold of that G8A1. I mean, great gun, don't get me wrong, but I mean, I think Blobfish could contribute a little more by way of explosives, and otherwise any other kind of soft breaching as well. He definitely has the breaching charges, but we haven't seen them go down from him very often. Hopefully we can see that by Piano Room or somewhere else that will add a lot more to the team comp.
it's interesting though that no one would be comfortable on a sledge, one of the most common operators, and I think they have brought it before.
Yeah,
So that's what's strange to me, I suppose. But they're doubling down just to make sure they get rid of the Cade Claw, and I understand to a certain degree, but it just seemed like a missed opportunity. They're also going to need to make sure that someone stays alive who can do soft destruction. So hopefully Zofia start getting some of those charges down, and IQ can join them. And there's still enough breaching charges that they could still do the work that they need to do. But do they know the positionings? Do they know exactly where to place a breach to clear out behind white? Because last time they didn't do so, and I have to wonder why. But J-Boss is going to be taken out by a C4 from below, so Enham is going to have none of it. He's going to just say no more. So that's 2 breaches off the board before they can even be popped.
Yeah, that's a nice C4 to start with, and J-Boss actually is one of the most impactful utility operators on the board right now. Zofia can add so much to a team. There's a breach charge getting used. Unfortunately, it's going to do a lot of damage to Danky, who's just trying to open up a hatch right now. I think that probably just finished up, but it's 3-5. Butler has quite a few operators left, and they were looking for that 4-2 split.
Just looking at how he's getting this hatch, and it was just strange, the pattern he was going with. He's going to actually be killed from yellow stairs, so he wasn't getting the coverage he needed. A misplay from Spicy, and Ryo will take him out as well, and Blob by himself in a 1v5. This could be another flawless round, and that would give Butler the advantage going into the half at a 4-2 split. Blob's still alive, though, so he might be able to make something happen here, but he doesn't have too much time, only 50 seconds, and that's ticking away and away and away, and he has one person contesting him right off the bat here on yellow. I don't know if he hears him. He's going to get in the engagement. He will win out. Rise taken down. You can get that diffuser back, but unfortunately, there's still 4 more bodies to find and not a lot of time to find them. He does maybe hear the person in bench area near Zulu, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get that kill. He's going to opt to rotate out, jump out the yellow window. I don't know what he's exactly planning here. Probably just push down into sight now, but there's still a Maestro Cam going to give that position away, and he's pretty much just done. This round's over. He's going to run into Big Kai's arms. And, well, that's going to be another round for Butler and a 4-2 split for them, looking pretty strong on a defense of Consulate.
Yellow Stairs was just an absolute kill zone for Butler. They just allowed Oswego to come down through there every single time. They killed them all the way up and down those stairs. That round only losing Raikai there, and with that camera and several operators posted up on every side of Yellow Stairs, there was no way that Blobfish could actually get in there and get a real kill, except for, I don't know, maybe peeking someone and getting a quick first shot headshot. But even then, I mean, 3 more bodies to deal with.
Well, as we go for their first defense, they're going to have to go upstairs. Kind of mentioned how this site isn't always the best. And we did see that the attacks from Oswego did look best when they were attacking the upstairs site of Butler. So I would say that this really is the weakest site at this point in time. Now, that also could be argued to be the site that they didn't go yet, which would be that Archives Teller's site. But you never really know until we see it in action, and it's better to maybe just give it a go rather than almost a guaranteed loss upstairs. But, I mean, we haven't seen this defense from this team yet, so I'll give them a room to breathe. I won't be too critical here. Maybe they have the right strats here to make this a successful round for them.
Yeah, as far as strats go, we see Danky and Blobfish taking that anti-drone package again. They got the Mutant Mozzie. We've seen them do it before, and it's actually been quite successful before. So I have high hopes for that, along with J-Boss and Complexity running that anti-projectile package as well. So they're pretty focused on what they're trying to deal with here, and that's going to slow down some operators that are pretty good on this. Usually a Capitao is phenomenal on the second floor objective. It's going to hurt Bonbon on the 0. Not that I think they would have expected that one bit. But the frag grenades came out from Butler every single round last map on Coastline. So it makes so much sense to be doubling up on your grenade denial right now.
One concern I have is, I mean, unless Blob can catch a drone and put it in a position, they have no drones to really feed them information outside of the defaults, and there's no bulletproof cam even being brought by the Jaeger. So that's going to mean that they're going to be stuck relying on sound cues a lot of the time. And if they can get in and get a smoke plant, there's also nothing to see through the smoke. No bulletproof, no maestro cams. So you have to be very careful of a couple different things. But you mentioned at least it gives you the security now with the Wamai and the air of no projectiles doing damage, which was pretty heavily involved in the last map.
Looks like the drone economy is not doing phenomenal for Butler. They've got, what, 4? Oh, one down for almost every operator. 4 of them down now. And only a couple of them that are placed. So they're not getting a lot of mileage out of that right now. And we're going to see that from Blobfish coming out of nowhere and taking out Raikai. And he's kind of free to roam off wherever he wants now. No refrag in sight.
Yeah, no one was there to catch that kill, and Rai was just standing in the middle of the door and not even looking that direction, so that was an interesting position. But so far, that's going to be the opening kill, and half of the round elapsed. But there's not a lot of people contesting near A, so they might find themselves in a good position, not able to get the kill on the man who was playing in the connector room, unfortunately. So Wamai, still alive, about half HP, but he can walk away from it, so that's unfortunate for the attack. They're going to just be trying to find what they can do to get an execute down. As time is ticking away, as I've mentioned, J-Boss going to kill on the Enham, so only further putting them in a more dire situation. Big Kai will get a refrag, though. J-Boss will be taken out. And Bonbon able to get a kill onto Danky, so they're able to even that man count. But only a minute does remain, so they can't wait too much longer. We do see Blob trying to go from below, throw the C4, and he's not even going to catch a kill. He'll actually get caught himself. Zarin getting killed now. The attackers actually have the man advantage. Those defenders playing too aggressively, getting their bodies caught out. And now this is all for the attackers, but first, Spicy will get a kill onto Big Kai and bring it back to that even man count. We're going back and forth, back and forth. But the long desk push is going to come up. He doesn't see him. Unfortunate Bonbon with an easy kill on a man, not looking his direction. Now Complexity might get caught from behind. He's going to go out and just miss the shots. Zarin will quickly react, take him out. And Butler going to pull away a little bit further, going up to 5-2 on the round count.
It's just they're on another spree again. 2 rounds have gone to Oswego, and they've been pretty far apart. 3 rounds in difference, and now there's 2 strong in a row for Butler again. If they can get another 3 in a row, they're going to be sending it to match point if they can get this next round coming up here. They drone really aggressively, I noticed that round, and I know they have a lot of extra intel right now with the Yana and Zero, so even if they're out of drones, they can still set up a lot of information. But those drones were lost really early. By the time we hit 1 minute left on the clock, there were 2 drones, I think, that they actually had. All the rest of them were destroyed or died in pocket on Raikai.
Just the refrags, really. And knowing the position, yeah, they did sacrifice drones, but they were able to get that kill on the man near the printer window, so they're just waiting for him to try and flush out from that closet room. And then they also got the kill onto Blob from below, knowing he had thrown that C4. So they were just getting the heads up play, getting the sound cues, getting the drone cues, whatever it might have been. They were able to capitalize on them, and that's really what sealed the round for them. They put themselves in an advantage. And then on top of it, 2v2, just the miss from the smoke, not being able to see the push-up from long desk, and put his partner, the Wamai of Complexity, in a 1v2 situation that was really, even if he got the kill there, it would have still been a hard-fought win if he had managed to do so. So it was just at that moment almost like it was over.
Though.
That's true.
It was a good situation where they were both watching each other's backs. So if Spicy Fish had just stayed alive a little bit longer, he had another smoke to pop as well. They would have been very difficult to plant, even with only 2 operators left. Unfortunately, sometimes there's a little bit of a gap in your intel, especially when you're down man count that way. So that's always going to happen. But Oswego's really going to be hurting for that one, since we're at a 5-2 record so far for this map on the final map of the series.
They do get to go down below now. They switched bomb sites, and it's probably the wisest choice. This is the arguably best bomb site on this map for defense. So they're gonna have a bigger chance here. Their roam game's probably gonna buy a lot of time. These these attackers just taking their time though. I'm not sure if there's someone's droning trying to gather information, but they do have the Maverick, so they can actually make short work of this wall if they just, you know, utilize it correctly. They're gonna make that hole and throw the grenade through as they have typically done, and just try and clear off these Cade Claws. And it looks like it should be successful. Now we'll see Ace start to open things up. This is already looking like a lot better than what we saw on the side of Oswego. They weren't really able to stop him as well, but unfortunately, without the Thatcher in play, this is what can happen. Throwing all of your aces at once, they're all going to get destroyed with one Electric Claw being rethrown onto it, and they only get one little panel opened up.
All right, Bonbon sees this and says, opportunity, time to get back to my job. Unfortunately, they have no other hard breaching abilities other than Maverick, and that's going to take some time. With the clock ticking down at a minute and a half halfway through the round, that's going to start looking a little worrisome. And I think that's just about, oh no, 2 grenades left on Big Kai still. Those are going to be nice for rooting out any more operators. 4 have already been thrown. Butler really likes their frag grenades. And they're actually going to be quite helpful for getting operators out from behind some nasty little holding points, like behind white and by pipes. So maybe we'll be able to see a frag kill come out still.
Well, Bonbon trying to get the rotate around. He knows that someone's playing near yellow, so trying to get the rotate cut off from that player. See Sledge pushing in onto yellow, trying to stop any aggression coming out from these defenders, but they're not really able to net anything, not getting any of the right angles. Rye is aware that someone above has been looking down, and that is the Jaeger. So it's going to be holding the lines of sight for that push through. Maverick did manage to salvage that hole made by the panel of the ace, and so they can start to push in. He didn't see, unfortunately, Rye, the man behind yellow. I think you could see the butt sticking out slightly there, but he isn't able to get that information. The Jaeger will win the gunfight against Bonbon. J-Boss technically getting the opening kill, but it's coming in 30 seconds of the round remaining, and so these defenders are just going to play time, try and get the time in their side, but so far these attackers are able to get some kills, but the man count still not favoring them.
With 30 seconds left, having to pull 2 operators up to piano room is actually going to be devastating. J-Boss's roam doing quite a bit there, and with 2 more attackers down, Big Kai and Raikai have a lot to do right now in order to head on to match point. Complexity and Spicy Fish are still up to deal with Big Kai. He's got to pull out his pistol. This is his only chance, and with 1 second left, it's just not going to happen with 2 operators still out.
Yeah, that was just not going to happen. Oswego played time perfectly, and really the Cade Claw coming out, they didn't throw grenades to stop it. They just didn't have the utility to stop it, so they really should have just baited it out through 1 ace charge, and then from there through the other ones. But they threw them all at once, and unfortunately that Cade Claw just destroys them all. They get 1 panel. They're put in a really sticky situation. But the other thing is they didn't clear out above still, which is weird.
Yeah,
because that's really common.
Yeah, I think for the most part, they played yellow stairs very well. Butler did once again, but they didn't quite have the leverage to get in there early enough. And I think the biggest problem was J-Boss playing above the whole time and just not being cleared out ever. Like you mentioned, they didn't clear upstairs. Sometimes it's possible to do that, but with J-Boss holding that angle and having a limited hard breaching come out, Butler only did a couple things that round, and they dealt with breach, eventually salvaging it, and they sent some operators to deal with J-Boss, and then the round was over. It just took too long to communicate what issues needed to be fixed.
Well, they're going to go back upstairs, and this was the site that was pretty close to 2v2, but they're unfortunately unable to win it. Just a missed sight on the man in long desk, and then from there, 2v1 was not able to be clutched. So I think that they can certainly win it. It's very doable. They showed that they were competent, and they had bought out enough time. They had gotten the opening kill. Blobfish got that opening kill down below in the tellers area. So very capable, but will they be more prepared now on Butler's side? They saw exactly what they like to do on this defense. They have a little more information to go off of.
I like to see that the players are kind of swapping off some more. I mentioned earlier on the last map that Oswego can kind of switch between what players are really carrying them pretty effortlessly. Like they all contribute very evenly, and at different moments you're just seeing different players pop off. Butler, we've seen it be a little more, Butler, we've seen be a little more one-sided, but right now we're looking at Big Kai 12-4 right now, and I think that's the most explosive that any player is in the lobby for this map so far.
Certainly, and I'm having a quieter game. Blobfish still trying to perform. He has 9 kills to his name, so still performing. But so far, these players are all stepping up in different maps and different positions. Of course, we have those 2 stars we mentioned, but there's other players who have certainly stepped forward. We've seen Complexity get some really good impact kills. Honestly, really everyone has. J-Boss had a quieter map before, but he's now back to getting 7 kills. So, I mean, just back and forth between these 2 teams. We saw Rye step up on a different map. Now he's a little quieter. Big Kyle step up. So each team having players with different potential on different maps. So I like to see it. It gives us a versatility, and knowing that you can't just count them out if one player is getting taken care of. But looking at what's happening, you mentioned drone economy before. It's a little bit better than last time. They still have 8 drones in their pockets, but they really haven't cleared anyone out yet. Big Kai will get that kill onto Danky, so that's going to really open things up for them. They can start pushing into admin.
Once again, we're seeing some devastational play from the other team this time. Oh, on admin windows, and a phenomenal frag grenade, giving Big Kai a double kill, boosting his numbers even more as he's cleared out J-Boss and Danky, who are both just really good players. And with only 3 left, this roam is going to be very reduced, and it's going to basically set up for an entire east side of the map to be fully cleared out. Blobfish, however, gets Bonbon, evening the score a little bit, and Complexity is going to be able to hold this really nice angle right here. While just a room over, Big Kai continues his streak. 3 kills, he's picked up everyone so far, and Complexity's almost down himself.
Well, Rye's going to start getting that plant down, and now it's up to Blob and Complexity. He's trying to get the kill. He does, but it's traded. Zarin will get taken care of. Excuse me, Blob actually got that kill, but either way, 1v3, so it's a post-plant situation. It's not looking so great. 30 seconds are going to start ticking away very quickly. Diana's just going to distract him, but they already know that they're feeling pretty confident in this round, and this is going to be Blobfish trying to make a miracle happen. They've already probably jumped out on the balcony, so trying to find 3 kills here is going to be a nightmare. One is actually just playing on the chassis, waiting for him. That's Rye. Cleans up the round. Now, that is map match series finals point. They're on the cusp of getting the championship here, and they will be the champions if they can just win one more round. Oswego are now on their back foot. They don't have any room for error.
Yeah, from here on out, every single round is for the championship until we get to overtime. So if the pressure wasn't on for all of these last 5 hours, it is on right now. Everyone's got to be on the edge of their seat, adrenaline pumping, gamer fuel all in their veins, ready to go.
And they can't go back downstairs, the one defense they had success on, so they have to go lobby instead. They've realized upstairs is not the hold for them. And so that's where they're going to go, their first floor hold. But we saw this last time on the other team, excuse me, where they tried the glass play. Didn't work out. So I'm curious to see what the push will be. Looking at Butler, they're not really going to try that here. They're just going to bring the same lineup that they've been bringing. And it's probably because it's super comfortable for them, and it has been working.
I mean, you really can't argue with that at this point. I guess Bonbon did switch off to Gridlock this time. That's actually definitely a good operator for this site, actually. She can make it a lot easier to plant up on the main lobby, just closing up those rotations and making sure it's hard to get between the 2 sites. There's only 2 ways to go, through the back hallway and directly in between the sites. So well-placed track stingers can really spell the difference between a quick answer to a plant. So we'll see this as their version, I think, most likely to that attempted glass plant from before.
Well, it's certainly going to be interesting to see how it will play out. Big Kai is really having a game, 15 kills already throughout 9 rounds. So they're going to be the story for this map, but for the matchup, it would, in my opinion, be Nham and Blob. But unfortunately for Blob, his team's just not having as much success these last 2 maps, so not much you can do about it. They're going to start getting the drone work in. They realize where the bomb is. They realize there's a Malusi playing in the connector between them in that hallway next to bathroom. So what will they do here? What will the push be? I will say that upstairs is really pivotal for this site. If you can get on top of the hatch, you have control of the circle desk lobby area. So you can just have someone play there, and as long as you use the stingers just to cover the stairs, it's really hard for them to flank up on you. So that might be the play for them, but so far we haven't seen either team really utilize the verticality to the extent that they really could.
That's interesting to see Bonbon try and use a drone to bait out opening the Maestro camp. It almost worked out for him, but just not quite on the timing. And like you're saying about vertical, oh, there's a head and he gets it. Raikai takes out Spicy Fish. But like you were saying about vertical play, we saw Big Kai run away with an entire round by playing that hatch up in conference room really well.
Well, that's a line of sight if ever I saw one. Bonbon going to get taken out by Complexity, bringing back the even man count. That's going to be the gridlock we had talked about. So no stingers will be coming out. Enhem is going to get a kill on the blob, though. He's going to shut down their top fragger. There's going to be another engagement. He's going to win that one as well. Denki off the board. This is falling apart. 2 players left on Oswego, and this is the map and match and series point. Can the championship fall into the lap of Butler here as they are looking dominant in a 4v2 on the final round? Plant is coming down. Raikai is going to be trying to plant, but that's going to be stopped by J-Boss. What a nice shot through the wall. And now it's a 2v3, much more doable. Complexity having the angle from above. He's actually going to get found out. Enhem getting that kill. That's a triple. They know J-Boss is in the bathroom as well if the call came through. So they're just going to be aggressing on him, and the kill's going to come out. Enhem, the MVP, is going to shut down Oswego. And that's going to be the championship going to Butler.
Wow, no information left. J-Boss just was looking the wrong way, unable to do anything at that point. He had to run a gauntlet through another 2 operators to get it, and Butler was just on it for the last 2 maps. They came in loud and heavy, and, you know, Oswego was there for it. They took it to double overtime, and they were able to do it again, but Butler just outlasted them. By the end, they really got going with a 7-0 and a 7-3 back-to-back. At the end of that series, I mean, I can't question it one bit. Butler is the NECC champions in Challenger division.
Indeed, they are. And I would say, you know, Blob did really well every map, it seemed. But Enham, especially that last round, just showed that he was the MVP in my book. He just came alive every map. He really didn't have a bad map necessarily. Yeah. And on top of it, your team wins. So unfortunately, that's just how it usually goes. MVP usually goes to like a winning team. So no offense to Blob, he did really well himself. But the other team able to pull ahead. That's going to be it. That wraps up this 5-hour series. That was quite the story, but it was good. We got to map 5. It was a close matchup. It's exactly what you'd like in the finals. But quickly, we'll go to a break, and then I do believe we'll be jumping into the next division finals. So another best of 5 coming up.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to NECC. We have Jacob here. He's the commissioner. And we also are joined by Bon Bon, who is from Butler, of course, representing the team that had just won this Challenger Division Championship. So we got a couple questions for him quick, and then I'll hand it off to Jacob to do the awards here. So Bon Bon, real quick, how are you guys feeling after that? That's a long matchup, 5 maps. Did you expect that? Did you think you had the stamina for that?
One of our things is just like that we say every round or every game is just like let's wrap this up in 2 because we need to go to bed. And luckily we had a early start, and so we were happy to play. It was really great. So
You'd mentioned before the early maps you felt they had done some research, and then
Yeah.
it got a little bit more, each team winning the second map they chose a little bit more dominantly going into that last map. So just walk us through the process of how you were feeling those first few maps, and then also just the 7-0, and then lastly that last map. Was that a planned map? Were you ready for that?
Yeah, so the early maps, we felt very confident on some of our main maps. And so we have set strats, didn't really go over it. But they came out strong, obviously ready for our shenanigans. And so even some stuff like we were like, no, we're not doing this anymore. Particularly like frost in closet, or frost mats in closet we used to do, but they knew it. But later on, I think we did a lot better just because we prepared a little bit more. It wasn't necessarily a planned map. We didn't have set strats. We just went over it real quick for like 10 minutes last night. So yeah, just our players just turned out for it.
Well, congratulations. That's really awesome. I'll hand it over to Jacob to do the official congratulations, though.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Wes. This is our first championship of 19. We'll crown over the next 4.5 days here, and obviously it's going to be tough to top this one. Undoubtedly, a thriller, 5 sets. Bon Bon, it's a pleasure on behalf of everyone here at the NECC to present this to you virtually. We'll get it in the mail. We'll send it out to you guys out there in Indiana. Just a terrific season, capped off with a thrilling victory. Obviously, complete a perfect campaign. Congratulations to you and the team on winning our first ever, actually, Rainbow6 NECC title. So congratulations, my friend.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure playing.
That's awesome. We appreciate it, my friend. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that will do it for the ceremony here. We're going to jump to a quick break, I'm assuming, before we do jump into that next finals for the Champions Division. So stay tuned for that. Be another banger, I'm sure. I've been WeAlKu. See you soon.